are onto something pretty major. So KSI against Faze Temperrr is the main event tonight. Obviously, we know that the main event was meant to be Dillon Danis, but that obviously fell through. Dillon Danis getting dragged, and rightfully so, in every which direction by lots of people. Lots of people having their say on that situation. And as we said, rightfully so. You know, he signed up for a fight. He didn't, take, take it seriously. He spoke to Ariel Helwani at the end of last year, saying that he didn't have a trainer and all this kind of stuff. Like, he didn't seem to be taking it seriously. He wasn't attending press conferences. It was a nightmare. The whole thing, the whole build was a nightmare. And honestly, you know, without throwing shade, KSI, Misfits, they probably should have known better. They probably should have known that this guy was not going to show. And that's exactly what he's done. So there's been a mad scramble towards the end to try and find a new opponent. And they found Faze Temperrr. So Faze Temperrr has come in. Faze Temperrr, obviously someone that's big, well-respected within the Misfits boxing community. He was someone that suffered a loss against Slim in the first event they did. Bounced back, fantastic victory over Overfloat, and managed to get the win in 30-odd seconds. And now he is here in the main event against KSI. So I'm really pleased for him. He's put the work in. You know, he is like a Misfits boxing OG, but he is out of his depth, man. He is out of his depth. He doesn't seem to have any confidence in himself. I know he's a pretty laid-back dude as it is, but if you've watched the interviews in the build for this, and you've actually seen, like, you know, KSI talking, and you've seen Faze Temperrr talking, KSI obviously full of charisma, obviously talking with a lot of confidence, but Faze Temperrr, nothing, just very quiet, just, you know, saying the kind of things you'd expect a fighter to say. I'm going to hit you. I'm going to knock you out. You know, I'm going to KO you, all this kind of stuff. But he doesn't seem to believe in it. There's no confidence behind those statements. And it is a little bit concerning. I wish he did have a little bit more about him in the build for this. I think it would make the event a lot more exciting. You can't sleep on Faze Temperrr because he knocked out his last opponent in like 30-odd seconds, but there's levels to boxing, as we know, and KSI is very much a different level to anyone that Faze Temperrr has faced before. So it's very interesting. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think the event is going to be really good. I think the card looks really good. Obviously, you know, look, this is YouTuber boxing, influencer boxing, celebrity boxing. There are a couple of boxers on this card, though. You know, there are some fighters that are actually on this card that certainly give it credibility. We've got some really good YouTuber boxers, though, as well. I mean, Slim is a good fighter. He's got some good technique, good ability. Obviously, Salt Pappy is the one that probably everyone thinks about. Really caught everyone's attention in his first fight. But you've got to remember that first fight. He was facing, like, a nobody. He was facing Andy, who just hadn't had much in the way of training, didn't look very good. I don't think anyone expected Salt Pappy to lose that fight anyway. The fact that he was able to win it in such convincing fashion definitely helped him out. But, I mean, look, this is going to be harder. He's got quite the challenge tonight as he takes on Josh. But that is potentially fight of the night. I think afterwards, when we're talking about, like, the best fighters and we're talking about the best moments, I think KSI's performance is going to look really good. I think Salt Pappy could get the victory. The thing is, Josh is definitely going to look, I mean, physically, he looks like a Greek god. I don't know if you saw the weigh-ins, but he is absolutely shredded. So, like, if Salt Pappy, who doesn't look as good, gets the victory, and I think he will, then that is going to be quite the statement, because I think to casual fans, you know, this is something that Tyson Fury struggles with as well. Like, when you look at Anthony Joshua, Greek gods, yeah? When you look at Tyson Fury, not so much, right? He's got a bit of a belly on him. He doesn't really have much, like, muscle definition and all that kind of stuff. Like, visually, Tyson Fury just does not look that great, but he is one of the best boxers on the planet, because when it comes to boxing ability, it has nothing to do with your physique, your actual how you look. It's got everything to do with your hand speed. It's got everything to do with your movement, your footwork, your head work, all of that kind of stuff. And that doesn't show itself in your like body, if you will. But I think to casual fans, to see someone like Salt Papi get a victory over Josh is going to be, I think, quite eye-catching. It's got a little bit of David and Goliath to it. So, but, you know, for those in the know that have watched these events before, I think Salt Papi is definitely coming in as one of the favorites. They don't have, I couldn't find any odds. I was looking for odds on these fights. I found odds for the main event, but trying to find like odds on the other fights, I couldn't find any. I don't know if there's any out there. If you have seen any, let us know. I'd be very interested to see what the odds were. But in the main event, KSI is coming in as a minus 1,250 favorite. Faze Temper comes in as plus 700. So that means that if you want to win $100, you've got to put down 1,250 on KSI just to win 100. So that's how much of a favorite he is, right? That's how much of a favorite he is. If you put 100 down on Faze Temper and Faze Temper wins, you would get 700 back. So that's the odds for our main event. KSI, heavy favorite. You do get wide odds in boxing, in all fairness. You do get odds like that are a bit crazy. But I expect him to get the job done. I don't think this is even... I don't even think he's going to break a sweat. I expect this to be potentially first round. I mean, like, there's levels to this game. The real conversation is, where is KSI in comparison to Jake Paul? That's the real conversation. That fight is expected to happen at the end of the year. And for me personally, Jake Paul's ahead. Edwards, who is part of our community, made a great comment talking about what's going to happen if Jake spends all year getting ready for MMA, because we know that he has signed with PFL and he's going to have an MMA fight. So he's clearly going to have to put the work in to get ready for that MMA fight. For me personally, it must be good money. I haven't heard what the money is. I think it's a really stupid move by Jake Paul. Jake Paul is someone that I think has really caught people's attention, and people are now not really doubting Jake. You don't hear people ripping into Jake's boxing ability like they were at the start. Even though he hasn't really fought anyone of note, like, we're still waiting for that boxer, if you will. That victory over Anderson Silva was very impressive. Like, honest, it was. The knockout against Tyron Woodley was very impressive. Those are the two moments for me that really make Jake stand out. I think beating Ben Askren was good and credible, but Ben Askren was never known for his hands. He was a wrestler, so he was never known for throwing hands. And so that one you can kind of look at and go, okay, fair play. You know, you've beaten a UFC fighter, former champion as well, in MMA, so fine. You know, someone that's used to the bright lights, big stage, it's a good win, but it's not a boxer. Then, you know, we move on and he ends up taking on Woodley. That was a draw. That was all right. Draw was all right. Second fight, the knockout, that's very impressive. The knockout, Tyron Woodley, that's very impressive. And then to go the distance with Anderson Silva and win. I mean, he did win that fight. No one's looking at that score thinking there was a robbery or anything. So he did win that fight. So, yeah, I kind of look at it and think, well, Jake has shown where he's at. We've got a good idea where he's at. We still don't really know with KSI, because KSI took on Swarmz, who has improved. We're going to see Swarmz tonight. Swarmz is desperate to show that he has leveled up. But by his own admission, he had, 20 days training last time out. So even by his own admission, he's like, I wasn't ready, right? I really wasn't ready. So we can't really take too much from that. And then Pineda, who was a proper boxer, just looked awful, didn't he? I mean, he looked like a 12-year-old child. The thing was, the hope was that he had enough boxing skill, because again, as we said, Tyson Fury looks like he just sits on his couch all day eating hot dogs, right? But he's one of the best boxers in the world. So you look at Pineda and you go, well, even though he looks like a 12-year-old, maybe he's one of, not the best boxers in the world, but one of the best fights out there for KSI at this stage. he destroyed him. I mean, KSI destroyed him. He just ragdolled him. And you could tell that KSI was levels, not like 1 or 2, like 50 levels above those guys. I think he's going to be levels above Faze Temperrr as well. And it's going to be very interesting to know, can he close the gap on Jake Paul? Can he close the gap on Jake Paul? Because if Jake Paul goes into MMA this year, that means that he's stepping away from boxing. If he steps away from boxing and steps away for a while, that's going to allow KSI to close the gap. This year, KSI is going to be full steam ahead. It's all about that Jake Paul fight. He said it at the press conference, and he wants it. He wants that Jake Paul fight. They're in talks with it. It's expected to be the end of the year. I think after this fight, we could be looking at Tyron Woodley for KSI. That will be a great measuring stick because we saw 2 Jake Paul Woodley fights. So once we see what KSI is like against Tyron Woodley, we can then start to compare. It's not a perfect science, of course. So you can't really do that in boxing or UFC, but it gives you a real rough idea. Just a real rough idea as to, what the competitors are like. So that would be very interesting. But we can't get there until we get through tonight. And that's why tonight is so important. Because if you've got dreams of seeing Jake Paul against KSI, if you've got dreams of seeing KSI go on to these bigger fights, he's got to get past Faze Temperrr here. He's the favorite. He's got everything going for him. But you all know what sport is like. One crazy moment, one mistake, one lucky shot by Faze Temperrr that just gets through, catches KSI in a certain area. Who knows? I mean, for me personally, I feel like he's got it. I feel very, very confident. Probably as confident as you could feel that KSI is going to get this. I love the noise he's making. I love the attitude, the confidence. He's always got that. Not seeing much coming back from Faze Temperrr. I think Faze Temperrr took this fight on short notice. He's got Malik Scott in his corner, which is brilliant. Malik Scott, one of the top trainers in the world, but he hasn't worked with him for very long. It's a couple of weeks. I mean, what can you do in a couple of weeks? You can, a couple of weeks with Malik Scott, I mean, fantastic, but I think that was too big of a gap to try and close, to be honest. So, again, another KSI fight with like a late replacement. Because don't forget, he wasn't meant to be facing Swarmz and Pineda last time. That they were late replacements as well. Granted, not as late. But, it's happened again. Like, his fights keep falling apart. It's so frustrating because you just want to see him have a camp and face the person that he's prepared for. And it is worth mentioning that's why he's facing Faze Temperrr tonight. There's been a lot of talk saying, why didn't you go for someone better? But the thing is, he prepared for a southpaw. And that's exactly what Faze Temperrr is. Faze Temperrr is a southpaw. So he's ready for Faze Temperrr. He's been training for Dillon Danis. He's been training to face a southpaw, and he's ready for tonight. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Edwards said KSI would destroy Slim. Cito says, if KSI loses, we do lose the Jake Paul fight. We can't afford that because we would lose the entertainment. I tell you what, I mean, a lot of people lay into the YouTube boxing scene, and I must admit, for me personally, I don't mind it. We watched the first KSI fight, like for Misfits, when he did Swarmz and everything. We watched that. We watched Deji against Mayweather. Like, we've been pretty active with watching like the YouTuber events. And I mean, I do find certainly the last KSI event, the Misfits one, the first one, I thought it was so entertaining. I really enjoyed it. And I don't feel that it gives boxing a bad name because they treat it properly. Like, they treat it with respect. That is why when you see like Elle, Brooke eating a burger, drinking a beer, like, I think for the fans that actually go along to the weigh-ins and see that, like, they have a little bit of a laugh with it, whatever. That's the kind of stuff that I think is a bit of a problem when it comes to Misfits boxing, because if you do want people to like take it seriously and you want to inspire people, having a burger, drinking a beer whilst you're about to weigh in, it's just not a great look, is it? You know, you can't say that you're taking it super serious. You know, I've really dedicated myself to this. And then on the other hand, you're standing there with a burger and a beer. So that's the only like downer that I've seen, to be honest. That's the only downer I've seen. So if you are like someone that's not really into this, I really would say give it a chance, because the first Misfits event was really, really entertaining. KSI looks like he's got some real skill and real ability. So does Salt Pappy. So does Slim. Then, of course, we've got the likes of Anthony Taylor, Virgo. Both of those guys look like they've got something about them as well. Tom Zanetti has been making some great noise. I mean, I'm really excited to see him in action. I actually remember a couple of his tracks from like back in the day, going back 5-6 years ago. So he is someone that I'm actually not, I wouldn't say a fan of, but I'm aware of some of his songs that did actually do all right in the charts. And yeah, it's kind of a bit weird to see him now box him. But I wish him all the best. I really do. I know people love Slim, but I might actually be rooting for Tom Zanetti on this one. I think he's really entertaining. Really entertaining. I think he's really entertaining. And he looks pretty good. He seems in a good mental place for this as well. He seems really confident. He's got a good size about him. He did seem to have Slim quite nervous. I don't know if that was coming across to you, but to me, Slim didn't look as comfortable. Slim's always been quite, you know, vocal and whatever, but I really felt that Tom Zanetti got the better of him in the verbal exchanges. So I've got my eye on Tom Zanetti in that co-main. Slim's a good fighter, though. He is a good fighter. You know, Tom Zanetti just, I think, trying to get into Slim's head, which is really clever, because Tom Zanetti, I think, probably, well, he doesn't have the experience of Slim, and we don't know quite how their abilities are going to match up yet. So it does make sense to get into his head, put him off his game plan, make him a little bit nervous, make him feel a bit uncomfortable. Makes perfect sense. So I really like Tom Zanetti's game plan, and skill-wise, he might not be that far away. Like he's certainly talking the talk. We'll find out if he can walk the walk. So co-main event looks quite tasty. Salt Papi against Josh. I think there's every chance that's fight of the night. Ryan Taylor against Swarmz. It's going to be an interesting one. Both guys need to get a victory. Obviously, Swarmz coming off that loss to KSI didn't look very good, but he'd only been training for about 20 days. And then Ryan Taylor, I think he's had a couple of fights and he drew one and lost one. He is someone that's got a bit more experience than Swarmz, but still not loads of experience. You know, he's going to be looking for that victory. That's going to be an interesting one. I don't think it's going to be a classic. I don't think it's going to be, I think it's going to be a bit scrappy at times, to be honest. But it's going to be an interesting one because both guys really need the win. Faith Ordway against Elle Brooks, as I said, only thing I've seen in the build has been like that fight. Faith seems a bit quiet to me. And I think in the YouTuber boxing world in particular, you've got to have a little bit more about yourself in the builds. When you're competing against the likes of Anthony Taylor, who's just so vocal, and, you know, KSI, who's obviously really vocal. I sort of feel like if you're just going to rock up and just be really quiet and whatever, I don't know if you're going to stick around in the scene for very long. You're going to have to be really impressive in the ring, to be honest. You're going to have to really grab people's attention with your actual boxing ability, because if you're going to rock up and be a bit quiet, and then in the ring, you're just going to be, you know, all right, nothing that special. There's about 1 billion people waiting to get onto these cards. Like every creator out there is looking to try and get onto these cards because the exposure is absolutely massive. You know, it's absolutely huge. You know, the amount of emails that Misfits must get from creators and people around the world that want to be a part of this. Like, you've got to show up, you've got to be charismatic, or you've got to be a killer in the ring. So I'm interested in this because I thought Faith was quite quiet, and I definitely would like to see more personality coming out from her. Nerves are a very real thing, though, but I'd like to see a bit more personality coming from her. Elle Brooke, I mean, the girl rocked up at the weigh-in with a burger and a beer, right? So on the one hand, you can go, fair play, that's cool. On the other hand, you can go, it's not the best look in the world, is it? It's not. It doesn't really make it look like she's taking this super serious. So I'm with Faith on this one. I'd like Faith to get the win here. I'd like to see Faith do it because I like to see people take this serious. And I've got a few question marks around Elle. Elle's been training hard. You know, she's been training with Mark Tibbs, who's been, you know, in the boxing game for his life. He's a great trainer, but I don't know. I've got a few question marks around that. The women's fight should be interesting, but it's not the one I'm most excited for. I'd say the one I'm most excited for is probably the slim Tom Zanetti one, you know. I just think KSI's got it done. I think KSI wins, and I think he wins quite comfortably. So main event I'm looking forward to, but I think it's going to be quite easy for KSI. But slim against Tom Zanetti, I'm really struggling to get a read on that because I just don't know what Tom Zanetti's going to look like. So I'm really looking forward to that. B. Dave, I haven't heard. I don't know if you lot have heard. I have no idea who B. Dave is going to be facing. But that's going to be an interesting one. So we're going to have to wait and see who his opponent's going to be. I don't think we're going to find out until the actual event. I thought we might find out at the weigh-in, but still don't know who B. Dave is facing. And then the other one, Anthony Taylor against Idris Virgo. That should be a lot of fun. Virgo, very confident, very vocal, saying that he's going to get this dub. And of course, I don't think there's anyone more confident than Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor, I mean, he's calling out everyone. I'm pretty sure he's called out all of you and me. Like, he has called out everyone. If he can face, he wants to be on like every card. He wants to be front and center. He wants to be in every main event. He just wants to be the focus. He wants all attention on him. And in all fairness, you know, he brings the right kind of energy. Like, he can be annoying, but he does bring the right kind of energy. He definitely does grab people's attention. He makes this a show. He gets people talking. That's going to start the night off, and it's going to be a hell of a fight, you know. That's going to be a hell of a fight. So very much looking forward to that one. So tonight, I think we are looking at around about 7 fights, I think it is tonight. So about 7 fights. So it's a decent looking card. We've got a countdown show that's going to begin at 5 minutes time. The actual card kicks off in just over an hour. And as we said, you know, we're here going straight the way through. Make sure you get your votes in the chat as well as to which way you think that's going to go. Do you think it's going to be a KSI knockout? Do you think it's going to be KSI by decision? Do you think it's going to be Faze by knockout? Or do you think it's going to be Faze Temper by decision? So at the moment, 74% of people have gone KSI knockout. We've got 15% that have gone KSI decision. So that's 89% of people that have gone with KSI. I must admit, I would be going KSI. I'd be going KSI knockout. I think it's going to be relatively straightforward for him. It is 6 rounds. He might want to, he might not, but he might want to try and allow Faze Temper to get into the second round and the third round. Like, it might actually, it's hard to know. It might be in his best interest to get a few rounds in because, you know, this is something that he has trained hard for. And if he just goes in there and just destroys Faze Temper, he's not really going to get much from it. He gets the victory, which is obviously the most important thing. And he can brag about beating someone within the first round in a few seconds. But he might want to just actually, you know, spend a bit of time in there. He's a showman. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know that he wants to go in, boom, done, and leave. Sort of feel like he might want to just get a few rounds in there. Not get himself in any danger, but just show some skills. It must be so frustrating if you've been working so hard on something and then you go out there and you don't get a chance to show it. Like, that must be really frustrating. Like, if you're a boxer and you're just levels above your opponents, like, I fully expect KSI to win in round 1. I think KSI round 1, right? I think that he goes in there. I think he'll land with Faze. I think he's going to have Faze in all kinds of trouble. And I think that first round knockout is very much on the cards. But as I said, how much will KSI commit to that first round knockout? If he goes looking for it, I think he gets it. but he might not go looking for it. He might want to use this as an opportunity to show the world and maybe Jake Paul, I have developed, I have these skills, I can do these things, and actually use it as a way of showing off. So it's going to be very, very interesting fight. That's the only thing that would stop me from saying first round knockout is I just don't know if KSI is going to look for it. But I think he wins. I think he wins by knockout, and I think it'll be in the early stages of the fight. Kian said, I'm not a big fan of KSI, but I do still want him to win. Edward said, I got an email back from KSI's team. They said I have everything apart from the following, so I can't get onto the next Misfits cards. Yeah, I mean, it's as simple as that, innit? You've got to have a following. I don't think they are necessarily looking for good boxers because, I mean, they're 10 a penny, right? I mean, what boxer wouldn't want to get onto this card? I mean, granted, the world champions probably don't need it, but those fighters that are, you know, trying to make a name for themselves, those fighters that are going to small bingo halls, just trying to, you know, get a victory and, like, you know, move up their level of competition, whatever, like this sort of platform, this sort of stage, being at like Wembley Arena with like the world watching, like, oh man, the amount of people that want to get onto these cards must be insane. Must be insane. So I think it's right to expect good standards and to expect good professionalism and, of course, entertainment, charisma, all of those things, because just everyone wants to be on these cards. Everyone wants to be connected with these cards. So, yeah, I can't say I'm surprised that they came back with that response. I would imagine they probably pinged that out a few thousand times a day, knowing like how many people would love to get on them. Stand Back TV said, Tom Zanetti used to live over the road from me just a few months ago. He seems I really like him, you know. He seems really cool. At the, I think it was the weigh-in or the press conference, he said, I know none of you are here to see me. I know you're all Slim fans, but I promise you, you will be my fans after this. I was sat there thinking, I already really like you, you know. I actually already really like, yeah, I'm fully signed up Tom Zanetti fan. So I really like him. He was I saw a sit down interview he did with DAZN, and Slim was part of it as well. And he was basically saying, like, you know, I'm ready to start the banter when you're ready, Slim. Is like, I'm holding back at the moment. It's been very respectful, but you let me know, brother, because I love a bit of banter. And he was like having to really hold himself back. But so that's why we saw at the weigh-in, when there was a little bit of talk between them, you might have seen, like, you know, there was a little bit of, not aggro, but just a little bit of back and forth between them, because Tom's been holding that in, to be honest. He's been waiting for the fireworks and the show, and he's been desperate to, like, you know, I think he wants to really be a part of this. I think this isn't something he's coming in just to take a paycheck. This isn't something that he's just coming in just to mess around with. Like, he really, really wants to be a part of this. He really wants to have that experience. And fair play, man. He's fair play. I think he's showing. I think he's showing this the respect it deserves. By, you know, this is what I'm saying. If someone's just going to rock up, they're just going to be super quiet. Just take the paycheck. Not really be that entertaining, get in the ring, do a bit of boxing, you know, look all right, and that's it. Like, there's about 1 billion people that we could replace them with. So I think you're right to expect a certain level of entertainment, a certain level of ability, a certain level of, you know, show. And I think Tom is definitely going to bring that. I really like him. I really like him. How long until the fights? We are looking about an hour until the show begins. There is a countdown show that's on at the moment. It's just running. It's only just about to start, and it's just going to run through the fights. It's just going to talk about the fighters. There might be a few little backstage interviews, things like that. We do have the KSI ring gear. He showed this off in a video that he put out earlier today. So I will show you that for those that are interested. This is what KSI is going to be wearing tonight. So KSI is going with white and pink. He said this is the color scheme that he's gone for this one. And, I mean, it looks all right, to be honest, looks all right. He seems to be quite happy with it. He said that he found his last gear a little bit restrictive, which is why he wanted short sleeves, and he wanted it to be a little bit more casual. And in his video that he puts out, he actually gets it out, has a look at it, and he's over the moon with it. He absolutely loves it. So, yeah, he is proper made up with that. He looks pretty sharp. And that's what he's going to be wearing as he makes his way out for the main event. So, yeah, looking good. Looking good. And I think the countdown show is just about to kick off. We're seeing a few of the presenters coming out. Days, have you tried any of the primes? I haven't. No. I mean, in all fairness, I don't even know if I could find any of the primes, even if I wanted to. I must admit, right? The prime drink is something I would try. I'm not against it by any means. It's definitely something I would try, but it's not something that I think is easy to get your hands on at the moment. So maybe once the initial excitement has died down and they become a bit more readily available, then I might be able to get one. But to be honest, I haven't even looked at the moment because it's probably no point. It's a bit like trying to find a PS5 in it when they first came out. So I'll let the world go crazy on those and pay the crazy prices that are being asked, and then I'll get one for a couple of quid in about 6 months' time. So I have heard that there's a few deliveries that have come in, and I think they've gone into like Aldi and a few places like that. But they did announce like a can version. So you've got the bottle version, then there's like the can version. And I watched the quick little video where they compared it to Red Bull. And God, yeah, I was really impressed. I was really impressed because they said like in Red Bull, it's got like, I don't know, 10 calories, whereas Prime's got no calories. And it's got like a few grams of sugar in Red Bull, whereas Prime's got no grams of sugar. They said that in a Red Bull, it's got 160 milligrams of coffee or whatever caffeine, whereas in Prime, it's 200. Like all the numbers they were going through, like so much better for Prime. So I think the product is a genuine, like really impressive product. I think this isn't something, because you know what YouTubers are like, right? Like if they can slap their name on something that's below standard, but it'll sell, they'll quite happily do that. But that is not the case with Prime. Prime seems to be legit, to be honest. So I haven't tried it. You'll have to let me know if you lot have. Someone has tipped with a £20 sticker. That's very kind. Carlin, 1985 Gareth. Shout out to you, my friends. Hope you're well and excited for tonight's show. Should be good. Yeah, feel free to let us know in the chat what it is you're looking forward to. Which fight are you most excited about? What's the one? At the moment, they're just running through a few of the different fights. They're just walking down the boards. Anthony Taylor against Virgo. Elle Brooke against Faith Ordway. Ryan Taylor taking on Swarmz. Obviously, B. Dave, don't know who he's facing. Salt Pappy in action. Slim in action, taking on Tom Zanetti. And, of course, main event KSI. So feel free to let us know in the chat which one you're most looking forward to. For me personally, it's probably Slim against Tom. As I said, really been impressed with Tom. But I think the Salt Pappy against Josh fight could be an absolute banger. So, yeah, Carlin, 1985 Gareth, shout out to you, my friends. Really, really appreciate the support. Miss Clown said it's way better than Fury's energy drink. Man United won today. I did see that. Very impressive. Went 1-0 behind, but came back and got the victory. Lovely stuff. Kian said, I'm going to get a PS5 at the end of the month. Very nice. Why doesn't Salt Bay ever fight on these cards? He can't. He's too busy hanging around his best friend Messi. So I think they go to the cinema together. I think they go to like restaurants, dine out. Not that Messi wants him there, but he just can't shake him off. So yeah, it's like Messi's wife, and Salt Bay in bed every night together. Nothing kinky. He just can't get rid of him. So that's why Salt Bay never fights on these cards. Edward, shout out to you. Wes said, what's Prime? It's probably the most popular drink in the world, to be honest. It's it's definitely all in the news over here. I think it is in America as well. I think you, I don't know. Now I've said it, I was going to say, I think you guys have had trouble getting your hands on it over there as well. Certainly here in the UK, we've got like stampedes in supermarkets and whatever. So I think it's doing crazy everywhere. So yeah, it's been a fantastic success. Sandman Sizzle said, howdy days. I don't watch any of the stuff, but I just did like to drop a like and a bit of banter. Appreciate the support, dudes. Edward said, fun fact, Logan was meant to fight Dylan Dennis. KSI was meant to fight Woodley or Joe, but Logan got injured. So KSI went on to fight Dennis, but now it is Faze Temperrr. We are backstage. Big Zoo is backstage. I think he's having a word with Ryan Taylor. So he's just gone over to have a chat with Ryan Taylor. Lots of people backstage, lots of people around. It's busy back there. Lots of movement and whatever. But Ryan Taylor just having a few words with Big Zoo backstage. There are US and UK versions of Prime, said Sterling. My friend in America has it in her stores all the time. It's not hard to get. Oh, okay. Well, there we go then. If you are in the UK and you desperately want to get some Prime, just go to America. Simple as that. Apparently it's everywhere. Over here, there's stampedes. They just can't get enough of it in the UK. Proper sales out everywhere. I got some Prime. Have you tried it? No, it's impossible to get over here. Like, all you see on the news is, like, honestly, it's like Black Friday. People going into supermarkets, massive stampedes as people are trying to get their hands on it. The supply in the UK is seemingly a lot more limited then. I didn't realize that it was so freely available in the US. Here in the UK, it's on the news. There's that guy, isn't there, in the corner shop that's like trying to sell it for £100 a case or whatever. Like it's some mental prices. KSI was pulling his hair out, wasn't he? Like, not that there's a great deal left, but he that's a joke. But he was going crazy at the fact that the corner shop guy was doing this, and he was like, "Don't pay these prices." So yeah, that's why like I haven't even tried. I would try it. It's a coconut water base, isn't it? It sounds nice, honestly. Everything I've said about it seems great. So yeah, I can totally understand why people are desperate to give it a go. But it's not. It's one that I'll just wait for it to be a bit more readily available. What time does KSI fight tonight? Said Murray. What time does KSI fight tonight? KSI will be fighting in the main event. It's hard to know what time we're going to get there. It's probably going to be a few hours, obviously. So we've got about 50-odd minutes till the show actually begins. The show hasn't begun yet. Right now, we're just seeing Elle, Brooke being interviewed. So we're backstage. Elle, Brooke being interviewed by Big Zoo. He's just going into the different locker rooms, different changing rooms. She's just getting her hands wrapped at the moment. So we are just seeing them prepare at this stage. She's obviously got a big fight coming up tonight against Faith Ordway. Faith Ordway, someone we don't know much about. Well, we know about her, but we don't know much about her from a fighting point of view. This is, I believe, the second female fight that Misfits have put on. And we know that Astrid Wet was very vocal when it came to the weigh-ins. She seemingly wants to get her hands on Elle Brooke, but Elle Brooke is going to have to come down in weight in order for that fight. And Elle Brooke seemingly has no interest in doing that by having beers and burgers and whatever. So, yeah, she is definitely just enjoying herself, enjoying the time. But, yeah, I don't know. It kind of feels like the women's division is there for the taking. I don't feel like there's a woman yet that I've looked at that I think is, really going to take that division. So, honestly, if you're a female and you've got a large following and you fancy this, I reckon if you really committed yourself to it, you could mop up this women's division. So far, I haven't seen anything that's really blown my mind. And I don't think Elle Brooke is going to be that impressive. Faith seems really quiet. She might be all right in the ring. That fight's got a bit of intrigue to it as a result. But as I said, I don't think we've seen a female fighter yet that's really come along and really put her marker down. So yeah, that's obviously something that one of these women could do tonight. I was in Asda. I was getting close to getting Prime. There was a bottle on the shelf, and a fat kid came and grabbed it. I felt like drop kicking him. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, and everyone's after them here in the UK. They're paying crazy prices, and unfortunately, you just need to kind of wait for the supply to catch up with the demand. But it's one of those, I'm sure they're apparently KSI said he's not made any money from Prime. So the amount of money that Prime is making, it just goes right back into the business so that they can just try and meet up with the demands. Eventually, it should, sort itself out. At what point that's going to be, I'm not sure. But if it's everywhere in America, then enjoy it, because in the UK, it's a real challenge to get any. Murray said, I'm drinking it right now. No, we can't see the fights. Dawn Knight said, for everyone in the UK that likes Prime, I have heard it's available in Aldi and potentially Costco. That is true. I think there was a message that went out about Aldi, but I think it's quite limited in its supply. I think KSI put a tweet out saying it's limited numbers again. But yeah, I mean, they're just doing what they can, aren't they, at the moment? I saw as well, like, it's available at a few football grounds. And I think it was like Fareham or something are selling it at their football. They're a nothing team, a tiny, tiny team. But they said they're selling it at their football ground for £2, right? And that got a retweet from KSI. So who knows? There might be people going to Fareham football grounds, not to watch the game, but just to stock up on Prime. Like that could be their biggest attendance of the year, in all fairness, with people just going to buy Prime. So crazy. Felix said, it's been a long time chatting about Man United. They keep getting better. How do you feel? Long time ago, they were playing horrible. Yeah, well, without dwelling on football too much, yeah, I mean, it's gone the way I thought it would go, to be honest. When we were doing the football channel, I was asked about what manager I wanted. I said I wanted Ten Hag. I really liked what I saw from him in the Champions League. That is now, showing itself over in the Premier League. I felt confident that he could come in and rebuild. I think the progress he's made in such a short period of time has been very impressive. I do think a few teams are shooting themselves in the foot, though. I don't know that Ten Hag can necessarily take credit for Liverpool self-destructing or Chelsea self-destructing. So I sort of feel like Ten Hag has really helped United, but there's a few teams that have shot themselves in the foot this season, and that's helping United as well. So it's great. I mean, it's all going. I think the Casemiro signing was critical. I think, we kept watching United just constantly screaming out for a defensive midfielder. We went and got one, and now look what's happening. I think Casemiro is, I don't think he's an unsung hero, but for me, he is the be-all and end-all. He is the person that makes that team tick. He is the engine room. He is the difference maker. He is the person that has really turned things around for us. Obviously, Rashford's form is really important, but I think Casemiro has just provided that platform, and that now has allowed us to build. And yeah, it's great. It's brilliant. It was offside earlier for me. We shouldn't have won today, but look, 3 points is 3 points. But is it true KSI and Logan aren't the owners of Prime, but front of the company? The real owners are behind the scenes. I don't believe so. I believe they are the owners. I can't say that I've seen the paperwork that's been filed. So, I don't know. I can't sit here and give you a complete concrete answer, but I haven't heard that they're not the owners. I believe they are. So, I don't know. If anyone's heard anything about that, feel free to let us know. I'm a Liverpool supporter, but I'm not toxic. Fair play to United. Who do you think will win the league? Yeah, shout out to you, Reshma. I also like to try and not be a toxic football supporter. I understand that banter is a big part of the game, but for me, I've never really been too interested in that. So, when I talk about Liverpool, shooting themselves in the foot, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It just that is what's happening at the moment. Like, they're just not playing to their usual standards. And I'm sure they will get back there eventually. In regards to who's going to win the league, I mean, it's hard to not say Arsenal, isn't it, at the moment? And KSI would love that. Arsenal are sponsored by Prime. So, that would be a big dub if that was to happen for KSI. But it's hard to not say Arsenal. Obviously, if they win, I think they go 8 points clear at the top of the Premier League tomorrow. If they beat Tottenham, and the way Tottenham are playing, I think they probably could. So, yeah, I think probably go Arsenal. I think United might be in the title picture. The only thing is, I do expect there to be a wobble with United. I don't know that they can keep this form going till the end of the season. I think that there'll probably be a period where things, things aren't 100% at United. He's still building, and, it is going to have its moments of difficulty. I don't think that we're at the point where we're going to have that consistency. I don't think we're fixed. I don't think this is it. I don't think we're sorted now. We're just going to go on to win Champions Leagues. We're going to have periods where, we're going to have slumps and Rashford's form will dip and, players might get injured and things like this. So I think United can finish in the top 4, but I don't think that we're going to be in the title run this season. I think that there'll be a period where we just have a little wobble later in the year. But I think we finish in the top 4. So, yeah, I'll go with Arsenal. Racism will not be tolerated, said Dortnight. Days, what do you think about WWE not using half of the Alamodome for the Rumble? I always hate seeing stadiums tarped off. You shouldn't see it. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a problem, because when they did Royal Rumble in 2020, which I think was just before the pandemic hit, they were, I believe, in the baseball grounds. And when you looked at the stadium, it looked incredible. I remember thinking there must be 100,000 here. Like, I remember looking at the stadium thinking, this is insane. This is like, it was just like people for like going up for as far as the eye could see. And it was just everywhere, and it was just big, and it was noisy, and you was like, how many people are in this thing, right? Turns out it was about 40,000, which is not that much, right? I mean, it is, but it's not that much. It's not 80, it's not 100. But it turns out that behind the camera, there was nobody. Like, all 40,000 were on screen. And it turns out that behind the camera, there was nobody. So, and the only reason that I knew that is because someone that was there took a picture, and you could see the whole other side was, I don't think it was tarped off. I don't even know if there were seats there or anything, but there was no one on the other side. There was like production trucks and things along those lines. So what they did is they, had it have been a full stadium, it would have been 80,000. But because they'd got everyone on the one side, they basically got all 40,000 on camera. So I don't think that it's going to look that bad. I really don't. I think that it's going to look good. They'll make it look good. They've got plenty of experience of making it look good. So I don't think it's going to look like, sections roped off or anything like this. So I think it'll be all right. Where is Islam versus Volk? When is Islam versus Volk? It's in a couple of months, isn't it? I think it's in a couple of months. But when is it starting? It's starting in about 37 minutes right now. So we are at Wembley, and we've got people starting to obviously take their seats. There's still plenty of empty seats, though, by the looks of it, but people are coming in. But we will be getting started with this very, very soon. As we said, we've less than 40 minutes to go, but they are just going through the different fights. They are talking about potential future opponents for people. And Slim is definitely someone that's on KSI's radar. It is expected. I mean, look, if Slim has an incredible performance, I think if Slim looks amazing against Tom Zanetti tonight. I think Slim could be the next opponent for KSI. I think KSI, though, is very interested in Tyron Woodley because, as Edward said, that is the opponent. That is the person that was meant to be taking on KSI, but it all fell through. There was meant to be a bigger budget for tonight. Tonight was going to be a monster night. It's a big night, but it was going to be a monster night, right? It was going to be a night where Logan was going to be in action. Tyron Woodley was going to be in action. Tonight was going to be next level, right? It's big, but it was going to be historic. And we just missed out on historic because of Logan's injury. So we got KSI against Faze Temperrr instead. The Woodley fight could be just a little bit further down the road. And then the Jake Paul fight at the end of the year, of course. So, yeah, this is obviously very exciting. It's a big night tonight. I think we might have B. Dave's opponent coming in. And there might be a bit of speculation as to who this is, but can't make it out. You can't see anything. Well, I don't think we're going to be finding that out until we actually get to the fight itself. So, Big Zoo backstage is walking around trying to see if he can get some answers. We are at Wembley Arena for this one. Big Zoo just trying to get past the security guards. But the security guard is telling him there's no way that he can come in. Big Zoo desperately trying, but the security guard's not having it. So, yeah, it's going to be one that... He's trying to give him money. He's trying to give him money. Not going to work. Right, we can thank Roman for Logan not being there, said 50-50 TV. Who is B. Dave's opponent? We don't know. We don't know. We're still waiting for... we're gonna have to wait for that one. If you are just joining us, then 35 minutes ago, let me know, which fight are you looking forward to? Why are you looking forward to it? Who are you looking out for? What is the fight that's on your radar? What is the fighter that's on your radar? What is it that you're tuning in for? Of course it's KSI, everyone knows that, and maybe your answer is KSI, but there's enough on this undercard to get you excited, isn't there? There's enough on this undercard for you to get your teeth into. So I've already said for me, it's Tom Zanetti. I really want to see what Tom Zanetti's like. I think he's come in. He looks great. He's engaged in the banter. He's stepped up to Slim, of all people. Slim, one of the highest regarded fighters in this. And yeah, very much looking forward to seeing what Tom Zanetti can do. I think if Slim can get the win there, that's a very credible win because Tom Zanetti looks good. And in the workout, he looked good as well, the open workouts. SummerSlam last year, behind the camera was empty as well, said Jake Campbell. Jake, shout out to you. Slim, I'm looking forward to seeing some new dance moves, says JB. Jack said, I've got one question. Do you like Salt Pappy? Yeah, definitely. Salt Pappy is definitely someone that's caught people's attention. The only thing I would say about Salt Pappy is he has been training with professionals and he has been putting the work in, which is great to see. But he is also someone that I don't think has been massively tested. I think it's one thing to look good against bums, but to get in there with someone that's got like ability, I think that is going to be a test. He's taking on Josh tonight, of course. Josh certainly looks the part. When you looked at the actual weigh-ins, Josh might have been the person that actually looked the most impressive from a physical point of view. But his defense is not that great. His countering is not that great. There are gaps in Josh's game. Salt Pappy can get the victory tonight, but this will be his biggest test. It will definitely be his biggest test. Salt Pappy is someone, though, that I think in the influencer boxing world, he is definitely someone that people are excited by. He's definitely someone that people are got high expectations for. I don't know how far he's going to go, to be honest. I think it's really hard to kind of get into that main event picture, get into that main event scene, because it's always going to get dominated by the likes of KSI or Logan, you know, those kind of guys. I know they do events where they're not around, but I don't know. Those events do get views, but obviously this is a different level. Like when KSI is on the card, when Logan's on the card, like it's going to be a different level. I think it's going to be tricky for him. I feel like he's going to hit a bit of a ceiling soon. You see, I think the longer this goes on, the more people are going to join and want to be a part of it. And, you know, this thing's only growing. It's not going to get smaller now. It's just going to grow. They signed it a 5-year deal, didn't they? So it's going to keep growing. So more and more people are going to come in. Now, as these people come in, you've got to think that the standard is going to rise. And my concern with Salt Pappy is I think he's really good. I think he's got skill, but I think that standard's going to keep going up over the next, 5 years. And at some point, I think it will leave Salt Pappy behind. I think it will leave Salt Pappy behind. And it might even leave the likes of Slim behind. And a lot of the names you're seeing now, they might be struggling in a few years' time. They might be struggling to keep up with the competition. Because I just think that there's a lot of content creators out there. This is a massive platform. There's so many eyes on this. It's going to bring a load of people in. People are going to come in. They're going to want to have a look and see if they're any good at it. And I think that this will be a real call-in to some people. Some people will get into this that haven't really ever thought about doing it. Now that it's a regular thing, like every month they're putting on shows. Because don't forget, not that long ago, YouTuber boxing was once in a blue moon. So, there'd be an event and then you'd have to wait for the big guys to decide to have a fight and then try and get on that undercard. So, it would be, I don't know, KSI against Logan. Well, you'd have to wait for the next KSI card, or you'd have to wait for the next Logan card or the next Jake card and try and get on the undercard of it. Now, that's not the case. Now, every month, there's a Misfits card. So there is plenty of opportunity now, consistent opportunity for people to get onto the cards. So I think that the standard's going to continue to rise. And I think that eventually we're going to see some of these fighters get sort of left behind. And what I mean by that is that they'll get a loss and then their next fight will be against someone that's also pretty decent and they'll suffer another loss. And before they know it, they're on a bit of a losing streak. The hype's gone around them. There's other people that are hyped and they just find themselves kind of slipping down the pecking order a little bit. So I really like Salt Pappy. How long can he keep it going, though? How long until the tide kind of catches him up? Because I think it will. I do think it will eventually. But it's up to him, isn't it? It's up to him to prove me wrong. He's putting the work in. Definitely putting the work in. And as we said, it's not about how you look. Because Salt Pappy, from a physical point of view, doesn't look that impressive. It's not about that. It's about your actual boxing ability. But as I said, the more eyes that are on this, the more people that will come into it, the more the standard will rise. Are you streaming UFC tonight? We're not doing UFC. No, sadly not. We are doing it next week, but our attention is fully on this. The event is $39.99 in the US on top of a $19.99 subscription. How come Americans get charged so much? It's crazy prices. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the pay-per-view model here in the UK has never fully been accepted or integrated. The thing is that in America, you're used to paying pay-per-view for boxing, for UFC, for all that kind of stuff. We don't. For UFC, for example, it's only once in a blue moon that we actually pay for cards because UFC is something that is on in the middle of the night. And a lot of the time, it's not a niche audience, but people are asleep. You're not going to get casuals watching UFC. So people are in bed. Those that really want to watch it, I don't know what the numbers are for that. If you was to charge them, they'd probably just skip it. So, we can't really afford to charge people in the UK because of the time that it's on. Same with big boxing from America. It'll start at 1 a.m. By the time it finishes, it's about 6 a.m. You've got to make a night of it. And to be honest, there's a lot of people that skip them and just watch the fights the next morning, just watch the highlights. So as a result of that, pay-per-view has never really been as accepted here as it has in America. And what's actually happened in America is because all your boxing, your UFC, all of that is pay-per-view, you're just used to having that now as the benchmark. So, you know, they charge this for the boxing, so we'll go for this. You know, if they charge $75 for the boxing for Mayweather, well, we'll come in at 40, right? So they've kind of benchmark it that way. Whereas here in the UK, you can't really do that. You can't really benchmark it against much because our pay-per-view prices are about 25 quid. That's the most I've tend to see. About 25 quid for like the Tyson Fury fights. Because as I said, it's once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. We don't really tend to have pay-per-views over here that often. So it's just not been it's not been brought over or accepted as much. I've got a feeling that will change. I've got a feeling that, you know, as we get more and more of these types of events, we'll start to see it like coming in more and more. But here in the UK, I think it's like $7.99 a month for DAZN, and then it's I think $11.99 for this show. So it's about £20, which is probably about $25, 25, 26, something like that here in the UK. So we might not be able to get our hands on Prime, but we do all right when it comes to pay-per-view prices. Daniela said, do you think Tommaso will return at the Rumble? I don't think so. And if Johnny is in there, could we see a brief DIY reunion? I don't think he will, to be honest. From what I understand, I think that injury is fairly serious and that he's going to be out for a little while. So I don't know, I could be wrong, but I'm not expecting to see him in the Rumble. I don't know actually when he'll be back, but my understanding is that he had proper surgery and he's going to be out for months and months and months. So, no, I'm not expecting Tommaso Ciampa at the Rumble. Right, they are just showing us the crowds, and we are just seeing the people filing in. They were just backstage having a quick words with Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy looking fairly ready, looking fairly comfortable for what's coming up. And we are now just getting a little quick little advert from KSI that's telling us how to order this event. As we said, it is going to be coming up very, very soon. We've got just under now half an hour until we're actually going over to the event. Keep your votes coming in. We'll take a look. We haven't had a chance to have a look at that in a little while. We can have a look at that and see what people are saying in regards to who they think's going to win. But it's very exciting, and it's going to be a great first fight as well. I believe it is the Anthony Taylor fight that's going to open up the cards. So I am expecting Anthony Taylor coming up first. He's going to be taking on Virgo, which, as we said, should be a really good fight because Virgo is actually a professional boxer. He's got 12 wins to his name. He has been on the likes of Love Island, and he is very athletic. Made his pro debut in 2018. I believe he went 3-0 in 2021. He's got a height advantage, of course, because Anthony Taylor's not the tallest. But Virgo is someone that's got experience, plenty of experience. He's known as the body breaker, goes after the body. But Anthony Taylor, he's so confident. I mean, he's calling out KSI. He's calling out anyone that he can. He's constantly talking, constantly making noise. He is definitely up for this one, and he definitely is feeling confident as we head into this. So this first one's going to be really interesting. I know that Anthony Taylor, from a boxing point of view, doesn't have the best of records. It's like 2-3. But he is someone that's got skills. He's someone that's been in there with the likes of Tommy Fury. He's someone that obviously has got a good fighting background to him. It kind of feels like a fairly legit first fight, actually. So that's a light heavyweight. And that's going to actually open the card, as we said, in around 22 minutes' time. Virgo will beat Taylor, said Tony. Could do. Yeah, it could do. It's going to be very interesting. Virgo is someone, as we said, he's got that boxing ability. I think that he is going to stand a really good chance at it. It's going to be really interesting, actually, because I don't know what would be next for Virgo, because Anthony Taylor obviously is calling out loads of people. He is someone that really needs to get the win tonight if he wants to stand any chance of going after KSI. I think KSI would be interested in Anthony Taylor. He's got plenty of options, and obviously Woodley would be the priority. But Anthony Taylor is someone that, man, he brings a show, doesn't he? I sort of feel like KSI might be able to do the Taylor fight, might be able to do the Taylor fight, might be able to do the Woodley fight, might be able to do the Jake Paul fight. He might be able to get 4 fights in this year. It'd be really hard to do. He would be going into that Anthony Taylor fight a little bit underprepared, maybe, because you want to have good training camps and you want to have time to recover. And I don't know, that might be pushing it. But in all fairness, we're only 14 days into the year. So, you know, the fact that he's getting the first fight done in January, like 2 weeks into January, might mean that by the time we get to April, you could do the Taylor fight. By the time we get to August, you could do the Woodley fight. And then by the time we get to December, you could do the Jake Paul fight. So might be able to get in those fights. The only reason I say about Taylor is because he really is someone that talks the talk. And I think the press conferences would be a lot of fun. It would be a great boost as well to Misfits Boxing, because if you can get KSI on as many of your cards as possible, it's obviously going to bring more eyes to the product. So, yeah, that's definitely something that would pay dividends if he was able to do that. But I don't know. I mean, look, he is very focused on one thing, and that is Jake Paul. Can he get to that Jake Paul fight and get the victory? So, you know, between now and that fight is just noise. It's just irrelevant, really. He's got to go through these people to get to that stage, but it's all about Jake Paul. It's all about Jake Paul. I mean, he's building towards Faze Temperrr. He's talking about Jake Paul at the press conference. So it's quite clear that Jake is on his mind all the time. Jake is living rent-free in KSI's mind, and I don't think even KSI would mind admitting that. You know, he has got a very clear focus, and it is beat Jake Paul. And that is the path that he's on. So today we'll have to see. It'll be very interesting. We'll know more after the event as to what the future might hold for the fighters. But I think Slim is definitely in the running. I think Woodley's in the running. Anthony Taylor would love to be in the running. If he gets an impressive victory tonight, it'd be very interesting to see. He will make sure that KSI knows that he won tonight. He'll make sure that he finds him and tells him. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever. So KSI, whether he wants to or not, I'm sure will be confronted by Anthony Taylor. If Anthony Taylor wins, probably he'll be confronted even if he loses, in all fairness. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. They're just talking about, I think, who the mystery people might be. We've got an image of The Undertaker on screen. Wish me luck. I am backstage. I am going to fight a lamppost soon. 50-50. Shout out to you. Do you think Scotland will qualify for the Euros? I think Scotland are getting better, aren't they? I mean, Scotland have gone through a barren period, but they got themselves to the playoffs. They've got some decent players there, you know, with Tierney and McTominay and Che Adams. And isn't there like meant to be a good young Scottish player coming through? I kind of read something about him, but I don't know that I really caught his name. But I think there's like a young Scottish player that there's a bit of buzz around. I think they will. I think they will. Certainly, if I can't remember if the Euros are expanding. I know the World Cup is. Can't remember if the Euros are expanding, but yeah, I think there's a good chance that Scotland get to the Euros and the World Cup as well. JJ has to knock out Temper. A decision isn't good enough, said Kurjas. I don't know, you know. I don't know, because I think a win... I think Jake wants the fight as well, right? Let's be honest. Jake wants to take on KSI. The reason why is because that fight, I mean, I don't know what numbers it does. It does mental numbers. It does absolutely mental numbers. So KSI, Jake Paul makes a lot of sense because you just sell out Wembley. I mean, you could sell out any stadium in America, any stadium in the UK. You could do it twice. I mean, you could do it like they did with Logan, where you do one in the UK, one in America, and that you would sell it out twice. The money involved in that would be eye-watering. So I've got no doubt that Jake wants it. I think the only thing that kind of gets in the way is if KSI loses, all of a sudden, or it becomes very apparent that they're not in the same ability bracket, all of a sudden, you know, it might start losing a little bit of interest. I think amongst the fan base, people will still want to see it. But I think the casual interest might be a bit lost. That's the only downer. If, like, you know, KSI loses against Faze Temperrr tonight, for example, and then loses against Tyron Woodley, like, all of a sudden it becomes a lot harder to book that fight with Jake Paul. Even though I think KSI would want it and believe in himself, and Jake would want it because of the money involved, like, it becomes a lot harder. So I think even if KSI was to win tonight and win by decision, it would be a disappointment. And I'm sure afterwards he would say, I've clearly got things I still need to work on, but I promise you, I'm going to work on them. I know what I need to change. You will see a better performance from me in my next fight. I think it stalls the train, if you will. I think it definitely puts a few seeds of doubt out there, but I don't think it derails the hype train. I don't think it derails it, because at the end of the day, a win is a win, right? A win is a win. There's, you know, however you get that dub, you get that dub. If it's knockout, brilliant. If it's decision, fine. It is what it is. So, yeah, you know, I think it'd be all right. I think it'd be all right if it went that way. But I do agree. It would be in his benefit to get the knockout tonight. And he's certainly making noises about getting the knockout tonight. He believes that he will. Faze Temperrr believes he will as well, but he didn't seem to say that with much confidence when I was watching their face-to-face interview. He didn't seem to say anything with any confidence. I really worry about him. I really worry about Faze Temperrr. He's not coming in with that confidence that you want to see. He's not coming in with that belief. He's coming in with, honestly, what seems to be some serious doubt. He seems to be coming in with, like, he doesn't seem to really be believing in himself. I know he's not the most vocal of people, but I think even he knows that this is too big for him too soon. I think even in his heart of hearts, he knows that he's took this opportunity because he's got to, really. You know, how often will you get an opportunity to main event a card and have an opportunity to cause a massive upset against the likes of KSI? You know, this could really put you firmly in the shop window. This could be absolutely massive for Faze Temperrr. So, you know, he's gone and got Malik Scott. He's trying to do the right things. He's got some ability. It's not like a completely rubbish replacement to the likes of Dylan Dennis. It's not like, you know, horrible or anything. But yeah, it would be nice to see KSI get the knockout win and then move forward onto some bigger challenges. Aubrey Edwards, dancing on wrestling's grave. Shout out to you. Hope you are well. 15 minutes time. Yeah, we are 15 minutes away. We are building our way towards the start of this one. Justin, shout out to you, buds. Hope you are well. If Faze wins or goes the distance, that would be crazy, said Brown Johnson. Stick War God Boss said Faze Temperrr has got the height, the reach, and some skill. He has what it takes to beat KSI. What do you think about Ordway versus Brooke? I think that fight is going to be I must admit, I think it's the fight. I think Ryan Taylor against Swarmz might be the fight I'm least excited for. I'm just going to be straight up honest, right? straight up honest. What's the point if you're not going to be honest? I think Swarmz is someone that's shown himself to have limited ability. I know that he has continued to improve, but I think it's still going to be a low level. I think Ryan, he's had 2 fights. He's lost 1. He's drawn another. This really feels like it's 2 guys at a quite low level. So that fight, to me, there's a bit of intrigue about it. We want to see if Swarmz can bounce back, but that's probably the one I'm least hyped for. Then after that, it's probably the women's one. And the reason why I say that is because I really like women wrestling. I like women's boxing. Katie Taylor against Amanda Serrano was my favorite event of last year, favorite fight of last year. So I'm a big fan of women's sports, but I just don't know that I see it in these 2. Elle Brooke rocking up to the weigh-in with a burger and a beer really sent the wrong message to me. And, you know, when you're watching people train and you're looking for any little details, I think that's a big insight into her mentality. Like the fact that she rocks up to the weigh-in with a beer and a burger. So, I don't know. To me, like, that was a real red flag. That was something that really caught my attention for the wrong reasons. And so, I mean, like, I don't know quite how she's going to look in there. I know that she's been training. I've seen her training footage. It looks, you know, it is what it is. I kind of think that she's going to be limited. I think that she is going to give it a good go. We don't know what to expect out of Faith. Haven't seen Faith. So really don't know what to expect from her. I know that she's going to have the height advantage. She is the bigger fighter. She's making her boxing debut. Her previous fight that she wanted to get fell through. So she just hit up Elle Brooke in her DMs and was like, look, I'm available. Do you fancy fighting? And they were like, yeah, sure. So there's not even any bad blood here. There's no bad bloods. The Elle Brooke, I think, you know, didn't send out the best of messages at the weigh-in for me. Faith has been very quiet and really hasn't given much away. I think she looks physically in fantastic shape. Both of them look in great shape. It's not like this is going to be a train wreck. I don't expect it to be high level. I think I'm leaning towards Faith to get the victory, though. I'm leaning towards Faith because Faith has said that she's been training for a long time. She is someone that I think is going to go in there, just stick to the basics, work the jab. I think actually Elle Brooke might be a little bit wild at times. I can see her definitely abandoning any sort of game plan and just really getting a bit frustrated. If she's constantly getting jabbed and kept back with the jab, I think that's where you might see Elle Brooke get a little bit more wild. She could come in with some big overhands and catch Faith with something. But I think if Faith sticks to the basics, if she's got a good jab on her, she's got good footwork, she's constantly moving, she's not getting caught against the ropes, not getting backed into the corners, she's able to, like, you know, use her lateral movement to kind of move around the ring, get out of the way, not get, like, stuck down. As long as she can just keep jabbing, honestly, I think she could take it on points. Whether she can find any like big kill shot, I really don't know. The only thing is, if she's constantly jabbing away at Brooke, I don't know what Faith's power's like because I haven't seen it. So I've got to think that this one's probably going to go the distance. I think that Elle Brooke's probably going to get a bit wild in there. I think she will try and stick to the basics at first, but I think as the longer the fight goes, I think that will eventually get abandoned. So I'm leaning to Faith on it. I'm leaning to Faith on this one. But again, with the problem with the influencer stuff is that you're really just having to look at open workouts, have a look at like some training videos. You haven't really got anything that you can really take much substance from. So that's why like it's hard to get like too great of a read. But that's the read that I've got. I'm going with Faith to stick to the basics. Which I understand she's been training in boxing for a long time. It's something that she's done for fitness and whatever. And I think she gets the victory that way by hopefully using a good jab, good footwork, and sticking to the fundamentals. Summit, hello. Hope you are well, my friend. Shout out to you. But let's see. Do you say that Mudrik is close to Chelsea? Did Bembo, yeah, and they could do with it as well. But Faith by knockout, says Juan. Okay, interesting. There was bad blood in Elle Brooke's last fight. Lots of verbal abuse fighting in the press conference. Well, she was getting into it, wasn't she, with Astrid at this one. So there was plenty of, back and forth being had this time around as well, but not with her opponent. Like, Big Zoo had to keep saying, like, just so you know, she's actually fighting this girl. Like, she's not fighting this one. So it seems like there is a potential next opponent lined up for Elle Brooke if she can get down to Astrid's weight. But at the moment, they seem to be a little bit too far apart. So a little bit of work to be done there with her trying to get down to that weight. But if they can, then yeah, that would seem like a decent fight to make, to be honest. It would seem like a good fight to make because certainly there was some bad blood there, and I'd be interested in seeing it. I think if you've got limited boxing ability, then your opponent really, I suppose this is where it gets a bit difficult, because if you've got limited boxing ability, people aren't really going to be tuning in to watch your skills. So they're watching you because they're a fan of you. So you really need to bring like personality and charisma. So this is, going to be a test for these two women because Faith was really quiet. I mean, she was one of the quietest in the build to this. Elle Brooke wasn't that quiet. She was, showing a bit of personality, whatever. But I'm personally looking to see where their skills are at. Because as I said earlier, I think the women's side of this thing is completely open at the moment. I think that a woman could come in and really take this. If you're a female boxer and you do it like as a part-time hobby, you've got a bit of a following, do knitting or something, I don't know, right? Makeup tutorials, whatever it might be, but you do a bit of boxing for fitness, I'd really recommend getting stuck in to the boxing because there's a massive opening here. I really think that someone could come in and really take this women's division. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see women getting the opportunity. I think it's, it's great that we've got a women's fight on. I don't know that these two women are going to be two women that we're still talking about in, say, 24 months' time. I think, again, the division will have moved on. I don't know who's going to come in and take the division. I don't know that I've seen that woman yet. I don't know that I've seen that girl yet. So I'm excited to find out who that will be and watch that division blossom. The web says you're 22. Is that false? It is false. Yeah, I'm 21. Right. R.I.P. Joe Rogan. Absolutely. Are you streaming the whole fight? We're here throughout the whole event, yeah? Miss Clown, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Let's have a look at the poll. We are, 3 minutes? 3 minutes. We've had 2,000 votes. Massive shout out to everyone that's stopping by and joining us. We've just been watching the Countdown Show. Countdown Show has now ended. So we are waiting for the main show to be starting. That starts in 3 minutes' time. Keep your votes coming in. Drop a like if you haven't as well, because it really helps, makes a massive difference. So if you are joining us, drop a like on the stream. So far, 75% of you have gone with KSI by knockout. 15% of you have gone with KSI by decision. Faze by knockout, 7%. Faze by decision, 3%. Only 10% of people have gone with Faze Temper, whereas 90% have gone with KSI, with the vast majority going KSI by knockout. I completely agree. I think KSI wins this. I think he's levels above Faze. I think Faze is decent. I don't think he's embarrassing by any regards. I think that he got a fantastic victory last time out against Overflow and won that with, I think, one punch in like 30 seconds. So it's clear that he's got a bit of power to him. It's clear that he's got some ability there. I just think, for me personally, KSI is levels above where Faze Temperrr is. I think KSI moves quicker. I think he's got more power. I think he's more accurate. I just think he does everything better. So even though Faze Temperrr's got ability, I think the KSI ability is greater. Add in the fact that KSI has had a full training camp. He has been getting ready for a southpaw. Add in the fact that Faze is stepping in. Didn't know that he was going to be taking on KSI until, 10 days ago. So, time to prepare has been absolutely minimal. Granted, he is a fighter. He's already got an ability. He's already at a certain level. But it is. This is completely different. It is completely different. He is definitely coming in underprepared. So, you have to factor that in as well. So for me, KSI all day long, knockout. I just don't know how long it's going to go for. So that's what we're looking at with the main event. I think the co-main event is absolutely fascinating. I think Slim against Tom Zanetti is absolutely fascinating. Tom Zanetti has got decent speed, decent accuracy. If you actually look at his pad work and you look at his open workout, he is someone that could look stronger, looks bigger. He wants to get on the insides. He might be a bit more brawling than boxing. His technical ability might not be that great. He might also have his hands down a little bit low at times. But he spoke in the build to this about how he grew up fighting. He grew up on the streets, brawling away, and he's had plenty of scars and cuts and things like that. Like, he's no stranger to fighting. It's not like he's a singer that just decided to do this. Like, he's been scrapping and fighting his whole life. And I don't know, like the arrogance, the confidence that's come from him, I really like him. I really believe that he could cause an upset here. So Tom Zanetti is someone that I've really got an eye on. If he got a win over Slim, that would send shockwaves around the influencer boxing world. That would be absolutely massive. So that is definitely one that's got my attention. And then I just think we've got some fun fights. Salt Pappy against Josh is going to be great. Anthony Taylor against Virgo is coming up first. That's going to be a lot of fun. We still don't know who B. Dave is facing. Swarmz, I mean, look, I'm interested in it. I want to see how he's improved. But I don't know. The only problem with that is I don't know. I don't know. I think it could be really low level. But saying that, he's not going to be as bad as he was against KSI. Against KSI, I thought that was exceptionally low level. But KSI, I mean, just looked really good, didn't he? He looked really good against Swarmz. It was no problem. No problem against Pineda. Swarmz, though, I think has got a long way to go. So it'll be nice to see how much he's improved tonight, because undoubtedly he will have improved. So, yeah, we've got that fight. We spoke at length about Faith Ordway against Elle Brooke as well. So we should be getting underway with this one quite soon. We are just seeing the presenters getting introduced. When is the fight starting? So first fight should be coming up fairly soon. I don't think they'll make us wait too long, because we've got, I think it's like 7 fights to get through. So, yeah, I don't think we're going to be waiting too long. So probably about 10-15 minutes we'll go to the first one. How long until Tegan fight starts? Tegan fights. Tegan knocks. Wrong show. I think Swarmz might do some improvements. Yeah, undoubtedly. He's going to have improved. He can't be any worse. Like, honestly, he just looked like a fish out of water. He really didn't seem to stick to the basics. His footwork was all over the place. Defense was not that great. Hands were going low. Just, like, KSI just ran through him like a buzzsaw. It really was no challenge. It was like an adult against a child. To be honest, there was just chalk and cheese. Whereas tonight, I think we will see him give a much better account of himself. It's no shade on Swarmz, because Swarmz only had 20 days preparation when he faced KSI. So it's no shade. I don't want to get it mixed up. This is no shade. But, yeah, tonight you will see an improvement. I've no doubt about that. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. How long until the main event? Main event is probably going to be a good few hours away. Last time, you might remember that KSI fought, we actually started the show. The Swarmz fight was the first fight. that was quite exciting, actually. That's not something that we tend to see. And it was quite good because it really started the show like on the right foot. It really started the show the right way because we actually started with the guy, the main event. But it wasn't the main event. We had another one, obviously, 2 fights, 1 night. So I liked that. Obviously, we're not going to see that again. It was a bit of a gimmick, but it started the night off the right way. I sort of feel like they're trying to do that again here by going big with the big kind of professionals. You know, we've got Anthony Taylor taking on Idris Virgo. Idris Virgo, 12-0 as a boxer. So we are going to be seeing like, it's not like we're starting off with the girls or something like that. We're starting off with the guys that are legit. Anthony Taylor, the most vocal man on the planet, right? Constantly shouting out, calling out people, constantly like going off. And he is a lot of fun to watch in the build. And fighting-wise, he's got ability. As we said, you know, he's been in there and caused Tommy Fury a few problems. He's someone that has got a 2-3 record in boxing. In MMA, is 7-5. He's someone whose fundamentals are good. He talks a lot about his peekaboo style. He has trained with Jake in the past. He is someone that's been doing boxing since 2017. So he's no stranger to boxing. This is a hell of a test for him, though, to take on a professional boxer known as the Body Breaker, who's 12-0. Like, it's a hell of a test. So, yeah, that's going to be the one that starts off the night. I don't know if we go to the girls after that. I don't know at what point we get B. Dave, to be honest. So, the B. Dave fight should be quite interesting. He got taken down by Lickleman, didn't he? Lickleman came out at the weigh-in, and B. Dave was like, that's not my opponent, is it? 'Cause if it is, I'm pulling out right now. But Lickleman came out and he took him down. Did you see the takedown? Proper double leg takedown. Grabbed him, took him down. It was amazing. So Lickleman's got a bright future in the UFC, I think. He could go up against Hasbulla. We could have Lickleman against Hasbulla, which would be amazing. But that's a different sport for a different time. But yeah, I've no idea who to expect for B. Dave. I've got no idea at all. But it's going to be good. It's going to be fun. Looking forward to it. And as we said, that one, I don't know if that's the second fight or the third fight. I think we'll go to the women quite early. But we know that Anthony Taylor, Idris Virgo, will be coming up first. Raja, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Summit said, it's great to be back after a long time away from the streams. Welcome back. Who is B. Dave's opponent? We don't know, but someone arrived earlier under a towel. They seem to be white. I could see his hand, and he seemed to be a white man. But, and he seemed to, they said he weighed in at 167. So B. Dave weighed in at 168. And this mystery person weighed in at 167. So we know that he's going to be roughly around, obviously the same size as B. Dave. I believe they're white. Guessing they're probably connected with Misfits. They're probably, because my guess is if you've got a mystery opponent, you're probably not going to bring out someone that people don't know. Because if you bring them out and everyone's like, who's that? Like, it's not really worth doing it as a mystery opponent. Like, I feel like you need to bring out someone pretty good, someone that people know. So I feel like it might be someone that's featured on a previous Misfits card. Maybe not the last one, because the last one wasn't that long ago. But maybe if we look at like Misfits 1, Misfits 2, we might be able to find a name on there. Someone that we've seen before, someone that's been on this platform before, someone that we've seen fight before, someone that won't be a complete, like, who is this person? I mean, granted, you know, there's plenty of names out there, plenty of people that have got large followings out there that could absolutely come in and have their first fight. But I don't know, I've got a sneaky suspicion we might have seen them before, but we'll see. KSI just being interviewed backstage at the moment by Big Zoo. They're talking about Dylan Dennis. Obviously, Dylan Dennis was meant to be fighting KSI tonight. Pulled out, underprepared, which is no great surprise because at the end of last year, he admitted he didn't even have a coach. So that's why he was underprepared. Leland Lannis is how he's being referred to these days. I don't know where he goes from here. I really don't. It seems like the whole fighting community is just laughing at him at the moment. So they're just taking a moment. In all fairness, they probably shouldn't even mention him. It probably should be now that that's it. The Dylan Dennis stuff should just be done. He ain't going to go away. He is a personality. He is someone that I think is going to stay around. But this was a big L. This was a major L that he took here. So, yeah, I don't know why they're spending a bit of time talking about him, to be honest. But even so, we have got KSI just saying a few words backstage. How long until the Josh fight? Well, Josh is the taking on Salt Pappy is, I think, the Coco main event. So we've got 7 fights. That means that fight's going to be just past the halfway point. I reckon this thing could go for around 3 hours, maybe a little bit less. So you're probably looking about an hour and a half. It's hard to know, isn't it? Because we don't know how long the fight's going to go for. I think the early fights are 4 rounds. So I think all the fights are 4 rounds, apart from the main event, which is 6 rounds. So, none of these fights can really go that long. It's not like they're going to be 12-round slogs. Like, the most they can go is 4 rounds, of course. So I think we'll get through them quite snappy. I think, we'll get to it relatively quick. What time is JJ fighting? So JJ, obviously, this time around, only fighting once and fighting in the main event. And so that means we're probably looking at around about 2.5 hours or so. As I said, again, hard to say because it really depends how long these fights are going to go for. That JJ interview, the KSI interview has just finished, and they are just showing some stuff that's going to be coming up on DAZN this year instead now. As I said, I think they're taking their time. I think they know that people are, buying the event still. They want to make sure that those people that are doing it last minute, buying the event, deciding that, yeah, we'll get it, that they haven't missed anything. So they normally make us wait 15 minutes or so. But we should be going to this first fight fairly soon. I don't think they'll make us wait too much longer. But we are seeing inside Wembley Arena, plenty of people around. And we are seeing them on the stage. Looks like we could be getting an announcement soon for the first fighters. Is it on a loading screen? No, I've got them walking around on the entrance stage. And we do have a ring announcer. So, as we said, we should be going to this. Right, Taylor versus Virgo coming up now. So, this is going to be the first fight. So Taylor is 33, Virgo 29. Virgo is 4 inches taller, and this is going to be over 4 rounds, of course. Anthony Taylor has got a 2 and 3 records. He is someone that has been fighting since 2017. He has got a loss against Tommy Fury, former MMA fighter. As we said, trained with the likes of Jake Paul. He did get the opportunity to train and spar with Floyd. He actually turned that down last year. He wants to fight Floyd. He's hoping to actually get a fight with Floyd at some point this year. But then saying that he's hoping to fight anyone major this year. Just constantly calling out people. Very vocal against KSI. Wanted to take on KSI as well. He needs a good performance here. Anthony Taylor, if he really is serious about taking on the likes of KSI, and I think he is, he needs a big performance here tonight. So, first fight going to be starting very, very soon. We got the ring announcer in the ring, and he's going to be bringing down Anthony Taylor, Pretty Boy Taylor, and the body breaker, Idris Virgo. Idris Virgo has been on Love Island. He's very athletic. He made his pro debut in 2018. He's had 12 fights, 13 actually, because he drew 1, but he's won 12, 3-0 in 2021. He's going to have that height advantage. Some of the people he's beaten have not been that great. If you actually look at his records, some of those people that he's beaten have been like 112, lost 130. So some of them aren't that great, but he's got experience. He's done ring walks many times. He's tasted victory many times. He's been in there against people, against bodies. and he's been able to show what he can do. 13 fights, 12 wins, 1 draw. He's got the height advantage. This is going to be a good fight, a good opening contest coming up here. So feel free to let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to get the victory in this one? Are you with Taylor or are you with Virgo? Which way are you going with this one, Taylor or Virgo? Virgo has made his way down. He's wearing white shorts. He's got gold trim at the top of him. He's looking very focused. And he's gone right over to the corner there, just getting a bit of Vaseline on him, and they're getting ready to get us getting prepared, and we'll be getting started on this one very soon. We're just waiting for Pretty Boy to make his way out. Pretty Boy about to make his way down. Taylor by knockout or Virgo by decision, said Xander Zilla. Virgo, said Joshua. Pretty Boy, said Typo. KSI looks like an adorable fairy, said Summits. Well, I tell you what, Anthony Taylor looks awesome. He's got that Creed vibe. He looks so good with, obviously, the stars and the stripes. I think he's got some of the best ring gear. We've got the KSI ring gear, actually. This is what KSI is wearing tonight. I'm not sold on it, personally. I'm not sold on it. I know that some people are obviously going to be really into it. I don't mind, like, the pink. I just think if you're going to go with pink, you should really go electric pink. Bret the Hitman Hart type pink. The kind of pink that's on his bag in the background. I sort of feel like the pink he's wearing is a bit too pale. I'd like it to be a lot more sharper, a lot more vibrant. But, I mean, it looks all right. It looks all right. So that's what KSI is going to be wearing tonight. But I think Anthony Taylor's ring gear is a lot nicer. He's got the red, white, and blue making his way down. He's dancing his way down to the ring. Anthony Taylor is ready for this. He's always ready for this. This is in the light heavyweight division. Steps inside, little shimmy, goes over to the ropes, puts his arm in the air. And this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a banger. You don't want to blink on this one. This is going to be 2 guys with ability, with skill, throwing at each other. And there's been a lot of verbals between these two as well, you know. I wouldn't say there's necessarily bad blood, but there's a bit of spice. There's a bit of spice to this one. Right, we've got the ring announcers. The ring walks are not that far, so it's not like it takes that long for them to come down. So both fighters are inside. They're both getting their intros. No Fear said, I don't know anything about Virgo, but Taylor is annoying, so I'm rooting for Virgo, says No Fear. Coach, shout out to you. Banger after banger after banger. Yeah, this should be good. We've just got Virgo getting his intro right now. So Virgo weighing in at 174. Taylor weighing in at 174.2. Obviously, there's never going to be much in it. Fighting out of Birmingham, Idris Virgo. Paris, shout out to you. Hope you are well. If KSI doesn't win tonight, said Nico, I'm sure he will. I'm feeling pretty good about KSI getting the victory tonight. It seems like you lot are as well. Just as we were starting our stream, we had, I think it was about 6,000 votes. We've had a few more coming in since then. We're at 91% now. 91% of you think that KSI is going to win tonight. 77% of you say knockout. 14% of you say by decision. I've got knockout as well. I think it's going to be relatively early. I just don't know how early because I don't know how quick KSI is going to want to get this job finished. I think he's going to want to spend some time in there. I think he's going to want to show the skills. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I still think it could be late in round 1, maybe round 2. I think it'll be early. I feel really good for KSI getting the win. But that is our main event right now. We are about to go over to the first fight. It is Anthony Taylor taking on Idris Virgo. We've got both guys going back to their corners. And we're about to get underway with this one. As we said, Virgo, white and golds. Anthony Taylor, red, white, and blue. Both fighters, Taylor is... referee, I think, is waiting for Taylor to stand. Here we go, first round, and we are underway. Both fighters coming forward. There's a lovely pace to it already, and already we're seeing Virgo throwing out a jab. Couple of jabs coming there by Virgo. Big overhand coming in by Anthony Taylor. Big overhands coming in. We got Virgo taking some steps back. Love the footwork of Virgo. He is being pressured, though. He's up against the ropes at the moment as Anthony Taylor clinches up. 20-odd seconds in, and Taylor is really bringing the fight. Taylor applying himself really well, driving Virgo back. Virgo going against the ropes. Couple of jabs coming in there by Virgo. Jabs coming back. Beautiful uppercut. Great uppercut there by Virgo. That seemed to really sting Anthony Taylor. They clinch up at the moment. Referee trying to separate them apart, and he does. Now we've got a jab coming in there by Taylor. Lovely hook shot there by Virgo. Taylor leaving himself wide open for the hook, and the hook lands. Nice head movement there by Virgo. Virgo up against the ropes. Couple of shots to the body there by Anthony Taylor. Referee coming in, separating them apart. And so far, so good, you know, I would say, by Virgo. Anthony Taylor not looking bad himself, but they're clinching again at the moment. Referee coming in, looking to separate them apart. They're in the center, in a clinch at the moment. Little digs to the body. We've had almost half of the round gone. Referee coming in, separating them once again. Jab coming in there by Taylor. Little shot to the side of the body. Quite hard to separate these two at the moment. It's a little bit scrappy. Kind of felt like Virgo got the better at the first part of this. Taylor was the one putting the pressure on, but wasn't really landing anything. Love these uppercuts. Love these uppercuts by Virgo. Taylor coming in. Virgo, bang! Uppercut. They are landing, and they are causing problems. The uppercuts there by Virgo really causing some discomfort for Anthony Taylor. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Referee saying to Virgo, don't use your forearm. Beautiful. 1-2. Lovely shots. Lovely work by Virgo. Taylor definitely was rocked at that point. Lovely hook shot again. Is a Virgo round. That's a Virgo round. Right, let's change this over. So if you are just joining us, some lovely shots that were coming in there by Virgo. There was some uppercuts that just looked really good. There was a couple of 1-2s. He was working the jab well. Anthony Taylor was putting pressure on. It was really good, though. And we're about to get underway with round number 2. I've got, as I said, Virgo winning. Right, Taylor trying to throw in some wild shots to close that distance. He's managed to do it. He's managed to get Virgo up against the ropes. So Taylor trying to bring that aggression. Jabs coming in by Virgo. That's a lovely right hand. Taylor again trying to come in. Again, very aggressive, very wild, actually. But Virgo just keeping things a bit more simple. Trying to jab straight down the center. We've got Anthony Taylor in the center. He's getting driven back against the ropes here, Virgo, as Taylor continues to apply that pressure. Referee's going to come in and separate these two. Right, now back into the center. Referee separating them. Oh, that's nice, though, by Taylor. 1-2 straight down the middle. And again, trying to hook to the body. What I really like about Virgo is he's working the levels. That's a big overhand. Virgo going upstairs, then hooking down to the body. Now we got jab going straight down the middle there by Virgo. Lovely shot to the body by Virgo again. Anthony keeping his hands up, trying to jab away. 1-2 coming back. Lovely hook shot there by Taylor, though. These two really exchanging some shots. Nice guard there by Taylor. Keeping the guard up. Nice head movement there by Virgo. Overhand right coming in by Taylor. Jab to the body there by Virgo. Trying to jab upstairs, but good head movement there by Taylor. Taylor coming back with a left-hand jab. You got Virgo on the outside. Virgo coming in. Taylor ducks underneath. Drives Virgo up against the ropes. Few little digs to the body. This round definitely feeling quite close. Doesn't feel
quite as wide as what that first one did. Certainly what we saw in that first round, though, was a real flurry, a few moments from Virgo. We might still get those as we go into the final minutes in this round. We got Taylor driving Virgo back against the ropes. Referee having a little look. And again, we've got Taylor going back. Nice little pivot there by Virgo. Gets himself into a great position. Now he's got Taylor back against the ropes. Throws to the body. Couple of jabs going upstairs. Taylor's been caught. He's been caught. He seems to be in a little bit of trouble. Little bit hazy. Having to try and cover up. Virgo unloading, but they clinch up. This is Taylor's defense. You do see him clinching quite a bit. Oh my God, that's a lovely straight left and then to the body. Virgo causing all kinds of trouble. Anthony Taylor is rocked. This is going to be another Virgo round. Hook shot coming in there by Virgo. I've got that second round to Virgo, and honestly, Anthony Taylor is looking a little bit gassed. He's looking a little bit rocked, and it seems like this isn't quite going to plan. Seems like this isn't quite going the way that he was hoping. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat which way you are seeing this. If you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We've got a banger first fight, you know. It's a really fun first fight. There's not much between them, but there are those moments that we just see Virgo pulling ahead in the rounds. The rounds tend to be quite close. We see a lot more aggression coming from Taylor, but Virgo is able to use the basics, jab away, keep the distance, and then find a few moments to take the rounds. And he is taking the rounds because we are seeing Taylor getting rocked a little bit. Just moments where he's uncomfortable. Nothing too drastic. It's not full-on drama, but it's enough to give Virgo the rounds. Both fighters in the middle, and Virgo, it just looks very comfortable. Doesn't seem to be putting on too much of a sweat. Hasn't been uncomfortable or hasn't been rocked. Oh, and just as I say that, Taylor seems to catch him. That was good. That was a good moment for Taylor. Lunge forward, managed to land a straight. And that seemed to cause Virgo a little bit of trouble. Now we've got them clinching in the center. And again, you're going to see a lot of that as Taylor drives Virgo back against the ropes. We are in the third round. If you are just joining us, first two rounds to Virgo for me. But Taylor putting on a better performance here. Clinching up. He's clinching. As soon as they create space, he tries to land with something, drive Virgo back. Now they're working in the pocket. It's very scrappy at the moment as the referee is coming in, looking to separate them apart. And he does. Now we've got Taylor coming forward, straight into the clinch, few digs to the body. He's not allowing Virgo to actually manage that distance, manage that range. We've got Taylor just constantly wanting to work in close, close that gap, not give Virgo the room to operate. And it's a lot scrappier, but it's better for Taylor as a result. Definitely on this evidence, though, it feels like KSI wouldn't have too many problems against Taylor. We've got Taylor going down to one knee. Referee says that that was a push down. It wasn't like a knockdown. And now we've got Virgo putting in big hook shots. Taylor looking a little bit rocked. Lovely uppercut. Taylor goes down onto his knees. And referee is counting. Referee is counting. There is a count. But so that's going to make this a 10-8 round. It's going to be another round to Virgo. So Taylor is down momentarily. He's eating some big shots. Virgo pouring it on at the moment. Great work by Virgo. Referee telling Taylor to get back up. There's no count there. So both fighters stepping forward. 30-odd seconds left. It's a really exciting round. Lovely little uppercut coming in by Virgo. Straight left down the middle there by Virgo as well. Overhand left coming back by Taylor. Jab there by Virgo. Clinching up. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Virgo on the outside. He's got that room to work now. Stepping forward. Lovely hook shot. Taylor is really trying to apply himself, though. He's not completely out of this, but he does lose that round. And it's going to be 3 rounds to Virgo. And we did see more of the same, to be honest. It's been a very close fight. But then there are those moments in each round that just gives it to Virgo. Here, we saw the knockdown. He wasn't really close to being out. He kind of went down to his knees. He managed to get back up. He was relatively comfortable. It's not like Taylor is getting smashed around. In fact, at times in that last round, I actually thought Taylor was the better fighter, was getting the better moments. But Virgo just didn't panic, just kept things simple. And look at that. Lovely, lovely work. Lovely work by Virgo. He's absolutely winning the fight. He's taken every single round. But as we said, I think that does Taylor a little bit of a disservice. I think Taylor is still definitely giving a decent account of himself. But there's levels to this game, and it seems like Virgo is just at a higher level. Right, we are underway with round number 4. And we've got some lovely work here by Virgo. Virgo's come out with some real confidence. He knows this is the final round. He's really unloaded. Hook shot coming in there by Taylor. That was a lovely counter left, and Taylor goes down onto one knee. Taylor seems to be quite gassed here. Virgo seems to have plenty left in the tank. Couple of jabs coming in there by Taylor. Uppercut there by Virgo. Clinching over against the ropes. And we've got both of them exchanging a few blows. We've got Taylor in the center. Virgo on the outside. Taylor trying to lunge forwards. Trying to find a way of landing some. He's trying now to find the knockout. It's quite clear that Taylor is just throwing these big overhands. Lovely uppercut. Down goes Taylor. Taylor goes down and the referee counts again. Taylor takes his mouthpiece out, chucks the mouthpiece down. Taylor is not happy here. He's frustrated. And he puts the mouthpiece back in. We are seeing a very frustrated Anthony Taylor. Jab coming in there by Taylor. The fight continues. Lovely uppercut again there by Virgo. Virgo looking every inch the 12-0 professional that he is. And lovely hook shots coming in there. Taylor is just getting absolutely rocked now. He doesn't seem to have that much left in the tank. He started this round by trying to find those big overhands. Even that seems to have gone now. Now he's just in full-on survival mode. He is literally just trying to make it to the end of this fight. He seems to be quite gassed. He's trying to jab away. He's backing up a little bit now. Again, he tries to come in with a big right hand. And, it just like he seems to be out on his feet here. He's covering up. He's getting backed up against the ropes. Virgo, big smile on his face. Virgo's even got his hands down. Taylor swings and misses. Virgo, full of confidence, drives Taylor back against the ropes. Virgo jabs away. Taylor gets rocked. Uppercut just misses by Virgo. Hook shot comes in by Virgo. Lovely head work there by Virgo. Jab straight down the middle. Taylor backing up against the ropes again. This is a real dominant showing by Virgo now. Overhand connects, though, by Taylor. Virgo might want to just be a little careful. Wants to make sure. Lovely uppercut. And that is the end of the fight. I've got all 4 rounds. All 4 rounds going to Virgo. All 4 rounds going to Virgo. That is not the official result yet. It has gone the distance. Had this have been a 6-round fight, I think we would have seen Taylor going down. I think we would have seen the knockout. I think Virgo will be pleased with that. But I think he would have wanted the knockout, of course. But that was a decent performance. And I think we're going to be seeing a victory for Virgo there. 4-0. Virgo smashed it, said JB. Decision time, said Legend Killer. Do you agree with Kevin telling Sammy last night to leave the bloodline? That's been the whole story all along, hasn't it? Anthony has got hearts, said Just Blue. Is this the first fight? It is, yes. How many times was he down? I think he was down twice officially. He was down more, but the referee didn't count some of them. Some of them was just like where they were leaning on each other. There was, it was a little scrappy at times. It was, I tell you though, it's a good performance by Virgo. Virgo, I think, will be disappointed with a few moments in the fight. There was a period in the fight where we were seeing Taylor the referee would separate them, and then Taylor would just lunge forward, go straight into the clinch. As soon as they were in the clinch, that was allowing Taylor to work the body and actually do some work really close. And that was some of Taylor's best moments, to be honest. And it was a bit frustrating for Virgo. He just couldn't get anything going. Once he started to actually land a few shots, a few jabs, keep Taylor away, that's when he was starting to then build. And then that's when he eventually managed to put a few shots together, get the knockdown. And it was good. It was good performance. Good performance by Virgo. I expect this to be 4-0. Here we go. We're going to get the official decision. Going over to the scorecards. So after 4 rounds of boxing, all the judges, 40-32. Unanimous decision. Idris Virgo wins. Idris Virgo wins. All the judges had it 40-32. Wow. Wow. He wins by 8 points. I mean, that's domination, man. That is domination. Didn't give up a round. Was 10-8 in. Yeah. Idris Virgo, I had him down to win, but that is even more dominant than I was expecting. So Idris Virgo has, I doubt he's shut up the pretty boy, but he's just given a fantastic performance there. Who knows? Idris Virgo, that could be a hell of an opponent for KSI. Idris Virgo, serious? Could be a future contender. Anthony Taylor wanted that fight. Idris Virgo has just come in and really shown some skill. That could be a name that's on a lot of people's lips after this one, A lot of people might fancy seeing KSI take on Idris Virgo. I don't know that he's got a big enough following, if I'm going to be completely truthful. I think he might need a few more fights. We might need to expose him a little bit more to the influencer boxing community. But man, if he puts on a few more showings like that, I've got no doubt that a big fight is going to await him, because that was a very, very impressive performance. Very impressive performance there for Idris Virgo. They're actually having a word with Idris Virgo right now. So they're just having a little interview with him. It'll be interesting to see what he wants next. They said, what did you make of it? Yeah, so Anthony Taylor is saying that there shouldn't have been any knockdowns scored. Anthony Taylor is, I think, very disappointed, as you might imagine, with the referee's performance. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing all about that. But yeah, that's a really very impressive showing from Idris Virgo. Very impressive. Virgo against King Kenny. That would be a good fight. That would be a good fight. I've got to tell you, though, I think Virgo is going to take that. This is one of the best performances outside of what KSI did to the likes of Pineda and Swarmz. This is one of the best performances that we've seen so far. Because not only is it a good showing, but it's a good showing against Anthony Taylor, who I think brings a level of credibility with him. I know he's annoying, but he brings a level of credibility with him. And I mean, look, he's dominated him. He's took every single round. And he's managed to get some knockdowns in there as well. Granted, he couldn't find the knockout, but that's a great performance. It's a great way to start this card as well. Jake versus Virgo. Virgo is a pro. Yeah, he's a pro. He's got a 12-0 records. And he looked like it as well. He looked like it. Oh, wow. Virgo calls out Slim. Wow. Virgo wants Slim. Of course, Slim might not get past Tom Zanetti. So if Zanetti wins tonight, then he wants the belt. Virgo wants the belt. Virgo wants the belt. I tell you what, though, that is going to be a problem because Virgo looked really good and he is a professional boxer. If Virgo gets that belt, who's going to get it from him? Who's going to take it from him? I think Virgo beats Slim. I legit think Virgo beats Slim. I think Slim's time with that belt is short-lived. I really do. This is a good card, said 2 Black. Slim will pattern him, said Case Jackson. Virgo needs to go back to pro boxing, said Just Blue. What time is KSK gonna fight? KSI is fighting in the main event later on. KSI is fighting in the main event, and that is going to be in a few hours' time. Ryan said Salt Pappy against Virgo. That could be fun. Virgo said he won't fight KSI because they train together, said Wrestling is Art. That shouldn't be a factor, to be honest. Shouldn't be a factor. I mean, like, I can understand, like, family not fighting against each other, but I think I could understand him not wanting to jeopardize his place in the company, if you will. I mean, like, I'm sure they're great friends, and I'm sure that they train together, but sport is sport, do you know what I mean? You should be able to overcome that, and it should be like, you know, best man wins. We've seen plenty of examples of that being the case. Like, what's the point in being in this if you don't want to take on the biggest names and take on the biggest fights and, you know, go after the belts and go after the main events? And it's going to come a point where, you know, he might be undeniable. They might have to collide. The fans might demand it. You know, KSI will always try and give the fans the best fights possible. And honestly, I was very impressed with Virgo there. I was very, very impressed with Virgo. Anthony Taylor can't run his mouth no more. Oh, watch him. Watch him. I reckon he can, you know. He was running his mouth against Gibb, KSI, and Virgo. Slim's weak point is leaning forward when he throws a punch. That uppercut would kill Slim, said Felix. That's a really good shout, you know. That's a really good shout. I think that is definitely, an opening. You're right. He does overcommit. That uppercut would be there all night long. And it was there for him all throughout this last fight as well. It was there for him all throughout that fight just against Taylor. Has Salt Papi already fought? No, not yet. Salt Papi will be coming up later on. He is the Coco main event, so we've got a few more fights to get through. We've got 7 fights on the card, but we've had 1. So 6 fights still to go. I don't know what we've got coming up next. I don't know if it's the B-Dave fight or if it's going to be the ladies. I'd kind of like to get the ladies out the way. I don't want to sound disrespectful because I'm really into women's sports. I like women's wrestling. I was watching the Euros, obviously, when England won. So yeah, I'm into women's sports, but I don't know. Elle Brooke against Faith Ordway. We don't know much about Faith. Elle Brooke, as we said, she was drinking beer, eating burgers at the weigh-in. Like, I think it's fair to question how serious she is taking this. I think she's putting in the work. I think she is training, but is she 100% into this? Because honestly, we're gonna get to the point quite soon, I think, where you've got to be 100%, because I think the standard is going to get that high. I think it's going to be that intense. I think there's going to be so many eyes on this product. There already is, but I think it's just growing and growing and growing. And I think we're going to see more people come into the space. We're going to see more challengers. We're going to see a vibrant women's division. Like, these girls have got to take it serious all the time. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Elle Brooke looks like. We'll have to see what Faith Ordway looks like. Because, as I said earlier, I think that a woman can absolutely take that women's division and dominate it. Will it be one of these two women? We're about to find out. Super lightweight fight coming up. Elle Brooke against Faith Ordway. That is the next fight. That is the next fight. Let me know in the chat, which way do you think this is going to go? I am leaning to Faith Ordway. Haven't seen much about her, but my understanding is that she's been boxing for a while. My understanding is that she's got a good grasp of the fundamentals. My understanding is that she's coming in with quite a bit of confidence. She's quite a quiet girl. Doesn't really give much away. So it's hard to know, really, as to what you're getting. But, yeah, I'm leaning towards this being Faith Ordway picking up the victory. Right, we are just waiting for the next fight. We did just see both girls backstage, and I think we're about to get the ring walks right now. Elle Brooke, 25 years old. Faith is 21. Elle Brooke is 5'2". Faith is 5 inches taller. She's coming in at 1.5 pounds heavier. This one apparently is 3 rounds. I was under the impression it was 4 rounds. It doesn't really make a difference, but either way, this is our only women's fight on the cards. And as we said, you know, Faith is someone that I believe is a fitness influencer. She's got 4.6 million TikTok followers, which very impressive. Elle Brooke's got 2.2 million TikTok followers. Of course, Elle Brooke is an adult star. She's got an OnlyFans, all that kind of stuff. Faith is making her way down. As I said, I think she's got boxing background, boxing ability. I don't know that she's had, like, I don't think she's had any professional fights. I think she has had some fights, like, amateur-wise. But, yeah, this is obviously nothing on this stage. So I'm interested to see what she can do. Astrid Wet has been very vocal. She wants Elle Brooke, but obviously Elle Brooke needs to get the win here and drop down in weight a bit if that fight is going to happen. I was looking on Tapology. 67% of people have gone with Faith to get the victory on this one. 23% are with Elle Brooke to get the victory in this one. So, I don't know. I think this is going to be a little bit scrappy. I think Elle Brooke's going to make it scrappy. I think Faith is going to have to really stick to her fundamentals. I think there's going to be a few moments here where it's going to get a little bit wild, a bit brawling. But as we said, I think if Faith can stick to her fundamentals, use the jab and good footwork, use her lateral movement, make sure she's not getting caught in the corners or against the ropes, make sure she's not basically a punching bag, then she, I think, should get success here. So I'm going to go with Faith by decision. Is this the first time we've seen women YouTuber TikToks start fights? Well, this is the only women's fight that's on this card. It's, I think, the second women's fight in Misfit boxing history. We did see Keely in action against Astrid before. So this is the second female fight in Misfits, but the only women's fight on this card. I want to see Faith Kelly against Maya, says Ruthless Gods. Faith by stoppage in the 3rd round. Who has fought so far? The only fight we've had so far is Anthony Taylor against Idris Virgo. Idris Virgo looking very impressive in that one. So that's our only fight that we've had. This one is, it's the women, so it might be 2-minute rounds, mightn't it, thinking about it? I don't know if this is 3-minute rounds or if it's going to be 2-minute rounds. The women tend to have 2-minute rounds. So we've got Faith Ordway in black. She's got, obviously fighting out of the USA, so she's got a little USA Stars and Stripes flag on her shorts. She looks good fighting out of LA. She looks good. She looks professional. She looks very focused as well. She's just glaring over at Elle Brooke. Elle Brooke has just constantly been more relaxed. She's always had like a big smile on her face. She's fighting out of Portsmouth. She's got... So, Brooke getting her intro. She's got a big smile on her face. She's wearing white. She's got the Union flag down the side of her shorts. I think she's even got like the Union flag on a gum shield as well as both fighters step into the middle. I tell you what, Faith is definitely very focused. Elle just doesn't care, man. She's just like smiling at her. Faith, you can see that Faith is really trying to get herself into a zone. She's really trying to get herself into that kind of killer mentality, that killer mindset. Here we go then. We're about to get underway with this one. And the bell has sounded, and it is 2-minute rounds. Right. Here we've got Elle coming out. She's catching Faith already. We thought it would be wild, and it is proving to be wild. They're just standing in the pocket and throwing at each other. Elle's coming forwards. Faith having to really try and weather an early storm here. Faith is, she needs to use that jab a little bit more. Faith is looking a little bit reckless. Want to see her settle down. I don't know if this is... She gets knocked down there. Faith goes down. So Elle managing to get through. Faith goes down early doors. I tell you what, she needs to stay disciplined here. She needs to stay disciplined. She's being way too wild. She needs to work the jab. She needs to just work the jab. They're into a clinch. The shot's coming into the back of the head there by Faith. Faith backing away. Elle coming forward. Elle seems to be actually acting a bit more experienced than Faith. Faith just seems to be a little bit too wild. She's just getting clipped way too much. She's getting smashed around here by Elle. Faith getting out of there. I think there's blood coming down Faith's nose. That's a lovely right hand there by Elle. I think Elle's got blood coming down her nose as well, though. These two have got no defense whatsoever. There is no defense. They are just flailing away at each other. We've got Faith backing up against the ropes. That's a lovely 1-2 straight down the middle by Elle. Referee has come in and he's called it, and Elle has won in the first round. Elle Brooke has won. Faith doesn't look happy with that stoppage. Wow. I tell you what, we thought it was going to be wild. It was wild. It was wild. Faith did not box the way that I was expecting her to box. I was expecting Faith to use the jab, use her footwork, use those fundamentals. She absolutely did not. She absolutely did not. She came out and she just started flailing away the same way that Elle Brooke was flailing away. The fight itself is really exciting. There's no defense whatsoever. There's no guards. It's just literally throwing bombs at each other. Elle Brooke shouting down the camera, I've got to tell you, anyone with any degree of boxing ability is not looking at Elle Brooke as a problem. She has just gone in there and flailed away. And we've seen Faith doing the same as well. Elle has come out the better in that exchange. But anyone that can use a jab, keep Elle at distance, put the fundamentals in place, they'll get the victory over the likes of Elle Brooke. But Elle Brooke has just won a banger. You can't take that away from her. This was a lot of fun. The first fight was like a proper boxing fight. The first fight was like professionals going out there and we saw jabs, we saw variety of shots. This was two girls going in and just flailing at each other. This was two girls, just no defense. No defense. Doesn't exist. Just flailing at each other. Like openings absolutely everywhere. But Brooke gets the win, man. And I didn't expect it. It's not what I called. I said Faith because I thought that she was going to stick to the fundamentals. She spoke about how she's been training in boxing for a long time. I thought she'd come in. I thought Elle would be wild. I thought she would keep her at distance. She would use that jab. She would use her footwork. None of that. There was none of that. It was just flailing away. There we go. Second fight done. Yeah, I don't know, man. The stoppage is... I got to tell you that Faith's not happy with that stoppage. Faith's not happy with that stoppage. Faith said, I could have kept going. We'll meet each other again, says Brooke. We'll meet each other again. So, it's over. Yeah, it's over. Who won the first fight? The first fight was won by Virgo. What have I missed so far? You've missed 2 fights. Virgo beat Anthony, and it was good performance. Anthony Taylor getting rocked, going down a couple of times. Second fight, just wild, man. These 2 girls just throwing at each other. And it was Elle Brooke that came out on top. First round, referee stepping in, calling it. Didn't think that Faith could continue. Faith felt that she could. I think we were quite close to the end of that round as well. I don't know. I think Faith's a bit unlucky. I think she's a bit unlucky, but the referee is in there. I mean, in all fairness, there was no defense. There was no defense. So, I mean, if the referee is saying to her, you've got to defend, there was no defense. So, I don't know that she can be too down on it, but hey, it is what it is. 2 Taylors are going to lose. Tom Zanetti is going to shock everyone. I'm excited for that. If you want it, I will give it to you, Astrid. You guys are so lucky to see the 2 best influencer boxers fight in that ring tonight. Mia's number 1 and Faith at number 2. She's the baby bomber. But there we go, guys. Apparently, those are the 2 best influencer boxers out there. I think that'll be news to literally everybody. That'll be news to everyone else that's involved in influencer boxing. Because that was pretty reckless. But she gets the win. I tell you, this women's division, it's there for the taking. It is absolutely there for the taking. It's news to me, said 50-50. Oh, mate, it's news to everyone. That's news to everyone. Faith was such a great opponent tonight, says Elle Brooke. Faith will have a headache tomorrow, not a concussion. It was a good ref stoppage. That was backyard boxing, said 50-50. Who do you think will win out of Slim and Zanetti, said AK. I really don't know. I mean, we haven't seen much from Tom Zanetti. I mean, what I do know about him is that he's got some decent speeds. He seems to have some decent skill. I'm not expecting him to come in and look reckless. But again, you know, you can't really tell anything from those open workouts. I mean, doing pad work, the pads aren't hitting you back. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you saw Faith backstage earlier in this show, she's looking good. The hands are going. There's lovely fluid motion. She's doing the fundamentals, working the jab, mixing in some nice combos. She steps into the ring. It all went out the window. It all went out the window. It's completely different when the pads start hitting your back. Do you know what I mean? And like, it was wild. It was reckless. It was like those, you know, the robots game, the bashing robots where the robots literally just like throw at each other. That's what we just got. It was fun. It was exciting. But it shows that it's so hard to look at like an open workout or look at like some pad work and see how that actually translates to an actual boxing contest. So look, Tom's looked really good. How good is he going to look in front of Slim? We know that Slim can do it. He's been in there. He's done it. We know what his strengths are. We know what his weaknesses are. I do like Tom though. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he's going to bring. I do like him, but don't know. The proof will be in the pudding, won't it? Right. I think we got Swarmz coming up next. Ryan Taylor against Swarmz. Then I think we're going to the mystery opponent. Then we've got Salt Pappy against Josh. Then we've got Slim against Tom. And then we've got KSI, our main event, taking on Faze Temper. So if you are just joining us, the KSI fight, it hasn't took place yet. You haven't missed it yet. We are on our way towards that. Right. Let's go down. John Cena is going to be the mystery fighter, said Nick. Do you think KSI should fight Slim or Zanetti? I think if he is going to go down that path, there are rumors that it could be Tyron Woodley. But if he is going to go down the path of Slim or Tom Zanetti, then I think it has to be the winner, doesn't it? Has to be the winner. I think if Slim loses tonight, that'll be a big loss. That'll be a big loss because not only will he lose the belts, because I believe the belts are up for grabs, but also he'll lose potentially a big fight against Virgo, because I think they'll make that fight. I think Virgo deserves a shot at the titles. So he'll lose that fight, and potentially the winner of that fight could find themselves in a conversation to take on KSI. Obviously, it depends what KSI's year is going to look like this year. I do think the Woodley fight is going to happen at some point this year, and I do think the Jake Paul fight will happen. So is there going to be room for another fight? Could he take on Slim? Could he take on Zanetti? I really don't know. I really, really don't know. He might not have chance to do it, but if he can fit it in, obviously that'd be very exciting. But listen, wins matter. Wins and losses matter. So whoever wins out of that one will put themselves in a very good position. Just Nick, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Appreciate the support, my friend. Gib should fight Salt Pappy, says Nick. What fight is next? Well, there's a little break now because obviously that last fight ended in the first round. So we should be going over to Swarmz coming up next. But they are just taking a second to have a little chat on the stage. Ryan Taylor against Swarmz, though. We have got the tail of the tape. So Ryan Taylor, 3 years older, 6'1" to 5'8". So there's a little bit of difference in height. Swarmz is a couple of pounds lighter. This one apparently is 3 rounds as well. I am leaning, I think, towards Swarmz, but again, it's so hard to know because we haven't seen him since that last performance against KSI, and it was not a great performance. I think even Swarmz admits that, you know, he came in and, you know, he just wasn't prepared. I mean, there's no shade there that he wasn't prepared. No shade at all. It's a case now of him having that time to really get put in the work in, get to where he wants to be, and showing where he's at now. So this is going to be big for Swarmz. Swarmz making his way down to the ring. It's going to be a big opportunity for him to get some redemption and show what he's been working on and show that he is better than that performance against KSI. So let us know in the chat who you think's going to win this one. Swarmz claims to have improved, certainly from the footage I've seen. He looks a lot better. He wants to actually become a proper boxer. I don't know that he wants to become a professional boxer. I think he wants to just be a big player in this influencer boxing scene. So it's something that he is working towards. He's obviously known as a rapper. He's collabed with KSI, although I don't think he's had many hits for a while. I think that this is very much a focus for him now. He was knocked out by KSI back in August of last year. He is looking for redemption. He says that he's going to get a second round knockout. Ryan Taylor, 2.4 million subscribers on YouTube. He's had a couple of fights. He lost the one back in March, and then he lost. He had I think it was a draw against Slim. But he is coming in with a bit of experience. He's a little bit of a brawler at times. He's definitely someone that has got some ability, but I don't know. You never quite know what to expect from Ryan Taylor. He's definitely looking for a victory. Both of these guys really need to get a W next to their names. So this one means a lot. It's definitely got a lot riding on it. But I would say this is quite low level when it comes to tonight's cards. So both of these guys needing to taste victory. Let us know in the chat, who do you think's going to get it done? Has Swarmz improved to the point where he can get a win? Or is Ryan Taylor going to add to Swarmz' misery? Swarm will do a favor when the fight starts. He will forget everything. Slim would beat KSI, said Team Nick. Swarmz is going to knock out Ryan Taylor. Mark my words, said Wayne. Draw against Anthony Taylor. KSI will win Ryan Taylor by split decision. Swarmz will look good, but will get knocked down. I'm backing Swarmz to win this one. I'm actually scared that KSI will lose, not because Temper is better, just because I've got a feeling, says Vivek. Don't know, dude. I think that he's coming in with a lot of confidence. You could make the argument that he is looking past Faze Temper. You could definitely make that argument. He seems to be talking a lot about Jake, talking a lot about Woodley. But I think he's just so confident in his own abilities. There is a risk that he is looking past Faze Temper, but I think he is levels above Faze Temper as well. So I don't want to say he can afford to do that. No one can really afford to do that. I mean, the fight game is serious, but I feel pretty good for KSI tonight. I really do. This will be a hell of a shock if he loses tonight. It really would be a hell of a shock. Who won, Anthony Taylor or Virgo? Virgo. It was unanimous decision, and he got a couple of knockdowns as well. So he looked really good. He looked really good. Right, here we go then, guys. Good luck, lads. Here we go. Referee just having a few words to say. We've got Anthony Taylor going back to the one corner. Ryan Taylor. Keep saying Anthony Taylor. Ryan Taylor. So Ryan Taylor going back to his corner. We've got Swarmz over to the other. We're about to get started with this one. Here we go. We are underway. So both fighters out into the middle, and Swarmz comes out. Nice shot to the body there by Taylor. Drives Swarmz back to the corner. Swarmz is clinching up. Now we've got Taylor standing his ground in the middle. We've got Swarmz coming forward. Look how low his hands are. Oh, I tell you, Swarmz showing a little bit of arrogance here. Those hands are really low by Swarmz. Taylor coming forward, driving Swarmz back into the corner. It seems like, I don't know if he's trying to bait him. I don't know if he's trying to like catch him with a counter, like he's trying to goad him on by keeping the hands so low. But those hands are low from Swarmz. What we got? What we got? The doctor's having a look at Ryan Taylor. He's saying he can't see out of his eye. Ryan Taylor says he's struggling to see out of his... Yeah, that is swelling up. Ryan's saying that he can't see. They're saying you're... Okay, so Ryan Taylor is saying, I can feel a pain in the back of my head. I don't know what's happened to my eye. I can't see. And look, they're saying you're good to go. Ryan doesn't want to fight. Taylor don't want this. Taylor is repeatedly saying to his corner, I cannot see out of my eye. I can't see out of my eye. That's it. They've got to call it. So Swarmz connected with a shot, one shot, and Taylor's got like a smile on his face. This is messy, man. This is messy. So it looks like Swarmz is going to get the victory. You don't want to see that, to be honest. So there's a shot that comes in, right? There's a shot that comes in from Swarmz. I mean, there was a few shots that were in there. One has caught Taylor on the eye. It seems like he's done damage to that eye. The doctor, like it's really weird, you know, because you've got a fighter in there saying that I've got a pain in the back of my head and I can't see. At that point, the fight is done. There's no conversation to be had. There's no conversation to be had. I've got a pain in the back of my head and I'm struggling to see. Do you want to continue? No. Well, that's it, innit? That's it. I mean, that's it. The fight's done. So the fact that there was so many conversations in the corner and they were trying to get him to continue, I think there's a bit of a concern there, to be honest. I think there's a bit of a concern. But either way, the fight has been called. So it's going to go down as a win for Swarmz. It's like one shot. That's it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, Ryan Taylor, you get the feeling, or I get the feeling that he's come and collected a bit of a payday there. I don't think his corner necessarily believed the damage. I don't know that his corner necessarily believe that the damage is there. Because the advice coming from the corner was just get through to the end of this first round, yeah? We'll see where we are at the end of this first round. Swarmz with the duo. Pain in the back of your head like you've been punched. They should check him out. Ryan should give up with boxing. Swarmz wants to have a word. So Swarmz picks up the victory. Frustrate him, that one. Frustrate him. You sort of feel like... I don't want to question Ryan Taylor, but his corner were, in all fairness. Like, his corner were questioning him. Like, just, you can carry on, yeah? Get through to the end of the round. They shouldn't be doing that if the fighter is saying, I've got a pain in my head. Like, if the fighter's saying, I've got a pain in the back of my head, like, if the fighter is saying that, it's done. It's done. Like, you can't make your fighter fight if he's saying things along those lines. The fighter clearly did not want to fight, right? So, you know, it was done. But I sort of, I don't know, his corner didn't seem to be buying it. Swarmz will just be happy to get the win, to be honest. Swarmz will just be happy to get that dub. But I think there's a few questions around that in it. Swarmz against KSI 2 now. Nah, they won't do that. It's an orbital fracture. But KSI and Swarmz 2, I need it now. They won't do that. Swarmz. I mean, what did we learn from that? You know, it's one shot. Ryan says that he's got a pain in the back of his head. You know, whether that's true or not, we don't know. He's said it, and absolutely the fight should end. Absolutely the fight should end. But don't know. His corner weren't buying it. I don't know. I don't know if you lot are buying it. Swarmz doesn't care. He's still dancing away. Some might say controversial ending. He said, I've been working hard for this because everyone saw me get battered by KSI. Been playing on my mind. Just a jab. It's just a jab. It's, I mean, like, honestly, it's just a jab. It's not, in fact, it's one of those shots that no one at ringside even reacts to. When you actually see the shot that lands on Ryan Taylor, it's straight down and it catches him, like, you know, nice spot. No one at ringside even like oohs or ahs at the jab that lands then. No one reacts to it. It's seemingly a nothing shot. Now, if the fighter is saying, I've got a pain in the back of my head, I mean, that's the end of the fight, isn't it? That's the end of the fight. There's no conversation to be had, but I don't know, man. It is what it is. Swarmz is better than KSI, says Nick. Swarmz is better than Slim now, said Hawks fan. Swarmz is the GOAT of boxing. If you can't take one punch, then boxing is just not the right place to be. Swarmz has a chance. Swarmz is better than Muhammad Ali. A lot of people have been saying that, in all fairness. Deji is there. Deji is there. I don't know if we're going to be getting Swarmz and Deji. Honestly, I don't know why we don't just do Swarmz Canelo and just go straight with like Swarmz Canelo. Maybe Swarmz Usyk. Could do Swarmz Usyk, Swarmz Wilder. Listen, what if you want? If Swarmz thinks he's got one punch power, let's put him in there with Deontay Wilder, and let's find out for good. We need to get this sorted this year. Who really has the ultimate one punch power? Is it Swarmz or is it Deontay Wilder? We need answers to that in 2023. So get it booked. Yeah, get it booked. The jab heard around the world. Bang. That's it. A jab. A jab. A jab. He won with a jab. Boom. Swarmz one punches Fury. Oh, he makes him humble, mate. He makes him humble. He absolutely messes Fury up. For the longest time, I've always said that, like, Fury's been ducking Swarmz. There's a lot of people that think that Fury came back out of retirement just to see if he could get up to, like, Swarmz's level. But there's been no evidence of that. In his 2 wins that he's had since coming back, like, there's been no evidence of that. So, we'll have to see. Swarmz against Deji would be crazy. James, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you enjoyed the win earlier. Swarmz against Mayweather. Swarmz against Ngannou. Swarmz against Ngannou and Mayweather at the same time. With that jab. Bang, bang. Deal with both of them within the space of 2 seconds. Swarmz is this sport, said JZR. Swarmz, 2 fights, 1 night, Ali and Tyson. Fury, Wilder, Joshua against Swarmz. Do it 3-on-1. 3, not even different fights, just 3-on-1. 3 men in the ring, same time. 1 punch power. The jab from hell. Oh, man. I don't know. Do you know what? Honestly, with that fight, I don't know. I seriously don't know if it's a great reflection on Swarmz or a really bad reflection on Ryan Taylor. The only thing I do know is that if the fighter said that I've got pain in the back of my head and all that kind of stuff, if the fighter is saying that, you listen to that, you take that seriously, and you get your fighter out of there. So whether it's true or not, whether Taylor was up for it, whether he got in there and felt the power in that jab and was like, nah, I'm all right, mate. I already know if this is going to continue, I'm going to come out second best. And so he decided to, step away early. I have no idea. But it is what it is. Swarmz gets the victory. And, look, what you can say is he definitely looked better than he did against KSI. Swarmz won. He did. Who fights next? Well, look, after that first fight, which was really fun, the Anthony Taylor fight against Virgo, we've had a couple of first-round finishes where, obviously, wild between the girls, controversy between Swarmz and Ryan Taylor. I think the next one is going to be B-Dave. So B-Dave taking on a mystery opponent. And then we actually get to, the final 3 fights. So Salt Pappy, then it's Slim, and then it's KSI. So, I don't know. Look, we've already been going for an hour and 20 minutes. I think time-wise, they're doing all right. I think they're doing all right. I don't think there'll be any panic, oh my God, these fights are going too quickly. I think we're probably going to be looking for another hour and a half or so. I reckon this event will go for about 3 hours. So, yeah, I reckon we got another hour and a half. We got about 4 fights to fit in. We're doing all right. But we just got a few adverts at the moment. Edits said Swarmz against Canelo, Deji, KSI, Fury, Joshua, Wilder, and Fury. All the Furies. Ryan Taylor, New Days watching, didn't want to put on a show for him. Swarmz against Deji. Swarmz against Brock Lesnar. F. Taylor. Swarmz, the madman, is crazy. Is Salt Papi fighting next? No, it's going to be B. Dave fighting next. Yeah, we still don't know who it's going to be. The only thing I would say about this one is even if B. Dave loses, I think people will give him a pass on this because we have no idea as to who it is. Make the fights real quick, especially B. Dave and Swindler. Yeah, Dave doesn't know as to who it's going to be, but apparently he's been training for months for this. This is, I think, his first fight, B. Dave. Don't know what to expect, to be honest, but, I think he'll give a decent account of himself, but obviously without knowing who he's fighting, I don't know. Light heavyweight fight coming up next, B. Dave against the mystery opponent. Let me know in the chat, who do you think it is? We saw them earlier. Well, they were under a towel. They seem to be white. They seem to be male. They seem to be same height as B. Dave, kind of. We know that they're only a pound lighter. I reckon it's probably someone that's been on Misfits before. It's hard to know, though. Alex Wasabi. It's not Wasabi. Mike Tyson. Pineda. I don't think they would have got Pineda. That'd be wild if they did go and get Pineda. But Pineda, I don't know that anyone's clamoring to see him again. A lot of people thinking it's going to be Wasabi. A lot of people saying that. Wasabi or Garcia or Weller. I tell you what, if it is Joe Weller, that would be pretty major, wouldn't it? If it is Joe Weller, that's going to be really exciting. That is going to be really exciting. So, Joe Weller has obviously been heavily involved with YouTuber boxing and all of that. If Joe Weller, it could be Weller. I think Weller's a really great shout, I think that's a really great shout. Alex Wasabi as well, maybe. Yeah, definitely a chance that they go and get Wasabi. Wasabi is... I'm just having a look at something. B Dave. So B Dave. B Dave. Yeah, I think there is a chance, you know, that it could be Weller. The reason why I say that, right, I'll tell you one thing that I'm just trying to bear in mind on this, is they've done a lot of Americans against British fighters. If you look at this card, there's a lot of UK against, like, USA. It seems to be a bit of a vibe. Well, B Dave is American, right? So if B Dave is American, that makes me think that he might be facing a British fighter. So that would rule out Wasabi. Wasabi is obviously from the United States, but it would actually mean that Weller is potentially very possible. The only thing, though, if you had Joe Weller on the cards, I think you would want to announce it. Deji said he knows who it is, but he's not going to say who it is. What if it's Deji? What if Deji gets out the crowd and Deji steps in there and Deji is going to be the opponent? If I go after Swarmz, that will be a downgrade after Mayweather. Deji said he'll never fight KSI. People saying Jarvis. Faze Jarvis. People saying Jay Swingler. Logan. It won't be Logan. The height of this person didn't seem to be as tall as what Logan is, so it won't be like. Plus, Logan's injured. It won't be Jake. Trust me, if they had Jake, they would let you know they had Jake. It won't be Jake. I do wonder if it is going to turn out to be Weller, that's another person you think they would announce in advance. I don't know. Maybe we're just thinking a bit too big. But I sort of feel like if you're going to do the whole mystery person thing, you need to make it good. You need to make it good because you're going to get everyone super excited. You know, there's people out there, you know, thinking it could be Jake Paul. So you've got to, like, go big, but it won't be Jake Paul. Okay, we've got mystery person against B Dave coming up next, and they're throwing over to the tail of the tape. But how do we do a tail of the tape when we don't know who the opponent is? I don't think I've ever seen this in boxing, you know. This is so pro wrestling. I love it. This is so Royal Rumble. I'm a big fan. Alex Wasabi. This is awesome, said Mr. Jacob Goat. Floyd. Yeah, it's Floyd. It's going to be Floyd, guys. It's going to be Floyd. It's going to be Deontay Wilder. It's going to be Tank Davis. It's going to be Spence. It's going to be Crawford. It's going to be Devin Haney. He's fighting a ghost. It's going to be Deji. It's going to be... Man, honestly, the chat is moving so fast. So fast. It's Slim. It's Beetlejuice. It's Ronaldo. It might as well be Ronaldo. He's not really doing anything these days, is he? Faffing around in Saudi Arabia. So might as well stay relevant by taking on B Dave. Right, here we go then. Crab Daddy getting his intro. So B Dave is coming out first. Okay, so B Dave is making his way out, making his way down to the ring. It is great mullet. Coming out to Sweet Caroline as well, which is much loved here in the UK. Got like a smile on his face, is strutting his way down to the ring. Okay, fair play. It's going to be Dylan. Could you imagine if it was Dylan Dennis? That's brilliant. It's going to be Dylan Dennis, yeah. Yeah, that would be great. It's going to be Dr. Mike. A decent shout, actually, you know. I don't think so. Here we go. Sweet Caroline. Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. B-Dave is having fun with this. Stepping inside. It's a good choice, actually, for ring walk music because this is a track people absolutely love. B-Dave playing to the crowd on this one. Right, here we go then. Who's it going to be? B-Dave is inside the ring. Who is the mystery opponent? Who is? We're about to find out. Hasbulla. Oh, God, I'd love it, man. I'd love it to be Hasbulla. Ring. Lights out. Lights out. Gonna be big. Undertaker's gongs sounds. Undertaker's gong sounds. I'm surprised they yeah, there's no way it's the Undertaker, but I'm guessing whoever's about to come out is going to be Undertaker themed. Oh man, if someone needs to come out as Paul Bearer. Oh, yeah. My Undertaker is here. If you don't have a Paul Bearer, then you ain't doing it, are you? Oh, it is! It is! Pineda! Oh, Pineda has returned! Oh, it is Pineda! Good shout. Good shout. Whoever predicted it in the chat, good shout. Pineda. Is that Canelo? Guys, Canelo's here. Pineda making his way down. Oh, it's like a reunion. It's like a family reunion. Right, Pineda is making his way down. I tell you what, that's quite a come down from the Undertaker, isn't it? It's the Pineda Taker. That's what we've got, the Pineda Taker. Wow, there we go. B-Dave is going to have to beat a 12-year-old. Woo! Pineda has made his way down then. Yeah, I had a feeling it was... I really liked the Joe Weller shout. I thought that was cool. But, so it is Pineda, 23 years old. This is going to be a little tricky, you know, for B-Dave. Pineda is someone that's got some, obviously, boxing experience, but I don't know if he's done anything since the KSI fight. I was questioning whether he had done anything before the KSI fight when I actually saw him fight. Pineda. Yes, Pineda, this is going to be good. Vamos! Vamos! Yeah, do you remember that at the press conference when they were screaming in each other's face? Wasn't it against KSI, wasn't it? Screaming at Pineda. I like that reveal. I know it's maybe not going to be to everyone's taste, but come on, Pineda. Get some redemption. Get some redemption. He lost again after the KSI fight, did he? Did he? We got a lot of Vermossing going on in the chat, which is good to see. He got knocked out afterwards. Well, maybe it's not going to go too well for him here then against B-Dave. But in all fairness, B-Dave, I wonder if B-Dave had a little tip-off or, I don't know. I tell you what, it's harsh if he didn't. If he completely 100% didn't know, didn't have any tip-off. There's a great reaction for Pineda, you know. He's not the Undertaker, it's The Rock. He's the People's Champion. Pineda! Oh, I'm a Pineda simp. I'm fully subscribed to his OnlyFans. Look at this. This is the biggest reaction so far tonight. They are going crazy for Pineda. This is Pineda's town. This isn't London. This is Mexico. They're going crazy for him. Come on, Pineda. Come on, Pineda. Mess him up. Make him humble. Make him humble. They touch gloves. They don't even do that very well. It's all very awkward. Vamos. Vamos. Right, here we go then. About to get underway. Don't forget to leave likes if you haven't already. It's greatly appreciated. B-Dave against Pineda. Oh, and I tell you what, this has all of a sudden got a big fight feel. Look at the gritted teeth on Pineda. Come on, get it done. Get it done, Pineda. Get it done. Boom, we are underway. First round, there's 3 rounds on this one. Pineda, it's a bit sloppy. 1-2 straight down the middle. B-Dave coming forward. It's a barn burner. Oh, nice work by Pineda. That's a lovely left hand. He's driving B-Dave back. B-Dave up against the ropes. B-Dave with some big shots to the body by B-Dave. Jabs coming in there by Pineda. Excellent work. Big overhand. That misses by B-Dave. B-Dave again coming in. Shot to the body. And again, there's a lovely opening. 30 seconds here. Referee coming in and separating them apart. And jabs coming in by Pineda. B-Dave a little bit wild. Jab coming in again there by Pineda. B-Dave is backing up. Big overhand right. Big shot to the body. Lovely work. Go on, Pineda. Go on. Getting through. There's a few marks on B-Dave's face. Great first minute. Really fun. Into the clinch at the moment. Little shot to the side of the body. They're clinching up. Good work by B-Dave. Staying active at the moment. And they separate apart. We've got, again, clinching up. Nice little dig coming in there by Pineda. 1-2. Straight down the middle. Lovely jab there by Pineda. Hook shot as well. Pineda getting through. Pineda. And lovely overhand. Overhooks there. That was good as they clinch up. He's tying up the arms. He's preventing B-Dave from doing anything in the clinch. B-Dave keeping his hands up. He's got a decent looking guard, B-Dave. You can tell that he's been putting some work in. And they are clinching up at the moment. And they are being separated. Now we've got Pineda. Nice jab coming in. And again, good work by Pineda. Straight down the middle. B-Dave up against the ropes. Couple of shots coming into the side of the head. Oh, 1-2. Straight down the middle. And again, referee counting away. Looking to separate these two apart. And they do. B-Dave goes over against the ropes. You've got 40-odd seconds left on the clock. Pineda having a look, trying to find a way through. Jabbing away. Shot to the body. It's a Pineda round. It's a Pineda round. That's lovely work by Pineda. Pineda looking really, really... Oh, that's a lovely right hand. Lovely work by Pineda. Go on. Absolutely tagging B-Dave. Tagging him up. He's got him back in the corner. Look at these shots. The ref might have to think about stopping it. They're in the clinch at the moment. Referee is coming in, separating them apart. So good. Really fun rounds. Really fun rounds. Really fun. Pineda takes that round. Pineda takes that round. That was good, man. That was good. I tell you what, I am a Pineda stan right now. This guy, he got absolutely humbled by KSI. And now here he is, putting on a hell of a performance against an opponent that didn't know they were going to be facing it. Who knew? Who knew? This is all Pineda needed. He just needed to fight someone that didn't know they were fighting him. That's all he needed. But great first round. It's a Pineda round. Vamos! Vamos! Everyone's going to be vamosing. Yeah, come on, Pineda. B-Dave needs to try and find a way of getting back into this. I tell you what, Pineda was sucking in some air, though. Definitely seems like he was feeling the effects. He's only got to go 3 rounds, in all fairness. But they're right in the center of the ring at the moment. Little shot coming into the body. B-Dave in close. No one's throwing anything. Hook shot on the exit. Good work by B-Dave. Pineda, again, trying to use that jab. Again, throwing out a nice left, straight left. We've got B-Dave coming forward. Overhand there by B-Dave. B-Dave again covering up. I do like B-Dave's defense, in all fairness. He is getting his hands up. It's not like wild and reckless. There are some fundamentals in there. Coming forward, clinching up, referee coming in, separating them apart. We've got lovely 1-2 straight to the body. And we are seeing B-Dave moving forwards. Again, a little bit scrappy. And they are clinching, referee coming in, separating them apart. Neither fighter's done much in this round to really give them the round. Lovely straight left there by Pineda. And little dig to the side of the body as well by B-Dave. And we've got B-Dave again looking quite gassed. There's a few red marks on his body as well. Referee just having a word with Pineda there. I don't think he's happy with some of the clinching. Just having a word there. A jab coming in by Pineda. It's B-Dave that's on the front foot in this round. Halfway through the round, Pineda again just tying up into the clinch. Little dig coming in there by Pineda. Referee is coming in, going to look to separate these two apart. Little hook shot coming back there by B-Dave. Jab coming in by Pineda. Cracks B-Dave. That was nice. Feels like this round is still there for someone to take. Doesn't feel like this round in particular is really with either fighter. I'd probably be leaning to Pineda. It's been a couple of shots that have come in, but not really much of note. Definitely that first round was the round that Pineda really stamped his authority on this. Referee is really not happy with Pineda, though, in the clinching. And we are going to see a few 30-odd seconds or so straight down the middle. It's B-Dave that comes in. He's the one that clinches up. He's seemingly grabbing him round the back of the head, though. Again, and a big overhand coming in by B-Dave. His counter shots coming in. That's nice. Good right hand there by Pineda. Couple of jabs as well. I feel like Pineda is going to just take this round. Little dig coming into the body. That looked a little bit low. Oh, B-Dave down. B-Dave goes down. Pineda puts B-Dave down. And that's heartbreaking. This felt quite close. But Pineda will definitely take that round. There we go. Pineda takes the second round. We might be on the verge of a Pineda victory, you know. Just whisper it, because he could throw victory away in this third round if B-Dave catches him with something big. But Pineda is winning this. There's a lot of vamoosing going on. I love it, man. This fight is so much fun. This is so much fun. After a couple of fights that ended early, it's good to see two fighters getting in there and getting stuck into each other. And the excitement that the crowd had seeing Pineda be the mystery person. I know it's probably not played well on Twitter, but I love it. I love it. Come on. Get it done, Pineda. Get it done. You're up 2 rounds. You don't need to do anything silly here. Shot coming in there by B-Dave. Pineda needs to make sure he doesn't get caught with anything. Lovely straight jab there by Pineda. We got B-Dave coming in. They're clinching up. In all fairness, Pineda can just make sure that he just clinches B-Dave and take the sting out of it. Because we are at the point where I think B-Dave is going to need to get a finish. He's going to need to get a knockout. Pineda in the center. B-Dave coming forward. That's big right hand. Jab coming back there by Pineda. That's nice right hand there by Pineda. B-Dave standing his ground in the center. And looks like a little dig coming in. That's a lovely right hand there by B-Dave, but Pineda drives him back. A couple of jabs coming in by B-Dave. It's a little bit scrappy. Pineda goes down, but referee is not counting that as a knockdown. He's not counting that as a knockdown. We're seeing Pineda get back up to his feet. So Pineda on his feet. We got B-Dave in the center of the ring as well. Both fighters in the center. Referee just having a word. Shot coming into the body. That's a lovely hook shot there by B-Dave. He's driving Pineda back. Pineda standing his ground in the center. B-Dave coming forwards. You got 1 minute 40 odd. It's quite scrappy right now. It's quite scrappy. There's a few shots coming in to the side of the body. And looks like the referee wants to separate these two apart. Pineda looking quite comfortable. B-Dave, though. Oh, that's a lovely left hand by B-Dave. That's a lovely left hand. The right just misses. And he's got to be careful here, Pineda. He's got to survive 1 minute 20. Referee just having a word as a few shots come into the side of the body by B-Dave. And we've got both fighters stepping into the center. Again, they're just clinching up. I think what we're seeing is we're seeing both fighters very tired. Both fighters very tired. There's a mouthpiece that's come out, I think. Referee coming over. And yeah, B-Dave's mouthpiece came out of Pineda. The mouthpiece came out. So that goes back in. And B-Dave knows he's got a minute. He's got a minute. He's got to throw everything into this. But we're seeing Pineda just clinching up. Pineda just... Oh, that's a lovely right hand there by Pineda. Pineda just trying to cause a few final problems for B-Dave. B-Dave just needs to land something big. Pineda, uppercut there by Pineda. Lovely work. That's a lovely... Great right hand by Pineda. These two in a clinch at the moment. 30-odd seconds left to go. And right now, B-Dave needs to find a finish. He pushes Pineda back. Both guys in the center of the ring. That's a lovely right hand there by Pineda. Oh, and again, lovely work by Pineda. B-Dave coming forward. He's getting tagged. Tagged by Pineda. We're into the final few seconds. He's not going to find it. And there we go. I think it's going to be a win for Pineda. Screams out. He goes down to his knees, Pineda. He's drenched in sweat. It was a Herculean effort by him. Vamos. Pineda the goats. Listen, Pineda versus Swarmz. Bucket. There we go. Vamos. Pineda, the goats. We need KSI against Pineda. Dream match. Pineda would mess him up. Win for Vamos. The Undertaker wins. It's a great win for The Undertaker. Vamos. How many more fights? 3 more fights? Yeah, 3 more fights. That's all. Pineda, man. Brilliant. Right, we are waiting for the official decision. Expect Pineda, obviously, to get the win. I mean, look, there's no shame on that. B-Dave didn't know who he was going to be facing. He gave a fairly decent account of himself. I mean, he's just gone 3 rounds. As I said, his defense was quite good. His hands were up quite high. He managed to get through with a few shots against Pineda. And don't forget, Pineda is a professional boxer who's had plenty more experience than B-Dave. So B-Dave, as I said, giving a decent account of himself, all things considered. It's a little bit harsh putting him in against a professional fighter when he didn't even know who he was facing. But fair play. I don't think there's no shade on B-Dave And Pineda might be about to get his hand raised. Vamos! Vamos! There he is. Man, as soon as they announce this place is going to go banana. It's going to go banana. They love this guy. I love this guy. Right. Both guys stepping into the center of the ring. We're almost 2 hours into this show, you know. Almost 2 hours into this show. 30-27. 30-25. 30-25. All three. Unanimous decision. Here we go. Luis Pineda! Vamos! 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 Come on! Yes. Yeah, this is his town. This is his town. He's on the shoulders of his trainer, blowing kisses out to the crowd. He's in full celebration mode. There we go. He's done it. He's got that sweet dub. Got that sweet dub. Oh, he did it for Mexico. Brilliant. Vamos! Pineda would destroy Jake Paul. Mess him up, mate. Mess him up. He'd mess up Canelo. Easily. Now, I've watched a lot of Canelo fights. There's only one Mexican in the world of boxing, and you're looking at him. If Canelo was a brave man, and I think we all know he isn't, he would agree to fight a mystery opponent, and then we would bring out Pineda. And then you watch what happens. You watch what happens. Pineda would make him humble. It'd make him humble. So there we go. We've got oh, look at this. Someone has printed a WBC boxing belt. They've given it to Pineda. Pineda has got, hold it up. Celebrate, Pineda. Celebrate. Go on, son. Yeah. He's got the WBC championship. He's going to give it back to the fan. Well, that's nice, isn't it? What a nice guy. What a nice guy. He gave it back to the fan. Man, when he held up that belt, the crowd were like, yeah! Do you know what he should do? He should come to future Misfits events with a paper Misfits championship. It should be his belt. And he should never defend it. They should be like, I want your paper belt. And he should be like, Vamos! 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 Now, definitely he should do that. Bring a paper championship down. He should be the paper champion. I love this guy. I love this guy. Ah. Who does he want next? Yeah, who next? Mayweather. Who do you want next? Canelo? Ngannou? Tyson? Yeah, he's ready to fight anyone. Ready to fight anyone. He just wants a clean fight. Who would win out of Slim and Tom Zanetti? I think it's going to be a really interesting fight. I'm leaning Tom Zanetti, but I haven't seen loads of him, have I? So, I mean, we just haven't seen him. But I think I love his confidence. I think when it comes to like influencer boxing, you've got to give a good account of yourself. Unless you're just a killer in the ring, you can't really afford to enter this world and be a bit shy and timid. And Tom has not. He's come in and he's gone toe-to-toe with Slim verbally. I actually think Slim genuinely looked uncomfortable at times at like the press conference and the weigh-in. Tom Zanetti, I think, really was getting at him. I do. I think he was making him look uncomfortable. So I don't know. I don't know if Tom has managed to get into his head, you know? I don't know. I might be reading too much into it. But I like what I've seen from Tom. I like what I've seen. And I think we could get an upset. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's not that fight next. It's going to be Salt Pappy next. Tell you what, it was wild at times, this fight. But he definitely got through with a fair few punches. I'd love to see some statistics on that fight, you know. How many shots actually? How many did he throw? How many did he get through with? There was some lovely stuff in there. Obviously, the knockdown as well. It's a deserved win for Pineda. And I do feel a bit sorry for B-Dave having to fight someone like a mystery person. I'd imagine as soon as he heard the Undertaker's music, he started bricking it, B-Dave. Could you imagine? Being in the ring, you're waiting to find out who your opponent is, and then the Undertaker music hits. Jeez. If I was Pineda to really make B-Dave uncomfortable, I think I'd be tempted to put Mike Tyson graphics up first, you know. I'd be really tempted to like have like the Mike Tyson graphics go up and then like get that reaction and everyone going, what? Everyone going banana, B-Dave getting all like, what? And then just put like, is not here. Mike Tyson is not here. Pineda! Vamos! Amazing. As Salt Pappy thought, yeah, no, he's coming up next. He's coming up next. Salt Pappy is going to fight next. When is the KSI fight? KSI fight is our main event of the evening. And that is a little bit away. We've got a little bit to go. We've got 3 fights left to go. KSI, our main event against Faze Temperrr. I think he's going to be quite comfortable in that, to be honest. I don't think that's going to be too much of a challenge for KSI. I hope that I'm not overlooking Faze Temperrr. I don't want to do him any disrespect, 'cause I think he's a nice guy. And I think he's got some fighting ability, but I do think KSI is levels above. Let's just have a look, shall we, at the vote at the moment. Just over 25,000 votes is where we are with the poll. Keep them coming in. I think last time we got close to 50,000. So we might just be a little bit below that this time. But still a great sample size. And we can see KSI, 75% of you think KSI is going to win by knockout. KSI by decision, 15%. Faze by knockout, 7%. Faze by decision, 3%. So 10% of you have gone with Faze. 90% of you have gone with KSI, with the vast majority going with a KSI knockout. I agree. I think KSI knockout. I think it'll be relatively early. I think then we could see him call out Tyron Woodley. The only thing is, I don't think he faces Woodley until Logan is back. And I don't know when Logan is back. So, I don't know. Maybe there'll have to be another fight first. Perhaps there'll have to be a fight first before the Woodley fight. Maybe the Woodley fight's going to be around August time and we need someone maybe for April. Don't know. It's going to be interesting. It is going to be interesting. I think if Slim wins and looks good, I think Slim stands a good chance at being the next opponent for KSI. But Virgo looked good as well, and Virgo wants to get his hands on Slim. So there's lots of moving parts. One thing I really like about Misfits is they do a decent job of like building up people. I mean, like the hype around Salt Pappy and the hype around Slim, like they've done a good job with that. The hype around Virgo following his convincing win tonight, that's going to be great, you know. So they've got these people that they can turn to and they can use, and they can book these dream matches. You know, people are like, I'd love to see this person against this person. I want to see Slim against Virgo, or I want to see KSI against Slim. And do you know what I mean? Like, they've got their own little universe that they can like book these dream matches with. So yeah, I mean, look, brilliant. Can't wait to see where we're going to go from here, to be honest. But Slim, if he wins tonight, I think does stand a chance at being KSI's next opponent. Misfit 05, KSI can't make Logan co-main event, as I can see he will, which is not fair. I don't know that he will for the next one. I think the next one's next month, isn't it? Logan's injured. I mean, I don't think Logan's coming back until... I don't know. I don't know when he's coming back, but I know that injury was a fairly serious one. It's one that you don't really bounce back from that quickly. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm not expecting Logan anytime soon. Right, we are waiting for Salt Pappy. I believe it is Salt Pappy that's going to be next. Salt Pappy against Josh. Let's just change over this text. Let me know your thoughts on this next fight then. So, Salt Pappy against Josh. Brueckner. There we go. Right. Pineda taught Muhammad Ali how to Muhammad Ali. Yeah, I like that. He taught him how to Muhammad Ali. Brueckner against Salt Pappy coming up next then. That's going to be our next fight. We are just waiting for the announcements on that one. So feels like we might just be a few minutes away from that. There we go. Right, let's go, Josh. I want Temper to win. I'm not going to lie, says Giga. As KSI won, we haven't got the KSI fight yet, buds. We haven't got there yet. We're on our way. When is the next fight? Next fight will be coming up in the next few minutes. Next fight is going to be Salt Pappy taking on Josh. This is going to be a good one. Salt Pappy is regarded as one of the best influencer boxers. He is... he's lost a lot of weight as well. This is a cruiserweight. Salt Pappy is definitely someone that's got people's attention. He's got some real power. I do think when he took on Andy Warski, though, Andy Warski, I think, was not very good. I think what we're going to see from Josh here is someone levels above Andy. It's going to be really interesting to see how Salt Pappy deals with that improvement in his opponent. He has been training with professionals, though. There is footage out there of Salt Pappy sparring with some pro boxers. And he was looking all right. He was looking all right. I don't expect this to be as dominant, of course, because that win over Andy was really impressive. But, yeah, I think he's got power. He's got some good fluid movement. He has trained in boxing for a while. Like, even before his TikTok career took off, he was training in boxing. He is facing Josh, who's got power. He is chiseled, man. I don't know if you saw the weigh-ins, but he is like a Greek god. He's really heavy on his jab as well. He's an MMA fighter. That could actually count against him because in MMA, you've got to be very careful about takedowns. So the way that you stand is different to how you stand in boxing. Like, the stances are different. And obviously, you have to always be aware of the takedowns. And you always have to have good takedown defense. Whereas in boxing, you don't need to think about that. So Josh's natural stance is different to like a boxing stance. I'm sure he will have been working on that, of course. And he has got some history in boxing. He has managed to get a couple of victories in boxing. But, yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. It's a really interesting matchup. I am leaning towards Salt Pappy. But I don't know that it's going to be that easy for him because Josh is someone that I think is going to have great conditioning. He's clearly been hitting the gym hard. It's one thing to work out with weights. It's another thing to have great cardio. But because he is an MMA fighter, because he's got that boxing experience, I think he'll have that great cardio. So, yeah, when it comes to Josh, this is going to be a real challenge. I do think that Josh's defense is not the best at times. I think he's definitely leaves himself open. And, if you leave yourself open to Salt Pappy, you could find yourself in a whole world of trouble. Josh is actually coming in 4 pounds heavier. He is 4 pounds heavier, which is fairly significant. And he's a couple of inches taller as well. This is going to be a challenge, but I'm still going to lean to Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy, I think, will get the win here, but it's going to be close. And this could be fight of the night. This is definitely one. In fact, these 3 fights, you don't want to miss any of these. You don't want to miss any of these fights. Salt Pappy, Slim against Tom, and then our main event, of course. How many fights have happened? Well, I think we've had 4, so 3 more to go. Swarmz against Mike Tyson, Pineda against Canelo. Dream card. Dream card. I think what you've done there is you've just booked Misfits 5. That's what you've done. Easy. Easy night's work. When is the fight? The fight will be coming up next. So we are going over to the fight very, very soon. We are just waiting for the introductions, which I believe we're getting now. Can you tell us when the Salt Pappy fight starts? Yeah. Was Pineda good? Yeah, he is quite good. He is, when he came out, like, obviously B-Dave wasn't prepared for Pineda. I mean, I don't know if they said, right, we're going to get you a southpaw or an orthodox fighter, or we're going to get you someone that's got professional experience. Like, it's hard to know. Did he not know anything, or was he given a few pointers? Because I actually thought B-Dave did quite well. If he didn't know anything at all, I actually think he did quite well. But yeah, I thought Pineda got through with a fair few shots. He doesn't look like a professional boxer. I mean, he really looks like someone that belongs at like this influencer boxer level. He doesn't look like someone that's coming in that's going to teach these guys, you know, the sweet science. But he did enough to get the victory against someone that didn't know they were fighting him. So fair play. Here's Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy is coming down to the ring then. And it's a great reaction for him, as you can imagine. I like his robe. It's blue and black. And he's got a smile on his face. He's kind of strutting his way down. He always puts on a show, of course. I'm sure there'll be some dance moves in there at some point as well. Here we go. Here we go. The arms are going. Having a little dance. What have been the results? Okay, so Virgo won by unanimous decision, and he deserved to win as well. Brooke won in the first round. Both girls just flailed at each other. Brooke, in all fairness, you know, the fight was stopped. The referee didn't think it should continue. Faith, I was disappointed in, I must admit. I really thought she was going to stick to the fundamentals. She didn't. She got stuck into a dogfight. They flailed away, and Brooke came off the better. Then we had Swarmz against Ryan Taylor. That was pretty poor. One jab, and Ryan Taylor was like, I can feel a pain in the back of my head. I can't see, and all this kind of stuff, and that was it. So that was not a good moment in the cards. And then we went over to our last fight, which was B-Dave against Pineda, and that was actually really fun. I really enjoyed that one. And this, I'm sure, is going to be a banger. So here we go. Both fighters have made their way down to the ring. So both fighters are inside the ring at the moment, and we are about to get underway with the announcements. Josh, the Boogeyman, Brueckner. Here's Salt Pappy's intro then, and it's a great reaction for Salt Pappy doing the dance in the corner as well. Swarmz messed up Ryan Taylor's eye socket. The most devastating jab of all time, said Bob. It's got to be, isn't it? One jab. One jab. I mean, what I will say is it seemed to catch him quite nicely, but honestly, it's one of those shots that, as we said, no one at ringside reacted to it. Wasn't devastating, or certainly didn't look it, but it seemed to mess up Brian Taylor's head. Scrambled his brains. Right. Right, here we go. Both fighters stepping into the center there, touching gloves. We're about to get underway with this one. Here we go then. Big fight feel. People love Salt Pappy, and understandably so. What can Brueckner bring here? Right, here we go. Brueckner looking very athletic. Yeah, Brueckner looks like a proper boxer. But Salt Pappy has got skills. No denying that. So Brueckner is in the center of the ring. It's very tentative at the moment. Couple of jabs coming out there by Brueckner. Brueckner's got his hands up, and we've got Salt Pappy in the center. Couple of jabs coming in. Again, Salt Pappy trying to... Salt Pappy doing a bit of taunting, saying that he wants a belt. Brueckner is edging forward then. Salt Pappy on the back foot. He's trying to keep a bit of distance here. That's lovely. Look at the speed of that left hand of Salt Pappy. Really quick. Salt Pappy's doing a lot of showboating. Brueckner's keeping things tidy. Lunging forward, trying to go to the body. Salt Pappy not intimidated here by Brueckner at all. Couple of jabs coming in by Brueckner. Salt Pappy again trying to come forward with a big left hand. That left hand of Salt Pappy is going to cause a problem if it connects. Brueckner is being quite tentative. He's just putting out the jab as a bit of a rangefinder at the moment. Now he's trying to get the hands going a little bit. He's just really struggling to close this distance down because Salt Pappy is standing back. He's standing back and taunting Brueckner. And then when Brueckner's not really expecting it, he lets that big left hand go. Salt Pappy is mocking Brueckner. That's a lovely left hand again there. And these are getting through by Salt Pappy. Salt Pappy doing a lot of showboating. Ooh. Real exchange there between the two of them. Salt Pappy, again, taunting Brueckner, goading him to come forward. As he does, he catches him. I tell you what, Brueckner, he knows he's in a fight here. Salt Pappy is so confident, so fluid. Salt Pappy's looking really good. And again, on the outsides, Brueckner edging forwards. Salt Pappy is like a grandmaster, isn't he? Oh. Shots coming into the side of the guards. Salt Pappy getting that guard up, but the shot's just landing on that guard. Shot coming in down to the body. Salt Pappy, again, trying to get some shots through, and Brueckner ducks underneath them. They clinch up, referee coming in, separating them apart. He's having a word with Salt Pappy there, and they touch gloves. I mean, look, that feels like it was a Salt Pappy round. Some of that might be the showboating. It'd be really interesting to see some stats on what was thrown and what landed. But because Brueckner was getting through with some stuff. But I feel like some of the more significant looking moments were with Salt Pappy. But yeah, it was good round that by both guys. But I'd probably give Salt Pappy the edge. on that one. It's really interesting because you've got Josh trying to box, right? He's trying to do everything right. And he is doing a lot right. What you've got is you've got Salt Pappy on the outsides. And a lot of what Josh is throwing is falling short because Salt Pappy is keeping quite a distance. That's allowing Salt Pappy to like taunt Josh and, stick his tongue out and all this kind of stuff. And then what he'll do is he'll come in and he'll find the openings. Josh's defense is a bit of a problem for him. Josh's defense, he's just not able to deal with the counter shots that are coming back by Salt Pappy. I think Salt Pappy knows that he can get success all night long with that left hand. And again, it does get through at the start of the second. This one can go 4 rounds. And at the moment, they're touching gloves. Nice hook shot coming in there by Josh. Salt Pappy not happy with some of those strikes. 1-2 straight down the middle there by Josh. Josh is edging forward. We've got Salt Pappy circling round. Salt Pappy trying to come onto the inside. You can see some damage on the face of Josh. Salt Pappy's just putting out his right hands. And Josh trying to come forward. He's trying to throw these jabs. But again, look how far away Salt Pappy is. Salt Pappy is out of that range. So there's nothing here that Josh can necessarily do that's going to cause Salt Pappy any kind of problems. He just needs to make sure that he can get in with that left hand. And he's waiting. Look, he's got it ready. Bang! There it is! And down he goes! Left hand connects! Left hand connects! Brueckner goes down! Brueckner goes down! It was a big left hand. And it's been called! It's been called! Salt Pappy wins! Ow! That's a big moment. That's a big, big moment for Salt Pappy. It's a beautiful shot. I tell you what, Josh Brueckner's going to be feeling pretty gutted about that. He's going to be feeling pretty gutted about it because he was boxing properly, keeping to the fundamentals. He just couldn't deal with the speed of Salt Pappy. And Salt Pappy was so confident, showboating and taunting. I tell you what, he had a great game plan. He had a great game plan. He had a really great game plan. He stayed on the outside. He kept out of range. It meant that Josh was just keeping things tight, but wasn't causing Salt Pappy any problems. And this meant that Salt Pappy could then pick his moments, find the openings, and come in with that big left. And that left connected a few times, but just connected on a nuclear level. And it meant that Josh got knocked into next week. He went down. He couldn't respond. He wasn't necessarily knocked out. He was knocked down, but he was not getting back to his feet with any kind of speed. And the referee calls it. It's a win for Salt Pappy in round 2. We're just going to have a look at the replay here. Do you know what? He throws a jab and it falls short, and that leaves the opening. Yeah. He throws a jab, it falls short, and that allows that moment. So that moment that it's going to take Josh to pull his hand back again, right? And so he's thrown it. By the time he's pulling it back, he's open. And it just, the speed of Salt Pappy, bang. His hand speeds is really impressive. And the power that he's got in that left hand as well is really impressive. Impressive. That fight was crazy. He should fight KSI next. His range management was so impressive. So impressive. Yeah, I tell you what, this was a real test for Salt Pappy here. This was a real test, and he didn't just pass it. He excelled. He really excelled. Look at that. That is quite the performance. You can see that Josh is pretty gutted. And that's understandable. Salt Pappy gets the victory. Winner, second round knockout. It's a big win, isn't it? Need one more versus KSI. Temperrr against KSI. Pappy against Slim. Oof. Oof, that would be fun. That would be fun. Yeah, so Pappy is, you know, he's someone that's he's got to be beat. Simple as that. He's someone now that's a problem in this Misfits boxing world, because if you want to get to KSI, if you're an influencer boxer and you've got dreams of facing KSI, right, I'm going to join this, I'm going to work my way through, you are going to have to get past the likes of Salt Pappy. You're going to have to get past, they are like gatekeepers in a way. He wants the KSI fight. He wants to go after belts. And who knows, that could very much be in his future. I think if we do get KSI against Woodley next, I wouldn't be surprised if they do Salt Pappy going for one of those titles. He's made it very, very clear he wants a shot at the belt. Yeah, he is very much in the mix. Here he is, walking his way up for the interview, and with a strut and a swag, and arrogance. Salt Pappy and Slim are the two horsemen. When is KSI against Temper? Well, we've got the co-main event coming up next. Yusuf, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. I hope you are enjoying the event. Salt Pappy is now top 2. Idris versus Pappy. Oh, that would be good as well, wouldn't it? In all fairness, that would be good. Yeah, man. I tell you what, there's a fair few fights that you could book already here. Idris against Pappy would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun. I hate Pappy, says Wolke Vlogs. Did Pappy win? He did GH, yes. I hope Zanetti wins, said Anis. Salt Pappy against Deji, said Mathematics Club. Yeah, Deji as well. You got Deji in the mix. Yep, I like that. That's a good shout. I wonder if Salt Pappy would be happy with that. I mean, I'm guessing he would. That's a big fight. But I know that he wants... He said he wants to fight the best. He wants to fight the likes of Jake Paul. Salt Pappy said if KSI doesn't want to face Jake Paul, then send me to Jake Paul. King Kenny is on stage right now. King Kenny said I would run through you with my jab. Looks like we might be getting King Kenny against Salt Pappy then. King Kenny said, I think me and Salt Pappy could put on a great fight for the people. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could have that as a main event. Definitely. Salt Pappy in a main event. He deserves that, in all fairness. I think Slim wins from decision. Salt Pappy will kill Kenny. There's no reason for that fight. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of got the impression Salt Pappy wasn't really interested in the Kenny fight. He didn't seem to be really interested in it. I think his sights are set a lot higher, to be honest. But I don't know. I mean, like, listen, you can just keep picking up those dubs, can't he? You can just keep picking up those dubs. Salt Pappy against Anderson Gibb. Pineda is going to run to the ring. KSI against Tyron Woodley, and maybe a second opponent confirmed. Who's fighting now? Well, coming up next, it's time for Slim. So we're going to be going over to Slim next. Slim is going to be taking on Tom Zanetti. So that's coming up next. Good, man. It's been good. Been a fun card, you know. There's been some great knockouts. There's been some great fights. The whole thing has been entertaining. Right, here we go then. Slim against Tom Zanetti. Daniel, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Hope you are enjoying the event. I hope you're all enjoying the event. I think it's been brilliant. I thought the first Misfits card was really fun. This one is proven to be just as entertaining. I think having Pineda come out was brilliant. I love that. I think Virgo against Taylor at the start, that was great. Salt Pappy's knockout there, that was such a moment. And now, I mean, look at this. Now we've got Slim against Tom Zanetti. Of all the fights tonight, this is the one I've been looking forward to the most. Slim is undeniably one of the best influencer boxers, if not the best. And with Tom talks a really good game. And when we've seen him at the open workout, he's looked really impressive. He's looked really confident. He's looked like good hand speed, good movement. He's looked really fluid. He's been boxing for a long time. It's something that I believe that he has been training with for quite a while. He was talking in one of the press conferences about how he grew up fighting. And he had to do a lot of fighting on the streets. And, you know, fighting has kind of always been a part of his life. He certainly doesn't seem to be nervous or like it doesn't seem like confrontation is a problem for him. Like he seems very comfortable in this world. And that's, you know, noteworthy because he is a singer, DJ type, you know, musician. He is someone that's not coming from the fighting world. It's not like he is an MMA fighter or, you know, a pro boxer or, you know, has done like other YouTube boxing like events. So he's a little, when it comes to the fighting side of things, he's a little bit unknown. But yeah, from what I've seen, I've been really impressed. And Slim, honestly, I mean, I know a lot of you are Slim fans. I like Slim. I've got no issue with Slim, but he looked nervous to me. He genuinely looked nervous. Looking at him at the press conference, you know, Tom Zanetti was so calm and like Slim was dancing around and doing his usual thing. Zanetti was just staring at him. He was just looking at him as if to say, like, what's this clown doing? And he was just so, like, on him all the time verbally. Some of that might be just to get into Slim's head, to be honest. Some of that might be because he knows he hasn't necessarily got the skills to beat Slim, so he needs to try and get the psychological advantage. So that's why I'm so intrigued in this fight. We're talking about one of the best influencer boxers against someone that we've not seen anything from, but has spoken and talked a really good game and has looked so comfortable in this world. I'm really interested. I'm really interested. I've got Slim winning, but I am rooting for Tom Zanetti. I really like Tom Zanetti. But yeah, look, if Slim wins, that's going to open up some big fights for him in the future. If he loses, I don't know where that leaves Slim, to be honest. I don't know if we do a rematch. We probably wouldn't. You know, this thing is moving forward all the time. It's moving forward all the time. Like, you know, you've got Virgo, you've got Salt Pappy. Like, there's constantly fights that need to be made. I don't know if we've got time for rematches. I really don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. So if Slim loses here, I don't know where it's gonna. I don't know where it's gonna leave him. Right, Swingler against Perrett, February 25th. Jay Swingler against Perrett. Right. Milton Keynes, apparently, the next one. When's it? We're definitely doing this event. That's what, February 25th. I'm putting it in the diary now. February 25th is what we're looking at. So that's going to be X Series 5. Jay Swingler back in action. They said that they know who else is on that card, and it is crazy. Okay, Swingler versus Perrett coming up. Right. Hi, Future Me. I think it's KSI. Salt Pappy won. Yeah, Salt Pappy won. We've got 2 fights left to go. We've got our co-main event coming up next. It's going to be Slim taking on Tom Zanetti. And then our main event, of course, KSI against Faze Temperrr. We haven't had a look at our chat yet. Oh, wow. Okay, we're up to 35,000 votes now. 35,000 votes. So KSI win by knockout, 75%. KSI win by decision, 15%. Faze by knockout, 7%. Faze by decision, 3%. We're looking at 90-10. 90% for KSI, 10% for Faze Temper. And I've got to say, I agree. I think this is going to be pretty straightforward for KSI. That's going to be our main event, though. We've got a Misfits Light Heavyweight Championship fight coming up next. Slim taking on Tom Zanetti. Light Heavyweight Championship on the line. And that's coming up next. KSI won't knock out Temper. KSI against Jake. Who would win? I think right now Jake would win. Now. But if Jake is going to go into MMA, then KSI might be able to catch up. And he might be able to make it very, very interesting by the end of the year. In the crowd, we've got Louis Theroux. Louis Theroux is in the crowd. Pineda has a lot of potential. He just needs to gain a lot of weight because he's too skinny, said Islam. The fight hasn't started yet. No, not yet. Sonny, shout out to you. I hope you are well, buds. Pineda's got a lot of potential. Read that one. Yes, baby, that's what I've been waiting for, said Faze Joker. Temper will rise up tonight. Temper's going to cause an upset. KSI will knock Temper out. Yeah, feel free. Let me know. Who do you think's going to win? Are you with KSI? Are you with Temper? Are you with Slim? Are you with Zanetti? We're about to go over to the Slim and Zanetti fight coming up. Who is your pick in KSI Temper? KSI. What time is the KSI match? It's going to be probably in about half an hour or so. We've got one more fight to go before we get to the KSI fight. That's going to be Slim against Tom Zanetti. So that's should be coming up very, very soon. Let's go Temper, said Skylar. Fard, shout out to you. What have you missed? You missed quite a bit, buds. Virgo's won. Brooke has won. Swarmz has won. Pineda has won. And we've also seen a victory, a very good victory for Salt Pappy. Let's go. Right, we are going back over to the stage. Remember when Faze Sensei got Senny with a jab, had him wobbling? Imagine what Salt Pappy would do. Good point, Felix. Shout out to you. Vivek said, I've got Tom Zanetti and KSI, but both are going to be good matches. Daniel said, should Logan Paul fight Salt Pappy? I don't know, I think that's a bit of a tricky one because Salt Pappy's really interesting because he's big in the influencer boxer world. And obviously he's got a following as well outside of that. But I sort of feel like Logan is taking on the likes of, he was about to call out Andrew Tate, but then obviously, loads of drama happened and that fight never got made. But he was going to do that. He was going to do the Dylan Dennis fight. Like, it sort of feels like he's focused on people that have got big names. They're like, people that trend on a regular basis. I sort of feel like Salt Pappy is big in the influencer boxer world. Has he reached that level yet where he can take on a Logan or he can take on a Jake? I don't know that he has. I sort of feel like if Jake announces his next fight is against Salt Pappy, I sort of feel like people that watch these events would be very excited by that. Would the wider audience, the casuals, would they be excited by it? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think they would. I don't think having faced the likes of Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley, following that up with Salt Pappy, I don't know. I don't know how that would go down. I sort of feel like Salt Pappy needs some main events, needs some more fights, needs to, I don't know, just needs a bit more experience. I think ability-wise, he's judging on that performance, I think he'd be a problem for a lot of people. Whether he'd be a problem for Jake, I don't know. But I certainly think he's going to be a problem for anyone in Misfits outside of maybe KSI. Slim versus Zanetti has started. Not yet. How long till KSI? We're getting there. We're getting there. It's going to take a little bit of time, unfortunately, because we are working our way towards that. And I must admit, this event is, I think, a little bit longer than the last one. So we are working our way towards it, but we're not there yet. KSI will win. I feel terrible for Temper. He's in over his head, said Anti-Charisma. I am waiting until you're on this cards. KSI's weakness is his stamina, and so is almost every other YouTuber boxer. If anyone has to come with a good start, they're going to have to go real steel on him. Well, his stamina, I don't know if that's going to get tested tonight. I really don't see Faze Temper taking this into the deep waters. I don't think that's anything we're going to get tested. So, I mean, look, that's something that you can work on. We've got Holly Willoughby. Big Zoo has got Holly Willoughby. There we go. Holly Willoughby said, I didn't think I would be here either. Right, okay, well, she seems to be having a nice time. Right, Zanetti looked like he had a bit of nervous energy. He turned that into aggression. Slim looked confident and ready. That's how it looked to me, said Visual Stunts official. I saw it the other way. I mean, we can all read it in our own ways. I'm certainly not saying you're wrong. To me, it seemed like he was just naturally very confident. And Slim looked a little bit nervy to me. It seemed like Zanetti was right there. If Slim had something to say, Zanetti fired back. Like, Slim just couldn't get any advantage verbally over Tom. And I think then, like, we're seeing Slim dancing around, Slim acting scared and all this. And Tom was just sort of staring at him going, why are you acting like a clown? I don't know, though. What that actually means, we don't know. Like, as I said, it could be that Tom is super confident and is about to show why he is so confident. Or it could be that his ability is not the same as Slim's. He knows it, and he was trying to get a mental advantage. So it's hard to know exactly what was going on there. But either way, I thought Tom gave a good account of himself. I think he's given a really good account of himself in the whole build. But trying to work out exactly what it means is very, very difficult because we haven't seen him fight, obviously, yet. So we're still waiting to go to this co-main. They're making us wait a little bit at the moment, but we should be getting there soon. I feel like we're not going to be too far away. This event has already been running for 2 hours, 40 minutes. So you're certainly getting your money's worth tonight, because by the time we get to that main event, it'll probably be in about half an hour's time. So yeah, we're going to be clocking in at about 3.5 hours or something for this event, which I've got no problems with that whatsoever. It's been really entertaining. It's absolutely flown by. And as we said, we've got a championship match coming up next. Slim against Tom Zanetti. Deji eats Jake Lawal. Slim, tough to practice for. What time does the fight start? Don't know. This next one should be very soon. But KSI will never fight Tough until he fights Jake in December. Seeing Tom Zanetti on the stands. It's hard to have a civil chat tonight, said Dort Knights. Yeah, well, this might not be the stream tonight for civil chats, unfortunately. It's quite manic in here on this one. These YouTuber boxing events tend to really bring like a lot of energy with them, and it's great to see that in the chat. So if you are new to the channel, then welcome. We will be back for the next Misfit boxing event, which has just been announced for the end of February. So we are definitely going to be looking to do that. I've given up trying to chat on here for now, said Bob. When will it start? When will it start? When will it start? I don't have those answers, unfortunately. We're waiting for the co-main event to start very, very soon. But at the moment, we've just got the presenters talking amongst themselves. I sort of get the feeling they're doing that because we're not quite ready to go to the fight yet. I'm pretty sure they get told, like, you know, we need to go to the fight now, and then they would throw over. So at the moment, I think they're just filling a bit of time. But we should be going over to this very, very soon. Gib versus Slim is going to be fire, said Edits. I'm excited, but I'm scared at the same time. Can't wait. Will you be watching UFC? No, I won't, actually. I am watching it next week. Next week, we are back with UFC, but sadly not tonight because this is going to overlap it, isn't it? Tom Zanetti, then here we go, tail of the tape. So Tom Zanetti, 33 years old. Slim is 28. Slim is coming in quite a bit lighter, 169.8 pounds. Tom is 175. Tom just that little bit shorter than Slim. But as we said, you know, Tom seems to be bringing some decent speed, decent accuracy. He's got a decent size to him as well. He's going to be that slightly bigger fighter because he's carrying that extra weight. But Slim, he's got the skills, man. He's shown it time and time again. He's one of the best influencer boxers out there. I always hated Gib, but based on performances, the best fight for him would be Salt Pappy. KSI is going to be live. He will be live after this fight. But we've got to get through this one till we get to that main event. Here we go then. Tom Zanetti is making his way down to the ring. He's got a nice black robe. All black robe with a little bit of gold on it. He's bouncing around. He's got his arm in the air. He's got a big smile on his face. He's looking good, man. Tom Zanetti's looking really confident. Of course, we're in Wembley. And this place is absolutely packed now. This is the co-main event. People are here to see KSI. But if you know anything about this influencer boxing and Misfits boxing, you will not want to miss out on Slim. And this fight against Tom Zanetti, it's an intriguing one. Zanetti making his way down then. Shadow boxing as he does. Smile on his face. I think he'll knock him out in 2. He's just got more experience, says Amads. KSI taught me about the metric system. Feel free to put in your predictions then. Are you going with Slim? Or are you going with Tom Zanetti? Which way are you leaning for this co-main event? Zanetti making his way down. He still hasn't got in the ring. Still not got inside. He is stepping inside the ring now. Zanetti in the ring. And that should bring out Slim next. NDL. Swarmz won. He did. What fights have we already had? So, Virgo beat Taylor. Brooke beats Faith. We had Swarmz victorious as well against Ryan Taylor. Pineda was the mystery person, which was amazing. He was victorious over B-Dave. And Salt Pappy with a brilliant knockout win over Josh. And that now brings us up to the co-main. And as we said, this is going to be Slim against Tom. And Slim is getting his entrance right now. Slim is going to be coming out. Hello, we've got some breakdancers. Some male breakdancers have come out. Okay, we've got some male breakdancers that have come out. So Slim has had the biggest entrance so far. It's coming out to I Want It That Way. Is this the Backstreet Boys? Here's Slim then. Slim steps out. He's dancing around as well. I don't know where his championship is. We've got a full-on dance routine here. It did feel a little bit like secondary school performance, you know, where you and your mates get together and you sort of do a little something for like assembly. And it's not maybe totally in sync. Had a little bit of that vibe to it. But Slim is making his way down to the ring. When does the KSI fight start? KSI fight starts after this fight. But where are you watching this? It's on DAZN. It's on DAZN. He came out to Barbie Girl once. I love the Backstreet Boys, says Sonny. Faze Temperrr is the GOAT. Okay, we've got both fighters inside the ring then. Slim is trolling. Anti-romantic, shout out to you. Hawks fan said, come on, Tom. He's going overboard for his entrance, said Daniel. Hit that like button, says Bob. Yeah, appreciate everyone joining us for this one. Obviously, a lot of excitement for this event. KSI against Faze Temperrr. That's a big fight coming up next. But right now, we are going to our co-main. Slim taking on Tom Zanetti. What has Slim got up his sleeve for this one? I think he's going to need to be on his best form for this. I think Tom Zanetti is going to be a real problem for him. But I think Slim could just take it. But this is the fight I've been most excited for. So both fighters inside the ring. We're getting a few lights flashing. So Slim uses his clinching for his defense. There's definitely ways to get at Slim. And I think Tom Zanetti is going to be feeling quite confident that he can do that. Confidence is definitely something that Tom Zanetti has not been lacking in the build to this fight. When is the KSI fight, said Janimi. That is going to be after this one, so probably looking about 30 minutes or so. Tom, round one. Yeah, put in your predictions. Who do you think's going to win? How are they going to win? When are they going to win? We're about to get started with this one, so get in your final thoughts. Who is going to leave with that championship, that light heavyweight championship, that Misfits boxing title? Tom, round 3. Temperrr is going to win. Slim is not only clinch, he knows how to move. Oh, no, he's great, but defense-wise. Defense-wise, it's not just a case that he doesn't have good movement, good hand speed, and things like that. Offensively is very good. Defensively, we do see him clinching a lot. It is his go-to. And that's not like a problem or anything, but there are ways to get at Slim. He's not impenetrable. And look at this. Slim comes out. Super serious expression on the face of Slim. Tom Zanetti staring at him. They touch gloves. This is going to be fun, man. This is going to be fun. Wow, they look super serious, super focused from Slim. I think this is This is my fight that I've been looking forward to. I'm really up for this. What is Zanetti going to bring? Right, here we go then. Here we go. So we've got Zanetti taking that center ground. We got Slim on the outside. Zanetti covering up, Slim lunging forward, smile on the face of Zanetti, and again, Zanetti is keeping the hands up. Slim throwing, he's just a little bit out of range at the moment. Zanetti is edging forwards. Again, into the body. It's a little bit scrappy there by Zanetti. Zanetti again getting his hands up. You can see that Slim keeps his hands quite low. Lunges to the body. Oh, hook shot just misses there by Zanetti. I tell you what, though, Zanetti's getting a bit too worked up here. He's like, he's keeping his hands down. He's goading Slim. I just think that Zanetti, if he's gonna do that, he's gonna get caught. He's gonna get caught. He's goading Slim, and Slim has swung some big shots. They've just missed. Couple of shots in the pocket there by Zanetti. They're trading blows. Slim is throwing on Zanetti. Zanetti just missing. And we are seeing Slim on the outside. Zanetti is showing he has got no fear of Slim. They're clinching up. And Zanetti coming back into the center. It's been a very interesting first minute and 30. We've seen a lot of goading by Zanetti. I'd like to see him settle down and get back into like a normal boxing stance. Oh my God, I tell you what, that right hook of Tom Zanetti looks powerful. Slim seems to catch Zanetti though. Zanetti goes back against the ropes. Slim putting the pressure on. They're in a clinch at the moment. And Zanetti looked like he wanted to throw a right hand. But Slim got out of there. Body shot coming in by Zanetti. Slim swinging away. Zanetti screaming at Slim. These two right in the center. Lovely shots. Straight down the middle by Slim. Slim seems to be settling into a bit of a groove here. Zanetti is quite square on. Big hook shot coming in by Zanetti. Big overhand right as well. And again, couple of body shots. We're seeing Slim with some big hooks, but they whistle over the head of Zanetti. We got 25 seconds on the clock. Feels like this is a Slim round. Couple of shots getting through there by Slim. Zanetti is coming forward. He's definitely eaten a few shots. So Zanetti standing his ground in the middle. This can go 4 rounds. And, that's a big heavy shot coming back by Zanetti. Slim catches Zanetti. Zanetti responds with a big shot coming back. And that's a really interesting round. I would probably give that to Slim. I think that Zanetti was goading Slim. He was trying to get Slim to come on to him. I think that Slim did get through with some shots when he did. But you could see what Tom Zanetti's plan is. Goad Slim on. As he comes in, big hook shot. Some of these hooks that Tom Zanetti is throwing are vicious. There was a couple actually. There was a couple that were like, if he'd connected with them, not only would he have put Slim down, he would have knocked his head off. Some of these hooks are monster. But Slim is coming in. He's getting through with his shots. I think he's landing with more. And there was a moment there where he really caught Zanetti and it seemed to cause him a few problems. But, both guys are really being aggressive. Neither guy on the back foot. 1-2, straight down the middle. Lovely work there by Slim. Looking to go to the body. Zanetti with a counter shot, but misses with it. Lunges to the body with a left straight. Slim on the outside, covering up. Hook shot just misses. By Zanetti is trying to cover up as Slim's putting the pressure on. Slim is clinching up. There's that clinch. And he grabs a hold of Zanetti. They're up against the ropes. We're seeing Zanetti starting to look a little tired. He's taking a few deep breaths. We're not seeing that showboating as much. Into middle of the ring. Lovely shot. Nice shots coming in. Lovely work there by Zanetti. Deep breath by Zanetti. I sort of feel like Slim is going to be able to take Zanetti to the deep waters. Zanetti is gassed. He definitely looks like he's taking some deep breaths. Slim grabbing him, driving him back against the ropes. Slim just needs to stick to his game plan, stick to the basics, just get through with his shots. We know that he's got good hand speeds. Oh, that's lovely work there by Slim. Lovely work. Zanetti is just going to get slower. He's just going to tire more. And this might mean that Slim can just use him as a bit of a punching bag. Zanetti on the way forward into the clinch. Shot coming into the body there by Zanetti. Again, some deep breaths by Zanetti. He's back in the corner. Slim getting through with some big shots. Zanetti tries to throw in some big counters. Now we're seeing Slim. Lovely hook shot there by Slim. And again, getting through. Lovely work. Zanetti covering up. Slim, big shot to the side of the head. And again, Zanetti saying a few words there to Slim, but Slim is definitely looking in the better condition. Lovely shot to the side of the head by Slim. Slim coming forward. 1-2 straight down the middle. Excellent work. Driving Zanetti back. Zanetti responds with a counter. Now we're seeing some showboating from Slim. Slim trying to come forward. Lovely hook shot coming back there by Zanetti. 1-2. Good work by Slim. Good work by Slim. Yeah, Tom Zanetti is taking some deep breaths, man. And he is just getting caught. There's no defense now. The arms are down really low. He's just having to try and swing for the fences. But he's getting hit more than he's hitting. 1-2-3 punch combo by Slim. Great work by Slim. Tom Zanetti trying to respond, but he's falling short. End of the round. It's a big round for Slim. Tom Zanetti is gassed. He is gassed. Tom Zanetti is gassed. This feels like it's got Slim win written all over it. What did you think of the women's fight? I thought it was fun, but I thought it was reckless. There wasn't really much in the way of skill on display. It was like a cat fight outside of a pub at 3 o'clock in the morning, but with gloves. So I keep saying, I feel like there's a woman that can come in and just dominate this division. It's there to be dominated. Watching the women's division evolve and grow, that's going to be really fun to watch. And I can't wait to see who they get and bring in. But it was fun. It was definitely a fun fight. And this is a really fun fight as well. First round was quite competitive, but second round you could see Tom was starting to slow down. And now we're seeing Slim. Oh, connecting with a lovely left hook shot. Great work by Slim. Great work. Trying to go for a jab down the middle. He grabs Tom Zanetti by the head. Referee comes in. Separates them. Tom coming forward. Slim trying to jab to the body. Hook shot comes in by Tom. Slim goes underneath that hook shot. Referee again telling Zanetti to come forward. Slim on the back foot. Zanetti edging forward. Lovely hook shot coming back there by Slim. Jab coming in by Zanetti. Swinging away with some big hook shots. Zanetti is just trying to find a kill shot. That is it. He is just trying to find a massive shot that is going to put Slim down. He's taking a deep breath. He tries to throw a big hook, but it's out of range. Oh, he did connect with that one, though. That one seemed to get through. That one got through by Tom Zanetti. Nice. Shots coming back there by Slim. Slim seems to be tiring as well. Hook shot comes back there by Slim. These two are like slugging it out right now. Slim is got his hands down. He sticks his chin out. He's trying to goad Tom Zanetti onto him. Body shot coming in there by Tom Zanetti. You can see Zanetti is taking some punishment. I was going to say amazed at some of these shots that Slim has taken. Slim has really absorbed some punishment here, and he's just took it. He's just took it, and he continues to move forward, continues to fight on. Lovely hook shot there by Slim. Straight down the middle by Slim as well. He's over against the ropes. It looks like Slim is starting to tire as well. Both of these guys feeling the effects. Oh, lovely work by Zanetti. Zanetti catches Slim. Slim rope-a-dope against the ropes. And he's coming forward. Nice. Good work by Zanetti. He's connecting. Slim's in a bit of trouble. Slim has really slowed down. Zanetti coming forward. He just needs to find a big kill shot. Slim over against the ropes. Oh, and Zanetti has given him too long to recover. He's had too much time. Slim is right back into this now. There was a moment, a big moment, where if Zanetti had been able to put some punches together, I think he really could have put Slim out. That was a better round for Tom. It was a better round. Whether he did enough to take it, I don't know. You could argue it's 2-1. You could argue it's 3-0. But Zanetti gassed out at the end of the first round. Slim gassed out at the end of the second. That third round was scrappy. Both fighters had moments, but there was a big moment for Tom Zanetti where he really got through and Slim just had no answer. The arms are so heavy. You can just tell the arms are really heavy. And yeah, look, he was stung, he was rocked. If Tom Zanetti had better cardio, oh God, that's lovely. That was lovely by Tom Zanetti. He ducks underneath this shot and then comes round with this big hook. And I tell you what, Slim did so well to just take it. Slim's face has took punishment. We're in round number 4, the final round. We're in the final round. I tell you what, Tom is still in this one. He's still in this one. Tom coming forward, catching Slim. Slim is moving around more. Slim coming forward into the clinch. Shot coming into the side of the head. Nice jab coming in there by Tom, but Slim looking, he's looking a bit more alert again. Hook shot coming in there by Tom, but it just misses. Slim on the outside. I mean, Slim ducking underneath. It's hard to know if he's done enough to take the fight if we go to the judges' scorecards. If he loses this round, there could be an argument that it's 2-2. He's keeping his hands up. Shots coming into the side of the head. Tom taking a deep breath. Backs away. Jab straight down the middle. Good work there by Tom. And again, he's starting to move forward. He's covering up as Slim responds. Shot coming in. Hook shot coming in there by Slim. Slim backing up. He's trying to bounce around. There's not loads of activity. Both guys are absolutely gassed. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Neither guy really committing themselves. You feel like a big shot in this round could really be significant. And a few shots coming in there by Slim. Hook shot just misses there by Slim. Jab coming in by Zanetti. Shot comes back though. Lovely counter there by Slim. Strike straight down the middle by Zanetti. Slim having a little look, seeing if he can find a few straight shots. Oh, they're wailing away at each other. And now the referee trying to separate them apart. They're clinching up, leaning on each other. This is scrappy as you could imagine. Oh, big heavy hook shot there by Zanetti. Slim, a little bit of trouble. It's a lovely left hand. But he cannot capitalize. He cannot capitalize. Slim in the center recovers. Yeah, it is. They're both guys digging deep. You can see that Tom Zanetti is ready for this fight to end. If the option to shake hands was there, Zanetti would take it. But Slim has just got his hands down. Trying to jab forwards. Few body shots coming in by Zanetti. Crowd are cheering as these two are digging deep for whatever is left in the gas tank. Slim has got his chin out there. If Zanetti can find a big hook shot in the dying seconds. Oh, and he can't. The two embrace. The two embrace. It was a hell of a fight. Hell of a fight. Tom Zanetti, he gassed out at the end of the first round. For him to make it to the end of the fourth is basically like Jesus mode. He went full on Jesus mode. That was a minor miracle for him to get to the end of the fourth. He was done by the end of the first. Well, let me know in the chat, who do you think has won that one? I don't think you can give Zanetti the win. I think it's either a slim win or a draw, to be honest. It's either a slim win or a draw. It's either 3-1 or 2-2. 3-1 or 2-2. What do you think? 3-1 or 2-2. Some people saying 2-2. Some people saying draw. I've got to be honest. If this is a draw or if it's 3-1, I think both results are fine. I don't think it would be a robbery. I'd have no problem with either result. I'd have no problem with either result. If this comes back as a draw or it comes back as 3-1 for Slim, I'd have no problem with that. Lots of draws. Lots of people saying draws. Lots of people saying that it was close. Some people saying 3-1. 2-2. 2-2. 2-2. 3-1. 3-1. 2-2. Right, wow, it seems people are split. Smiles on the faces here as both of these guys come forward and embrace. And touch gloves. Don't know how this is going to go. I think this could be a draw, you know. I think this could be a draw. But honestly, if it's 3-1, no complaints. Really close. 3-1, 2-2, 2-2, 4-0. 3-1, 2-2, 3-1. Slim is a warrior. It's a draw. It's got to be. There's some good moments there by Zanetti. That third round I thought was really good. I think the first two rounds are Slim. I think the third round's Zanetti. I think that final round is close. That's how I've seen it. That's why if it's a draw, I don't mind. If it's a Slim win, I don't mind. I think a Zanetti win would be a robbery. Here we go. 39-37. 39-38. It's a winner. It's got to be Slim. Still. Slim wins. Slim wins. Slim wins by unanimous decision. That was a hell of a fight. And he was rocked. He got caught. So, commentators are just saying they thought that it could have been a split decision. Some of them were thinking that it might have been a bit closer than it was. Slim wins. He wins by unanimous. The judges had him up by... Well, some of the judges had it 3-1. And I think that's... I think that's fine. I haven't got no problem with Slim winning. I think for me, the only robbery would have been a Zanetti win after watching the fight. I think, honestly, Zanetti, if he had better cardio, he could be a very interesting fighter here, but he seemed to gas out at the end of the first. And, but he threw some great shots, Tom Zanetti, and, like, they landed on Slim. You can see Slim has took a bit of damage, And I think Zanetti is going to be really impressed that Slim was able to take those, because he landed some clean shots. There was some lovely shots that got through by Zanetti. Slim took them. There's been a bit of a chin check tonight, and the chin has checked out. So, I mean, that's great news for Slim. Cardio seemed to gas out at the end of the second. Maybe there's a little bit of concern there, but the pace of this fight was pretty fast. Like, it was pretty full on for the first few rounds. There was not really much of a feeling out process. So, yeah, it's a hard fought win. But Slim retains that light heavyweight championship. Is that a good enough performance, though, to get him the KSI fight? Is that a good enough performance to get him the KSI fight? I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. It's a win for Slim, but is that a performance that's going to have people talking? Is that a performance that's going to have people demanding the KSI encounter? I don't know. I don't know if Slim did enough for the KSI fight. I agree he did enough to get the win, though. I've got no problem with that. Slim took the dub. Yep. Right. The only fight that's left is our main event. Our main event coming up. And that is going to see the likes of KSI in action. KSI. So it was a tough challenge. I think he's saying that he's hitting him with some heavy shots, but it's just not doing anything. Slim's struggling with this weight class. So, yeah, it's really interesting because Slim is saying that he thinks that this is too high of a weight division for him because he's throwing shots and it's having no effect on these people. And he seems a little bit down, Slim. I mean, considering he's just picked up the win, he seems a little bit down at the fact that he's not been able to get that knockout and a little bit down maybe on the performance. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him potentially looking to move down in weight. How long until the next fight? Should be coming up pretty soon. I mean, they'll probably make us wait 10 minutes or so, but KSI coming up next. Who's going to win out of KSI and Temper? I think KSI. Tom Zanetti wants to keep going. He says thank you to Slim. And he says it's a well-deserved victory for Slim. Yeah, good work by Tom Zanetti. Classy. Who do you want? Slim said, I will only stay at this weight if I get the mega fight with KSI. Otherwise, he wants to go down. Who's Tom going to call out? Slim said Tom will give people problems. Okay, he's not ready to call anyone out. Do you know what? I think that's really interesting because Slim wants to move down in weight. He doesn't look comfortable at this weight. Honestly, he looks really dejected at the end of that. Even though he's managed to pick up the victory, he seems really like, I think he's probably hurting. I think that was probably harder than he was expecting. And I think he's kind of come to a realization that he needs to go down in weight. That's going to be a problem if he wants to face KSI, because KSI is going to be obviously heavy and big and strong. And if Slim is struggling against Tom Zanetti, he doesn't stand a chance. I don't see the KSI fight happening after this fight, to be honest. I think he's just fought against Tom Zanetti, and his conclusion is, I struggle against these guys at this weight. So how is he going to get the KSI fight? How's he going to get the KSI fight? If he's going to come out and say, oh, I'm struggling against people of this size, what's he going to do against KSI? Like KSI, who's got more cardio, better hand speeds, better conditioning. KSI, I think Slim would be an easy night work for KSI, to be honest. After watching that performance against Tom Zanetti, I think KSI's would have an easy night against Slim. I think it's better for Slim to go to the division that he feels comfortable. I can totally understand him wanting the KSI fight because big payday, main event slot, totally can understand that. But I think if he wants to continue winning and continue building his legacy, I think it would make sense for him to go down at least the division. So, yeah, I don't know what will be next for him. That's going to be really, really interesting. It's going to be really interesting. I'd like to see him move down in weight. I mean, he's at light heavyweight, so I don't know. I don't know if they've got like be good if they had like the different weights and the fighters that are in those weights, because it's hard to know like if he goes down, like where would he be going down to? Like super middleweight or like, and who's in that? I don't even know if we've got anyone in that. So I don't know. We'll have to see what they can find for him. I don't think it's going to be KSI after that performance, though. What happens if KSI loses? Well, I mean, that's... I don't know if we... I don't know, to be honest. I feel like I don't know if we do a rematch. I know that he wants to do a fight against Tyron Woodley. Obviously, there's big rumors that at the end of the year, Jake Paul. If he loses to Faze Temperrr, that's going to really put the Jake Paul fight in peril. I think he might want to have a rematch with Faze Temperrr and get the win and then, continue on his journey. But a loss tonight would be devastating for KSI. I mean, he's not going to want to go into that Jake Paul fight at the end of the year with a loss on his record. So he's going to want to get a victory here. It doesn't... if he loses tonight, I don't think that cancels the Jake Paul fight, but it definitely puts it into a little bit of doubt. I think we would probably need to do the rematch against Faze Temperrr. I think KSI would need to avenge that loss, and then we could carry on after that. But to be honest, I don't see him losing. I really don't. I think this is going to be pretty straightforward for KSI. And last time I checked, we had 35,000. We have now managed to get over 50,000 votes. A massive thank you to everyone that has joined us on this stream and voted. Really appreciate the support. And it's great to see so many people sharing their thoughts about the event. And yeah, we have had 50-odd thousand votes. KSI by knockout, 75%. KSI by decision, 15%. Faze Temperrr by knockout, 7%. Faze Temperrr by decision, 3%. So 90% of people have gone with KSI by knockout or decision, and 10% of people have gone with Faze Temperrr. So I've got KSI by knockout. I think there's a question mark about how quickly he wants to get that knockout. We were talking about this earlier. If you've been training really hard on your skill set and you want to show the world what you've been working on, I don't know that you want to go in there and just knock someone out in 5 seconds, 10 seconds. You might want to take your time so that you can show a few things. So it's really hard to know. I don't know. I mean, if it's there, I think natural instinct might make you just naturally go for it. You might just naturally go for it, but I think he would want to have a little bit of time in there. People have spent a lot of money going to this event. Early knockouts are cool, but, the last fight, like last time he fought, he had 2 fights. So people got a chance to see him a couple of times. This is his only fight on this card. And I think the first round knockout's going to be there. I really don't know if he's going to want to show a little bit more. Just wait a little bit. I think he can finish this fight at any point. I really do. I think this is pretty straightforward for KSI. I mean, I think this is straightforward at the best of times, but add in the fact that Faze Temperr's only had about 10 days notice, because don't forget, this was meant to be Dylan Dennis. So considering this was meant to be Dylan Dennis and that fell through, Faze Temperr's coming in underprepared. I mean, there's no two ways about it. I think KSI wins normally, but against an underprepared Faze Temperrr, I think it's going to be very easy work for him. KSI is going to win. Slim versus Jarvis. When does it start? It'll probably be in about the next 10 minutes or so. So we are just seeing a little video package. KSI and Faze on their previous fights. So we are building towards it, but we just got a little way to go. Dawn Knight said the chat needs to go slow. Just say when it starts. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. It will be about 10 minutes. If KSI lose, I am going to unsubscribe from all of his platforms. He had 10 days notice, but he was working for a mystery opponent, and he was training. He is ready, said Aguilar. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's one thing to be training for a mystery opponent. I think it's something completely different to be training specifically for KSI. I think that I would be fine. Like when Faze loses, I think he loses. If he comes out and says, you know, I would have loved to have had a full training camp for this, I totally could understand that. I could totally buy that. I don't know that it would make a difference, but I think, you know, if you're going to be taking on KSI, I think you're going to want a proper full training camp. You're going to want to sit down. You're going to want to do tape study. You're going to want to find the weaknesses, you know, to only have 10 days to do that. I totally would agree if he came out and said, you know, look, I would have done better with a full camp. But, I mean, look, it is what it is. I think credit to Faze for stepping up, you know, stepping up. He's going into a fight which I think he has got some confidence in. I think he does believe he can win. But, yeah, this is going to be quite the challenge. 10 days notice, KSI, main event. I'm KSI. I'm KSI. I think KSI is going to get this done. I agree. Too little prep time for Temper to stand much of a chance. KSI losing would break the internet. KSI needs this fight. Well, he definitely he needs this fight because he needs to continue his development of getting ring time and building towards that Jake Paul fight. He needs to be facing people like Woodley. If he believes that he is at the level where he can beat Woodley, that is the fight to make, because Jake Paul faced Woodley twice, and we've got a lot of footage of Jake against Tyron Woodley. So, you know, that wasn't even Jake's last fight. Jake's last fight was Anderson Silva. So KSI, if he wants to face Jake this year, he hasn't got time to go through the Ben Askren route, you know, and kind of go through that level. He needs to go to Tyron Woodley level, right? So Tyron Woodley, I think, would be a good opponent because that's someone that Jake faced. He didn't finish him in the first fight, but he did in the second. KSI would need to face Woodley, and he'd need to be finding a finish because that's exactly what Jake achieved. So we've got a comparison. It would be a good way of comparing him and Jake. So I think the Woodley fight makes a lot of sense. And apparently Woodley was down for it. It was going to happen, and I can see it happening in the future. I really can. I think Woodley could be KSI's next opponent. I really do. After what we just saw from Slim, I don't think it'll be Slim. I don't think it'll be Slim. You know, Slim's just said, I really struggle against guys in this weight class. So, you know, KSI is going to be worse than Tom Zanetti. So, yeah, I don't think it would be Slim. Do you think Salt Pappy could fight KSI? I don't think he's big enough, to be honest. I don't think he's big enough. I think we're in a really weird position, aren't we? Because KSI is 40 million subscribers. One of the most famous personalities in the world, boxing ability wise, one of the best influence boxers. I think if we were just doing, I think if the Jake Paul fights wasn't on the horizon and we were just focused on Misfits boxing, right? And we were just genuinely going to take the best fighters against the best fighters, then I think, yes, you would stand a chance of KSI against Salt Pappy. But I think we're not looking at just Misfits, are we? We're talking about Tyron Woodley. Like, there's conversation about people coming in from outside of, like, the Misfits family, right? And that's always going to happen because the Misfits family is growing. It's not just Faze Temperrr and Slim and Salt Pappy and Anthony Taylor. You know, they're constantly bringing fresh faces in. And so, I think Salt Pappy definitely, if we was just going to keep... If we was going to have rankings and mandatory challengers, Salt Pappy would be in the conversation. But I think we can always go and get an Anderson Silva. We can always go and get a Tyron Woodley. We can always go and get a Nate Diaz. There's always fighters out there that we can go and get that are going to bring, I don't want to say a bit more star power, but maybe a bit more star power. Maybe a bit more star power. Maybe a bit more fighting experience. Salt Pappy is good and deserves respect. But if you've got the opportunity to face Anderson Silva, or if you've got the opportunity to face Nate Diaz, like, that's going to sell more pay-per-views. It is. That's going to sell more pay-per-views. KSI against Salt Pappy or KSI against Anderson Silva, like, and that is going to do more buys. So I can see Salt Pappy being frustrated, I think. I think it's going to be frustrating for him because he's going to need to really put a run together, I think, to get to the top of this card, to kind of force his way into the conversation. I feel like if it wasn't for that Jake Paul fight at the end of the year, I think Salt Pappy would probably get a chance. But I think because of that Jake Paul fight, I think KSI is going to want the biggest challenges possible, and that might include going and getting ex-professional boxers, ex-professional MMA fighters, ex-professionals, basically. Right, we're at commentary, and we've just got them saying a few words about, obviously, our main event that's coming up next. We've got King Kenny, we've got Big Zoo. Anderson isn't going to do it anymore and can't fight. Yeah, he might not, but just as an example, that was Jake Paul's last fight, was Anderson Silva. And look, he's great, he's credible, he's former MMA champion, but someone that's always had striking as a big part of his MMA skill set. Someone that actually did boxing, I think, before MMA and continued that in his MMA training. He was known for his striking. So it's not as if like he was a wrestler, a grappler, and someone that wasn't known for his hands. So yeah, he was someone that was credible, someone that actually gave Jake some problems as well. Don't forget that one going the distance. And so yeah, it was a good opponent. It was a good workout that was for Jake. Good, credible opponent. And I think that's exactly what KSI is going to be looking for. Not that Salt Pappy isn't, but it would be better to go and get some big name professionals, bring them in as you build towards Jake Paul at the end of the year. So maybe Salt Pappy gets his opportunity in 2024. KSI. What was your favorite fight? Do you know what? Maybe the Salt Pappy one. I mean, I did enjoy the Slim fight. I thought the Slim fight was really entertaining. They both gassed, and there was definitely some heavy arms towards the end. But It was very entertaining. But Salt Pappy, it's a great performance. He might pick up performance of the night so far, Salt Pappy. I think Salt Pappy was so confident, and the fact that he was able to showboat, and the fact that he was on the outside and, as I said, able to just really like dance around, stay out of range. I think he showed some really good boxing skills, really good ring IQ, and he did it against a very credible opponent. He answered all the questions tonight. He answered all the questions. For me, it's Salt Pappy that's going to get fighter of the night and knockout of the night so far. Obviously, KSI might have something to say about that. But yeah, I would. That's the one that's caught my attention. I thought Virgo did well. I want KSI knockout, but my gut says that Faze Temperrr is going to cause an upset, says Joe. I would be amazed if he did, to be honest, buds. I would be amazed. I think if you're a KSI fan, you can feel quietly comfortable. I think you can be quietly comfortable that he's going to get the victory here. I think that you see, the great thing is he prepared for a southpaw. This is why he's facing Faze, because he was in his training camp preparing for a southpaw. And when Dylan Dennis dropped out, he knew that he needed to replace him with a southpaw. And that's exactly what Faze Temperrr is. Add in the fact that Faze is coming in off a great victory, against Overflow in 30-odd seconds. It just made sense. Plus, he's part of the Misfits family. And, again, just makes sense. But I think if you was to handpick an opponent for KSI, I don't think that you would be going for Faze Temperrr, because I just feel like KSI is above this level, to be honest. But he is going to be coming in 4 inches taller, Faze Temperrr. He is almost a pound heavier. He has got a 1-inch reach advantage as well. He is the bigger guy. And if you've seen KSI and Faze Temperrr standing next to each other, the height difference is significant. Right, here we go then, guys. Here we go. Get in your final thoughts. We've had 57,000. Can we get that to 60,000? As soon as we get to 60,000, I think we'll shut the poll down. So keep the votes coming in. If you haven't voted yet, keep your votes coming in. We need to get a couple thousand more votes. We'll shut that poll down then. See what the results are as we're about to go over to the introductions. And this has got big fight feel to it. This is definitely one that has grabbed people's attention. I think this would be even bigger, of course, if it was Dylan Dennis. It is a shame that he couldn't find his balls. But here comes Faze Temperrr making his way down. When is the fight? The fight will be coming up very soon, but Faze Temperrr's coming down to the ring. We've got ring walks already. Faze Temperrr coming down. If you haven't seen what KSI is fighting in, KSI is going to be fighting in this. This is a screenshot from the video. I think he put it out this morning when he received his gear, saw it for the first time. Apparently he's fighting in this white and pink attire. He really likes it. I'm not crazy about it. I think it needs to be a bit more electric pink, like Bret the Hitman Hart pink. It's a bit pale, but in all fairness, maybe that's the lighting. It might look better when he comes out with it. But he liked it. He said that he wanted short sleeves. He can move better in it and all of that. So, yeah, he was pleased with it when he got it out. But that's what KSI is going to be wearing. Or certainly what he suggested he would be wearing in his video this morning. And it is what he's wearing. He comes walking out. There's no dancers. There's no big show. There's no entourage or hip-hop artists or anything. It's just KSI walking out. Big reaction as he steps out. KSI heading towards the ring. If you are watching, and you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe, because we will be back for future Misfit events, and we ain't going anywhere for this main event tonight. It's a big one. It's the big one. It's KSI taking on Faze Temperrr, and KSI making his way down to the ring, getting into the ring. Michael Buffer, the announcer for this, and KSI looking really cool, calm, collected, and confident inside the ring, pacing around. And yeah, really not much of a show from KSI. I thought it was going to be bigger. I thought it was going to be more dramatic. But he seems to be all business tonight. All business from KSI. So KSI inside the ring. Maybe this event has gone on a bit long, to be honest. Maybe they need to be out of Wembley by 11 or something like this. So there's no time. Because there probably is a curfew around the Wembley area. So, and we've got the national anthems right now. Faze has a massive reach. It's not that big according to the tail of the tape. It's 1 inch. So 1 inch reach advantage for Faze Temperrr. So I don't think it's that significant. But we do have the Star Spangled Banner being sung for Faze Temperrr. I think he's like American Brazilian, isn't he? He's like dual nationality. So we do have the USA national anthem, and we will get God Save the King after for KSI. Do you think KSI will have good form from his fight against Logan? Listen, I think KSI is a good boxer. I think he is a very good boxer. I think he's got skill. I think he works hard. I think that he is someone that has got a single track mind at the moment. And that single track mind is, I've got to beat Jake Paul. I've got to beat Jake Paul. I've got to beat Jake Paul. Like, that is all that's going on upstairs. I've got to beat Jake Paul. So he is very, very focused on what he needs to do. And actually, I thought it was really interesting at the press conference. He said, "You are not taking my legacy away from me," because he knows that a loss tonight is going to be massive. He knows that if he loses this fight, all those future plans potentially go out the window. And so he was saying, "You are not taking my legacy away." He looks at Faze Temperrr not as being Faze Temperrr, but as being someone that is trying to erase his legacy. And if you've seen any of his videos, you know, he talks a lot about legacy. He's got all the money he needs. He doesn't need any money, right? Money is not a concern for him anymore. Now it's about really achieving things and building a legacy and something that's going to stand the test of time. And obviously, you know, Prime is a big part of that. Starting Misfits boxing is a big part of that. Going on to have that fight with Jake Paul and potentially winning it is a big part of that. So all of this will play into his legacy. And he looks at Faze Temperrr as being someone that wants to take that legacy away. So, yeah, this is a very focused KSI. Very focused KSI. And when you think of it in that regard, you can see why. No hip-hop artists, no dancing around, nothing like that. You know, last time we got 2 fights out of him. This time it's just KSI coming down and looking very focused. And we've got Michael Buffer doing the intros then. What time is the KSI fight? It'll be starting very soon. KSI fight. They're both in the ring. And as we said, we've just had national anthems. So now we're getting the announcements. If you are just joining us, we can just quickly run through the results. So tonight we have seen some really interesting fights, some really interesting action. So Idris Virgo beat Anthony Taylor in the first fight of the night. Then Elle Brooke got a victory over Faith Ordway when the referee stopped the fight in the first round. Then Swarmz got a victory over Ryan Taylor with a jab, right? One jab got it for Swarmz. That was really strange. Then we got B-Dave taking on Pineda. Pineda getting the victory, which was amazing. Obviously, B-Dave didn't know he'd be facing Pineda. Then we got Salt Pappy against Josh. That was a great fight. Salt Pappy looking really good and landing a heavy shot, putting Josh down and getting the victory. Salt Pappy looking like the real deal. Slim having to battle and work hard to get a win against Tom Zanetti. It was a war. It was a battle. They went into the deep waters. They went the distance, but Slim did get the win. And now here we are at the main event, KSI and Faze Temperrr. So votes continuing to come in. Might as well shut that down so that we can get a bigger chat area, plus the results aren't changing. So might as well end the poll. 60, just shy of 63,000 votes in our poll. A massive shout out to everyone that voted in that. The results, I think it was like 74% said KSI by knockout, 15% said KSI by decision, 6% said Faze by knockout, 2% said Faze by decision. So that's how it all played out. And we are about to get underway with this fight. Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. Haribo said bonkers. Absolutely. Big fan. KSI fighting out of Watford, England. He's just getting his introduction right now. Can we get a draw? I don't want either of these to lose, says Hawk is not an L. Who won, said Manny. It hasn't started yet, birds. Hasn't started yet. We are at the main event, though, and we are moments away from this main event beginning. We are seeing KSI in the ring, getting his introduction as he's about to step forward. So does Faze. Both guys coming into the middle, getting their final instructions. They're about to touch gloves. Referee having a few words with both guys. Big KSI chants from the fans. Both guys going back to the corner then. Yeah, this has got a huge fight feel to it, you know. Fair play. They've done such a good job with Misfits. And here we go. We're about to get underway. KSI against Faze Temperrr. Massive roar as KSI comes into the center. Faze Temperrr on the outside. And he's keeping a little bit of distance. He tries to jab to the body there, Faze Temperrr. He's getting backed up against the ropes. Couple of jabs. I really like how KSI doubling up on the jabs. He goes big overhand left and then a right to the body. He was kind of spamming that combo, but Faze was able to deal with it. Faze standing his ground in the center. He's trying to jab away. He's trying to keep KSI back. KSI just bouncing around, edging forward. This one can go 6 rounds. Oh, KSI comes forward, gets caught with a right hand there by Faze. I tell you what, that was a bit reckless by KSI. That was a bit reckless. He's got to be careful, you know. And Faze backing up against the ropes. Temperrr, that's a lovely left there by Faze Temperrr. But KSI starting to unload on Faze Temperrr. That's really good clinching work. Tell you what, though, KSI has been caught with a couple of shots here by Faze Temperrr. Faze Temperrr's looking really cool, calm, collected. KSI looking a little bit reckless. And again, clinching. Good work by Faze. Really, really fascinating stuff here. Big shots coming in, though, by KSI. Lovely straight left coming back there by Faze. And again, they're clinching up. Feels like KSI got the better of those exchanges. And but Faze is looking really cool, calm, collected. He's standing, trying to use that jab. KSI comes in. As soon as he gets too close, they clinch up. KSI coming forward. Lovely left hand there by Faze. Lovely straight right as well. KSI on his toes, bouncing around, edging forward. Couple of jabs coming in by Temperrr into the final minute of round number 1. KSI is just lose. Oh, wow. Faze goes down. Faze goes down. Faze goes down. It could be a knockout. It's a knockdown. Can Faze get up? I don't think he will. I don't think he will. It's over. KSI wins. KSI wins. Wow. Huge knockout by KSI. Huge knockout. KSI wins. The legacy is intact. Wow. It's a beautiful shot. It's a beautiful shot. First round finish. First round knockout. I tell you what, though. He got clipped a couple of times, KSI. He definitely got clipped by Faze Temperrr. But the shots towards the end that put Faze down, impressive. Great hand speed. Great hand speed. Great power. And he's doing some push-ups in the middle of the boxing ring. KSI would be dropped by a proper boxer. I tell you what, there is concern there that he got clipped by Faze Temperrr. Like, that was not domination. That was not all KSI. There's a couple of moments in there where you get hit. I mean, listen, when you go into a boxing match, you're going to get hit, right? I got no problem with that. But there was just a couple of moments where if he was in there against someone better, maybe Jake Paul, he could have found himself in a whole world of trouble. But he was able to weather the storm and came through, and the finish is absolutely brilliant. The finish from KSI is undeniable. There are levels to this game, and as we said, expected him to get past Faze Temperrr. It's a lovely right, but it's the left. Look at that. Jab down the middle, but look at that lovely left. Down the middle, down goes Faze Temperrr. Bang, bang. And Faze Temperrr down, out, and he couldn't respond. Referee was straight over. In all fairness, the referee doesn't call it straight away. He goes over. He gives Faze Temperrr the chance to try and get back up. Temperrr clearly can't do it. And it gets called. It gets called. KSI picks up the victory. First round knockout. Straight down the middle. Bang, bang. It's lovely work. And then he's got enough energy to do push-ups. Clearly, we're waiting to see what he's got to say. I'm thinking he's going to be talking about Woodley. Definitely is going to mention Jake Paul. He wants that Jake Paul fight. He's definitely going to be mentioning Jake Paul. Not much in the way of action on this one, unfortunately. But KSI wins. Dub SI. Dub SI. Let's have a look. Let's see what he's going to. Let's see what he's going to say. No, honestly, no shade on Faze Temperrr. No shade at all. I actually thought he looked quite good at times in that first round, but KSI is just too good, man. I mean, straight down the middle. Even if Faze Temperrr had a full training camp specifically for KSI, I don't think he would have stopped it. I don't think he would have stopped him. I don't think he would have stopped that either. KSI's mom in the ring. KSI's got his arms around his mom. He picks her up. Easy work for Jake. Did KSI win already? He did. He did. KSI was victorious in the first round. And we're just waiting to hear from him now. We want to know what he's got to say. We want to know if he's going to call someone out. We want to know if he's got his sights set on anyone in particular. I feel like he's probably going to mention Woodley. I don't think he's going to mention Slim. Who knows? Who knows? He might throw a surprise in there as well. But those were the names he was talking about beforehand. KSI can't choose a mid-opponent now. No, I mean, look, the only thing I would say is that this was not meant to be the opponent. It was meant to be Dylan Dennis. Dennis pulled out, and so he had to find someone, lastminute.com. Fair play. Do you know what I mean? Respect. He went out and he went and got someone 10 days notice, like, and someone that's, you know, had some fights. It's not like he went and got another Pineda or someone that was like, you know, completely useless. He went and got someone that we've seen have fights before, someone that's already been in Misfits boxing. Yeah, I mean, look, there's levels to this game, and Faze is, you know, not on KSI's level. There's no shame on that. No shame on that at all. But this was not the plan. So I think it would make sense for him to call out someone or like name someone and someone that's not going to drop out. This is another reason why the Woodley fight would be good, because Woodley is a professional. You know, if you get Woodley, you're going to get Woodley. He ain't going to drop out, and that'll be a good test. Right, KSI about to get his hand raised, and we should be about to hear from him. He gets the belt wrapped around his waist. There we go, the crowd applauding. Fantastic, fantastic result for KSI there. Want to see what he's got to say. He could have fought Woodley on short notice. Apparently the budget was cut. So they couldn't afford to bring Woodley in because the zone gave them so much money for this event. I was listening to him talking to, I think it was Ariel, but the budget was cut because the plan was he was going to face Woodley and Logan was going to face Dylan Dennis. As soon as Logan got injured, then that meant that the card wasn't as big. And then all of a sudden it meant that the Woodley fight became a problem from a budget point of view, because I think Woodley wants serious money. So that's when we ended up getting KSI and Dennis instead. And then Dennis, of course, drops out. So this card has had a lot of change to it. If you look at the card that we were initially meant to get to the card that we actually ended up getting, there was quite a lot of change in there. So Deji is in celebrating with his mom and KSI. This is a nice moment. So big smile on the face of Deji. His mom pointing to the belt as well. Great scenes for KSI. And his legacy is intact. There was no banana skins. A few moments of concern. I got to tell you, though, this fight did not 100% go the way of KSI. Well, it did in the end. But certainly getting towards that knockout. There was a couple of moments of concern. But yeah, we are still waiting to hear from KSI. And that's going to be important. It'll give us an idea as to what is next. So KSI... did KSI win? He did. How did he get the knockout? Both guys were facing each other, of course. Little bit of distance between them. He threw the right hand in. I think the right hand did just kind of connect, but it's the left that followed behind that did the damage. Connected right onto the chin of Faze Temper. Down he went. And as soon as it connected, you could tell it was a heavy, heavy shot. And as soon as it landed, you knew that he was in trouble, basically. And down he went. So fantastic work by KSI. I mean, absolutely take nothing away from him. But yeah, people are going to want to see a higher level of opponent, aren't they? Here's KSI then making his way down the ramp, going up to the entrance stage. He's going to do the interview. Okay. KSI said, make some noise. I said I wanted a KO. I said I wanted round one. And here we are. So he wanted a KO. He wanted round one. And he did it. Temper gets KO'd. Can't get up. Fell twice, said Enzo.
Everyone's saying rigged. Keep crying. I don't think it was rigged. It's like, look at what Swarmz did to Ryan Taylor. Look at what Pineda did to that other guy. I don't know his name. B Dave. Poor B Dave. Bad day for B Dave, innit? Lost to his mystery opponent, then KSI doesn't even know who you are. Woodley. He wants Woodley. Fournier. Okay. I don't want you to fight anyone out. KSI, this seems to be on, you know. Fournier has come up. Was this planned, do you think? Yeah, Salt Pappy. Is it going to be Fournier? It seems like it is. I don't know if that was planned, you know. I feel like it might have been. Nah, yeah, I agree with KSI. KSI said Slim's not on my level. I agree with him. Yeah, Jake Paul. He says Jake Paul is his final level. That's the one that he wants. F Jake Paul is being chanted. F Jake Paul is being chanted by the crowds. Rigging a fight is like years in prison. Stop being stupid. Fournier versus KSI. The Fournier fight's really interesting, isn't it? The Fournier fight is really interesting. Fournier. Fournier said, I'm not a hater. There's levels to this game. I came all the way from Miami just to look him in the eye and do this deal. They're doing a face-to-face right here, you know. It feels like this is going to be the next fight. Yeah, it'll be a big fight. It'll be a good fight. KSI wins. Oh, that's a challenge. That's a challenge. He's the bigger guy, Joe Fournier. I mean, he's credible as well, of course. So it'd be I mean, that would be levels above anything that KSI has faced yet. But the thing is, KSI is sparring against some really good opponents, and I don't think that Fournier would be too much of a concern for him. He'd respect him. He'd be prepared for him. But I think he'd be confident he could get the result against him as well. But it felt rigged. It was so fast. Okay, so get some prime down you. Good luck finding it. Right, I think they've done with KSI. As I said, you know, it might be a case they have to get out of there at like 11 o'clock anyway. So I think they've just thrown over to a bit of a commercial break for now.
But yeah, look, Fournier, I mean, look, that would be a really, really interesting fight. That would be a really interesting fight. I don't know if it's a done deal. The way that Fournier just came walking over, and the way that I don't know, the way that he was able to get on stage, come walking over, confront KSI, certainly had a feeling about it that it was predetermined. But yeah, that would be all right. 39 years old. 39 years old. He's got a boxing record, 10 fights, 9 wins, no losses, 1 no contest. He was quite active back in 2015, 2016. Did have a fight in 2021, which he was victorious in. But yeah, it'd be an interesting fight. As I said, you know, we're talking about him facing a proper fighter, and not someone that's, I mean, look, I know Pineda is a professional boxer, but Pineda does not look like he's out of place compared to the influencer boxers, right? There's levels to this game, and Pineda falls well short. So, yeah, I think that this would be fascinating. This would be really, really fascinating. It'd be a tough one, but I think KSI... I think it's one that KSI could get through. And to be honest, if Fournier did make it onto the stage and there's a bit of like pre-plan in there, it would sort of suggest that his team are already comfortable with KSI going to that level, going and facing someone of that standard. So I think as long as Fournier hasn't just jumped out the crowd and just, you know, challenged KSI, and KSI doesn't want to back down and doesn't want to seem weak or anything like this. As long as, like, you know, his team have kind of already vetted it, then that would say to me that they're confident KSI is already at that level. They'll have a great idea if he is or if he isn't, just by who he's been sparring with and how he's looked in sparring, you know? So they'll have a great idea about that. I'm fuming. I wanted it to finish after 4 or 5 rounds, says I'm a Human. I don't think it was going to go that far. I did say earlier in the stream a few times, like, I think that first round knockout would be there for him. It's just, would he take it? Because I think he would want to show off what he's been working on. I think he'd want to show a few things. I actually think because he got caught a couple of times in that first round, because he was caught a couple of times, I actually think that's probably what made him, when the opening was there, go for it. I also think there's a little bit of, if the opening's there, you're going to just naturally go for it anyway. But I think if it was all really easy and there was lots of openings and there was lots of opportunity, and he wasn't being, like, you know, challenged in any way, I think he might have let it go and, you know, get a win like this. But I get a feeling that he wants to show that he's good at this. He wants to show that he's got actual boxing skill. And so, like, I did wonder if he might just maybe not put the foot on the gas. He might not just, like, go for it in the early stages. He might just be a little bit hesitant, ease himself into the fight, show a few things, and then go for it in, like, you know, round 2, round 3. I felt pretty good that it would be an early knockout. Didn't know if it would be for round 1, but the opportunity was there, and he went for it, no doubt. It was there. I think it's so important that he gets the win for his legacy, of course. I think the Jake Paul fight is it's everything to him at the moment that I suppose you can't afford to mess around with these things. And you can't really afford to disrespect your opponent. So, no, the opportunity was there. We went for it, 1-2, straight down the middle, dropped Faze, and good. Yep. Who won, KSI or Temper? It was won by KSI. I can tell you at Wembley Arena, the lights are on, and people have started to make their way out of the building. I think, are they about to announce knockout of the night? Or have they announced it? So, knockout of the night has gone to KSI. KSI gets knockout of the night, then 1-2 straight down the middle. So knockout of the night. Are they going to give him fighter of the night as well, though? So yeah, it's knockout of the night goes to KSI, and here we go. Fight. Oh, fight of the night. Yeah, they said if you're not going to give Salt Pappy knockout of the night, then you've got to give him fight of the night. So Salt Pappy against Josh gets fight of the night, or fighter of the night goes to Salt Pappy. I think that's fair. Are you doing the Eubank fight next week? No, it's a big UFC thing, isn't it, next week? I don't know that we'd be able to get the fight done and then do UFC afterwards. I would like to do the Eubank fight next week. I really would. I'll have to have a look. I can't remember what time UFC starts. It's UFC next weekend. Big monthly pay-per-view card. So we'll be on that. And if we can squeeze in the Eubank fight, then we might look to try and squeeze that in as well. But the priority is going to be UFC next weekend. But to stress, we will be doing the Misfits cards. This has been fantastic. Really enjoyed it. And we'll be here at the end of February for the next one as well. Will the Zone upload the boxing highlights? I'm sure they will. Yeah, I'm sure they will. I don't know at what point they'll put them up. I don't know how quickly afterwards they tend to go up, to be honest, but I'm sure they will put them up. But yeah, it's I'm sure they will go up. Right, they're just saying that they've got their Beyond the Bell show coming up on Sunday, where they're going to break everything down and go through everything. They're just showing some of the highlights of tonight as people start to make their way out. In fact, a fair few people have already left the arena. As soon as KSI finished speaking, then that was pretty much show over. Lights came on, and that was that. As we said, it was a good show, you know. I thought from start to finish, very entertaining. I think Misfits have got a really great product. I think they know how to put on an entertaining night of action. And, you know, the more we do this, the more we're going to see that standard rise. We're going to see better and better performers coming in. The Pineda moment was awesome. I love that Pineda moment. And for him to get the dub as well, that was a great moment. So Pineda looking really, really good tonight. But of course, his opponent didn't know it was going to be him. Salt Pappy looking really good tonight. Slim as well. You know, getting past Tom, which is a brilliant performance. KSI, most importantly, of course. First round knockout. So, yeah, some big statements made. Jake Paul versus Vidal Riley. It's going to be interesting. Is that... have they announced that as to when it's going to be? Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Are they going to do it? Because I know that he's got the PFI stuff coming up, but he wants Nate Diaz for that, doesn't he? So he wants Diaz, but I don't know that Diaz is going to accept. Diaz seems to not be interested in the Jake Paul fights for some reason. I don't know. So I don't know what Jake's plans are. Vidal would destroy him, said Fat G or no. Yeah, I don't know. Has Jake made any announcements? Like when his next fight is and all of this. I mean, I know the PFI stuff's coming up, but I think he wants to do a boxing thing as well, doesn't he? Like boxing and then MMA. Because the plan was Nate Diaz to do boxing and then do the MMA thing. And then KSI at the end of the year. So I think Jake wants to get 3 fights in this year. But still a bit in the dark as to what's going on with that. Did Salt Pappy win? He did. Fling said Diaz does want the fight, but Dana White is blocking it. He's out of contract with the UFC, isn't he? Isn't he done with UFC? I didn't think he was still with the UFC.
But I didn't think Dana would be able to block it. So, I don't know. I don't know what that is. Do you think KSI would beat Joe Fournier? Well, what I said just was, if Joe Fournier just took it upon himself to jump on the stage and KSI didn't know about it, then I think it could be a bit of a concern, to be honest. If it was pre-planned and they sort of have already got a bit of an arrangement in place, then I think KSI stands a great chance, because I think Fournier is a challenge. He's a professional boxer that's got a decent record. Someone that is past his prime, is not, pardon the pun, but he's past his prime. He's someone that I could see KSI getting a win against, to be honest. I think that it would be a good challenge at this stage for KSI. The only thing is, and if he has gone up on stage and it's been cleared by KSI's corner, then that would suggest that they're confident that KSI is at that level. And don't forget, KSI is taking on professionals in sparring and, knocking people out. And so I feel like he's very comfortable, very confident against that caliber of fighter. So, yeah, I would be leaning towards KSI being able to get a victory there. But it's a good fight. Yeah, that's a good fight. That is a credible opponent, and it's a good fight. I don't think there can be any complaints about that. I think maybe the only complaint will be a lot of people might be like, who's Joe Fournier? That would, how much awareness there is around him and his boxing records and all that kind of stuff. That might be the only thing. But, I mean, look, as soon as we start the press conferences and KSI starts the build, people will be fully up to speed with who it is. By the time we get to the actual fight, it'll be a big deal, right? I mean, this event has been a massive event. And the main event was KSI against Faze Temperrr. For me, Faze Temperrr didn't stand a chance, as we said. I think the next one would be a lot more competitive. And as a result, I think the next one would be even bigger. So, good fight. I think it would need some big promotion. It would get that. And I think KSI could get the win in that fight, yeah. I would take out Salt Papi, says Edwards. Bro was humiliated in the first rounds. Whose knockout was best, Slim or KSI? I think KSI... Well, Slim didn't knock out. It was Salt Papi that knocked out, didn't he? So, whose was better, Salt Papi's or KSI? I think Salt Papi's was better. I think Salt Papi's was better. I think Salt Papi should have got knockout of the night and fighter of the night. I think KSI just not quite as impressive. I think KSI got a little bit rocked before as well. There was a couple of moments where I was genuinely worried for KSI, where Temperrr got through and Temperrr looked really relaxed, and I was a little bit concerned, but no problem in the end. KSI came through, still got a first round knockout win, and fair play, yeah. But a really, really good event, and I really hope that you guys enjoyed it as well. Really appreciate the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe, because we're going to be here for the Misfits boxing stuff going forward. And, of course, Jake Paul and Deadgy. I mean, we did the Deadgy Mayweather cards. We did the previous Misfits stuff. We've got a great history of doing influencer boxing. And what a great show this was as well. So really enjoyable stuff. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Really appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed it. And hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.